Bum. We are live. Hopefully everything is going smoothly with all of y'all today. It's a little bit weird with my computer, having a little bit of weird issues here. But hello and welcome to another live stream, Hawks Nest live stream, as we try to make it through here, continue to make it through the quarantine period that continues to slog along with no end. I don't know about all of you, but I am definitely about ready for this thing to go away. Not a lot to cover here on the show today necessarily, as far as I'm not going to have any opening rants or big things I'm going to go on about. Just wanted to generally probably talk Seahawks talk, see what you guys want to speak about. We've kind of officially entered now the dead zone period of the NFL offseason. And so it's, you got to kind of pick through the topics a little bit. So whatever you guys want to kind of cover today, I'll let you kind of guide the show. What's up, TJ? Welcome on into the chat. Good to see you. Irina, what is up? Welcome onto the chat. Use your hit stick. I got all my OGs in here to open this up. I love it. Rick, BLM, right on, man. Maxwell, what's up, bud? I hope you guys are all having a really good Saturday here and staying safe and sound and all that. I do want to open up. I'm going to probably say this a couple times throughout, but I've had the opportunity here. Thomas E., how's it going, man? What's up? But I've had the opportunity here to recently play with part of, I guess, what you could call the Seahawk family a little bit here. And so I've put in my description section a link to another YouTube channel, which is a young man by the name of Jaharus Clowney. That is a Jaharus Clowney. And you can find his username there in the description section. Please, all of you guys today, your one Seahawk duty today, as I mandated, is going to be to go to his channel and sub to him. And again, his name is Jaharus Clowney. So just maybe go there and show the Seahawks, show the Clowney family some Seahawk love if you guys get a chance. He's a good young man, and even if it's not exactly your cup of tea type of content, you'll be doing your Seahawk duty for the day. Consider it that. Well, what's up, Vikings 78? What's up? I'm currently watching Week 10 versus the 49ers. That is a awesome game, V-Hawk. That is going to be actually one game that I eventually will do in my great Seahawk Moment video series. It's going to be included on that. So that one is definitely one of the better games we've seen, I think, in the last couple of years. And there have been some really good games over the last couple of years. Last year, definitely had like 3 or 4 kind of classic Seahawk games. The Ram game, of course, that 49er game, even the Tampa Bay game, I think you could probably include into that mix. Just very unusually entertaining games. Dom Reed, what's up? Good to see you on in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for joining me here on a Saturday. I'm sure the weather's starting to get nice and there's things to do outside, so I appreciate everyone here hopping on in. What's up, Tobias Larson? How you doing? How you doing, man? I appreciate that. Yeah, you never heard of Clowney, Irina? I don't think I'll get behind today, TJ, because I don't have a ton of topics to really go over. We're going to discuss a little bit of maybe Timmy Jurgen and the type of player he is. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about some geeky stuff with the CenturyLink turf, because I know that we've blamed a lot on Ivan the Terrible, the strength and conditioning coach for the Seattle Seahawks, and rightfully so. There's a ton of information to go off of that and why we've all kind of come to that conclusion a little bit. But we're going to talk a little bit today about the CenturyLink turf, which I know isn't super exciting, but fieldgoals.com had a article that they posted out here in the last week or so that I thought was really interesting in regards to the CenturyLink field surface and the injuries that are happening on this artificial surface. And essentially the gist of it is that really you want to be as a football team probably playing on a grass surface. That's actually more safer at the end of the day. Now they've got to use the artificial surface because of the getting the water to go through. And so you don't have a bunch of pools out there and the turf getting torn up. But there certainly seems to be a lot of statistical data to show that there are some lower leg injuries, especially that tend to happen on the CenturyLink turf. And if you guys get a chance, I'd recommend going and checking out that article. And the really interesting part was that the injuries all seemed to happen around in the first quarter, within the first 15 minutes of the game. And the further information beyond that was the reasoning beyond that was because the players were moving faster earlier on in the game than they were later on in the game. So essentially, if you can just, as a player, if you're going out on CenturyLink, I would almost offer you be careful in that first quarter. Don't almost go full speed because there seems to be a higher prevalence of lower leg injuries early on in the game on that particular surface. And again, I'm not getting into all the details of the article right now because I don't have it in front of me, but very interesting article. There's a lot of data to go off of with this. And it sure makes me think that maybe it's time for us to go to maybe more of a grass kind of surface, let's say. Shervins, what's up? Jose Rodriguez. Hello, man. How's everybody's Saturday going? Hopefully well here. I've got the next great Seahawks moment video, which is going to be that 1983 Miami Dolphins playoff game, is in the mix down the pike. I should hopefully have it out to you guys here this week. I'm working on mixing in the music right now and a few of the last bits of CGI. But we're going through there. Hopefully you guys like the thing. I got a new Seahawks sign. You're now all on Seahawks Street here. So we just continue to add on to the mix here of the background. I decided to join the Marines instead of going to college because I kept getting rejected. So that's why I'm going to be a little late, because I was talking to a recruiter. Whew, you're going to go in, DJ, if you're looking at talking to a guy in regards to going into the Marines, I don't know if you're going to get a guy who's going to necessarily say that that's a good thing to go and do. My brother is a brother who had 3 tours as a Marine. In fact, here you go, TJ. You got that right there, Marine brother. So I definitely have a lot of patriotic sense for it, but I'll tell you what, man, you can get caught up into some situations that are out of your control and be left with having to make some really, really difficult decisions. Mo Money, what's up? Welcome on into the chat. Welcome. Shaquem Wagner, hey, what's up, man? I love the background watching the Week 10's game again. Everyone's watching the Week 10 game. You guys, I'm getting a little bit jealous over here. You guys are getting to rewatch that game, huh? They got it on the NFL Network or something? That's awesome. They're replaying it. I'm going to probably this year do that as a great Seahawks moment video. I really do think I will. So if just to piss off the 49er fans, I mean, just for that reason alone, right? if you need one reason, it's right there. Is there Tobias asks, is there a chance we won't sign either Clowney or Griffin? What about going into next season without a true one-tech defensive tackle? Can we start working out players like Clowney or Snacks? I've thought there's a lot loaded into that question, Tobias. So let me unpack a little bit of it. I am going to actually change my prognosis, and I'm putting this again on the back of again, if you guys are looking to subscribe right now, please look into my description section. I've got a Jaharus Clowney is in there. Just subscribe to his YouTube channel. Do me that favor if you get a chance today. But I am actually upping my probability on Clowney re-signing with the Seahawks. Previously, I had said that I would put the chances at about 40%. 40 he goes to the Hawks, 60% that he goes to the Titans. I'm now going to flip that. I'm going a full 60% back over to the Seahawks now, to even up to almost 70%. And let's just say I'm doing everything in my power to push that forward as I can in the background. I'm not going to give you guys a lot of details on that at this time, but once again, just sub to Young Jaharus's channel, even if it's not your cup of tea. You'll be going far to help your Seahawks out. But so I look for probably, I think at this point, Clowney to be re-signed over Griffin. Maybe that's a little nugget I've got for you guys today. In regards to the one tech, we've heard reports that Snacks Harrison's the guy that they're out there targeting. He's a guy that's flirted with retirement. You'd think that maybe money is the thing that pulls him out of retirement. He's looking for the bottom line, biggest deal that he can get. But maybe you're hoping at the end of the day, you pull him out of there just for the fact that, hey, come play for a Super Bowl contending team here, Snacks. And he would be honestly the ideal fit. I don't think he is as necessarily as effective as he's been, even 3 years ago. And maybe some of that's going to Detroit. We certainly saw Quandre Diggs take his game to the next level after he left Detroit. So maybe the same could be said with Snacks. He was great with the Giants as that one tech. And I would probably see him being the guy they eventually do bring in here. Timmy Jernigan's out there. I think he didn't get through with the Texans as far as his physical goes, but he is a 3 tech and not a 1 tech. So he wouldn't really be able to slide in on that role. He is a pure 3. Conrad Lynch, what is up, Conrad? Good to see you in the chat. Stephanie, hey, what's up, Stephanie? Just praying for our country. I don't know how sports are going to start anytime soon. I don't know how many players even want to play right now. If they could, Russ seems pretty defeated. Yeah, I think it's been a rough year, and I don't know if it's understandable. It's been kind of blow after blow for this country. right since the start of the year. It's like Kobe's death kicked it off. It was just it's been a bummer all the way through. They do seem like they've got the basketball plan in place now. Baseball is still arguing between the Players Association and the owners on how much of a pay cut they're going to be willing to take. So I don't even know at this point. It's almost looking like you could put the probability that there will be at least something of a basketball season that'll be played out, but I don't know if we can say the same on baseball. They've got a staunch battle between those two parties to get that determined and figured out. So we'll see if it does seem like football will be played. I'm going to make the guess at this point that you are going to see, at the very minimum, reduced seating in the stadiums, if not just no fans in the stadiums at all. It's even hard to see that, I guess, at this point from my standpoint. Very Harry Larry, what is up? TJ Wilborn says, do you think Griffin will play with his brother forever? They'll try to. I mean, that's this is the place where, if you look at the history of Shaquille Griffin and Shaquem Griffin, sorry guys, I've got fighting off a little bit of a cold today. If you look at the history between Shaquille and Shaquille Griffin actually had a lot of big offers to go to some big schools. Like, he didn't have to go to, the smaller school that he did, but he went there because they also offered Shaquem Griffin scholarship. And so there is a past history with these two of one brother sort of forsaking where he could maybe maximize out his star in order to continue to play with his brother. And if you see Shaquem continue to be effective in that pass rush win percentage rate, and again, pass rush win percentage rate is if you win in under 2.5 seconds against the opposition who's trying to block you, that's a win. And last year, Shaquem Griffin actually had about a 9.5% win rate, which was, as far as our team last year, was fantastic and is actually pretty good, even league average wise. So if he can even give you that on the 15 to 20 snaps basis, while also being a good special teams player, and he can, maybe if you're in a pinch, can play some outside linebacker, though that looks probably less and less to be a possibility at this point, then the only other thing to make that work together and to come into play then is going to be then Shaquille's got to just take a little bit less money, because where the rubber meets the road with Shaquille Griffin is that he doesn't intercept enough passes. I can't pay you 13, 14, 15 million a year at the cornerback position if you don't intercept the football. I understand you're sticking coverage and quarterbacks don't, complete a high percentage your way. And we can go down the other list of statistics that certainly back up Griffin's case as being a very good cornerback in this league. But he'll have to eventually probably take just a little bit less money if he's hoping to make something like that happen. But with that said, we saw Shaquem start to carve out that role at the end of last year, like I said, as that pass rusher and that speed coming off the edge. And he can be a problem. I mean, he's not a refined guy, doesn't have a lot of moves, but that speed is just tough for those tackles to deal with. The 4.3, 8 that he ran at the combine. So I do like them at least moving forward this next year. I don't think Shaquem is in any trouble of being cut at all. I don't think that that's a possibility of happening. But long term, I think that that's what's going to have to occur for all of that to work together for them to stay on the same team. Which is funny. I'm doing the Seahawks Dolphins game, and the Dolphins actually back in the day in 1983 had a pair of brothers playing safety for them. They were both starting at the same time. They called them the Bruise brothers, Glenn and Lyle Blackwood, kind of based off the Saturday Night Live characters. So kind of interesting there, but there's a history of it happening before. It could happen again. I'd like to see it because certainly there's a place on our team for a guy at 15 to 20 snaps a game can win at 9.5% on his pass rush win rate. I think there is. Sorry, already getting mine on the chat. See, Irina says in that week 10 game, that Shaquille pick pissed me off. Yeah. You started out the game, first snap of the game, Shaquille Griffin actually jumps a route for the first time ever. I mean, like, every Seahawks fan is in awe going, you've got this in your game. You can do this. And then you see the penalty. If you really watch the play, and I watched it a couple of times, the pick happens. He runs about 6 steps, and then the flag comes out of the official. Very, 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 very late. Very late. And one of those ones where you went, this isn't going to be one of these games, is it? Really? Not one of these games. Come on, officials. Ewan Tyrell, what is up? Conrad, hey. Maxwell Stern says, if you're a 49ers fan, we can't be friends. It makes it hard, Maxwell. It makes it hard. I've been friends with Packer fans. I've been friends with Cardinal fans. I've been friends with a lot of different, but it gets difficult with the Niners. That early 2010 rivalry thing is still, it's still kind of there. It's still just kind of there, you know, and they didn't win the Super Bowl last year, which I think kind of keeps it there for whatever weird, odd reason. It sort of makes it sort of just sit there and just, it's there in the background. It's going to be fun, those games this year. Those were awesome games last year. I expect the very same this year with the 49ers. Both of those two matchups, especially playing them at the end of the year when you know we're probably going to need those wins. It's going to be another dogfight, I bet. Shaquem Wagner says, I hope we get Josh Gordon back. He was really good for us. Shaquem, if we can say that Josh is using any kind of flags that he's waving to the fans saying that he is going to be back, that looks to be the case, I think we can firmly say that now. He's been on Instagram. The last couple of posts that I've seen on him have been him in a Seahawks uniform. You know, he had one that here to serve. You know, it looks like, in my estimation, it's been like the most open secret that's happening there in the background of the organization right now, and that is that he is going to come back. It's just a matter of when the commissioner's office decides that they're going to actually relent and let him back out on the football field, because it does appear that maybe there was a little bit something more than the marijuana that he got popped for in the last offense. Yeah, Shaquem, I think there's a really good chance that they're going to be grabbing snacks. I think certainly the Clowney / Everson Griffin situation is probably holding up the one tech from happening, because I think it's a lot of just salary slots aligning into one another, and that once one domino falls, it kind of the next domino can fall, and then you can go forward. And some of that is going to be based on them releasing some of the restricted free agents that they have on contract that you could just release for nothing and immediately open up some extra cap space if you had to, especially if you're competing for Snacks Harrison with another team. You know, you've got a 1 year, $3 million offer out there. A team offers a $1 million, $4 million offer out there. Then you go, okay, we'll cut Jacob Hollister. That creates $3.2 million, for instance. Now you can add another $1.5 million, $2 million to your offer to him, and maybe then pull Snacks in if that's what that takes. I don't think it'll go up that high with him. He's probably a 1 year, $3 million a year player at this point, but they do have the flexibility to get to that bidding war point if they have to with him. But the first domino that has to fall is going to have to be the Jadeveon Clowney, Everson Griffin. Who's it going to be domino? I think that's what the front office is waiting on. Tobias, the orange cat is awesome and very lucky. Of course, we certainly determined that the black cat during the draft, I think we scientifically determined and through all of our advanced metrics and our conditions, we determined that my black cat is not lucky, unfortunately. She's very beautiful. She's a lover, but just not very lucky. This one, though, this one right here. Oh, don't you mess with me. Don't you mess with me. I'll get you. She's a fighter, too. Tobias says, which team would be the most interested for you to see in Hard Knocks? Well, I mean, okay, so Tobias, the selfish part of me, of course, says I'd love to see the Seahawks, because Pete Carroll, with all of his energy and all the stuff that they're always doing in the background, with the personalities you have on this team too, it's maybe not as entertaining as it would have been in the Legion of Boom era with all of those personalities, but it would still be really fun. As a second team, who would I like to see as a second team? Gosh, don't they have isn't it the Raiders? Not the Raiders doing it again. Somebody else is like the Rams doing it again this year, I think, or the Chargers. Man, is there really an interesting team I can think of? The Browns would be kind of fun just to watch what a mess they would be. That was just fun to watch that organization, and you just go, train wrecks are always entertaining. I have to think about that. I think about who would be an interesting one to watch at this point. Maybe the Green Bay Packers. That would be fun just to see how pissed off Aaron Rodgers is every day having to go in and have Jordan Love in there. Because I think, make no mistake, and I don't know if you guys have watched a couple of the Packer channels, YouTube channels, but it was funny watching them go through and kind of, when the pick was first made, go, look, this isn't indicative of the fact that Rodgers is gone. This isn't and then slowly it started to twist and turn into, now you see their videos and they're like, okay, so they're suddenly trying to push him out the door. Okay, granted. And you go, geez, I hope we don't do the same with Russ. It's brutal for them. But that would be probably the one I'd want to see, because I think Rodgers will be totally passive aggressive towards Jordan Love. He's got that personality. John Reed says, I read somewhere that out of our 5 million in cap space, about half went into Reed, or out of our 55 million in cap space, half went into Reed, Irvin, and Olsen. Do you think Schneider has overpaid in this area? Also, nice cat. What is her name? This cat's name is Pumpkin. That's Pumpkin. Yeah, that sounds fairly accurate. It's a little bit less than half, honestly, if you really broke it down, because you're at 7 million, and then Reed, I think in his first years, they had the cap hit down for him at like 16 or at 9 million. So that would only put you out at 16, and Irvin was 6. So that puts you at 22 million at that point, which isn't quite half. No, okay, so let's take it point by point. Reed, Jaron Reed. No, you didn't overpay for him. It's a 2-year deal that you can easily get out of in 1 year. Anytime you're getting into 1-year deals with NFL football players, getting them into the prove it mode mentality, my opinion is that's a good thing. That's going to be a benefit to the team more often than not. So I don't think that was an overpay on his part. It was a 2-year, $23 million deal. Most of the cap hit comes into the second year. You can get out of it easily. He's a guy who can play 1 tech and 3 tech. If you look at our defensive tackles right now and the other options that would have been available to you, there wasn't a lot out there, and he can play both of those 2 positions if he has to. So I like that signing. Same thing with Bruce Irvin. I know a lot of people don't like the $6 million, but you've got to look through it in the lens and the aspect of you're not getting 1 player here, you're getting 2 players for 1. And what I mean by that is what you get with Irvin is an early down play. He'll be a Sam linebacker for you. And then he'll come in as a rotational pass rusher. So here you're getting a lot of bang for your buck out of that $6 million at that point. More so than you even got, let's say, out of a Michael Kendricks that I think you spent a 1-year, $4 million deal on last year. All he could play is that Sam linebacker role. Irvin can rush from either side, and he can play really good Sam, better than what Kendricks could play it for you. So I got no problem with that one. Now, as far as Olsen, Dom, I think we've got there's a reason to say, okay, yeah, maybe that was a little bit of an overpay. It's about $3 million. And that's just because you got into a bidding war with Washington and Buffalo. And I call them the armpits of the NFL because you have to overpay. And they have to overpay if they want to bring free agents to their teams. People don't want to go out there and play in there. Nobody wants to play on the Redskins field turf. Nobody wants to go to Buffalo and play in freezing weather for half of your games. No, thank you. Shaquem Wagner, do you have a P.O. box? I want to send you a Seahawks drawing to put on your wall. I will get one. I will get you a P.O. box there. I'm just working on getting a P.O. box actually pretty soon here. Hey guys, everyone say what's up to Qu4. This is Jaharus Clowney joining the chat. Now, Jaharus, I've already pointed him once over to you. So this is part of our Seahawks family here, crew. And your Seahawks duty today, your good Seahawks duty is to go over to Jaharus's YouTube channel and subscribe. Even if you don't like being into his content or loving videos, just subscribe. Do your Seahawks duty today. Do your good Seahawks duty. Evergreen says, do you think the NFL figures out a way to keep the salary cap from lowering? They'll make the money back over the long run, so why not get a loan? Yes, that seems to be where this is twisting now, Evergreen. Initially, I thought that they were going to just try to, like a Band-Aid next offseason, just tear off the losses all in one shot. But it does now appear with the stories that we are reading that they're going to try to massage the situation. And so rather than there being any kind of immediate growth in the future with the salary cap, we'll see stagnation, which means that it'll just hold, which in itself will still cause teams to have to really adjust in itself, because most of the teams have been operating under the assumption that every single season they're going to see a 10% increase on the salary cap. Now they've got to back that up and kind of that, they've got to kind of go, okay, maybe we got to cut a guy we don't want to cut. If we can't sign a guy to an extension, we want to sign him to. Seattle will be positioned okay because they have a lot of cap space next year, no matter what happens. But it does appear, Evergreen, that you are on the right track, that does appear. I don't even think they're going to need to get a loan. I just think that they got their increases that they get with their television contracts by the year that increase, or instead of taking those increases down the road now, they just massage it back down to the losses that they would have had this next offseason. Magic Vlogs, man, we haven't talked about too much, man. Just want you to go over there and, as a Seahawks fan, go subscribe to Jaharus Clowney's page over there, Qu4. Look in the description. Please, everybody, subscribe to his channel. Do me that goodness. Let's show the Clowney family the love. Shervins, when I look back at Big Ben's career, one of his Super Bowls he played like shit, won a rigged game, and the other one he barely beat the 9-7 Cardinals. Yeah, Shervin's I mean, the 2005 game, you're gonna get my blood pressure up if you get me talking about the 2005 Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl game. That's the most, in my opinion, it's the most fixed sporting event I have ever watched, bar none. Second place isn't even close. Isn't even close for me. I understand I'm biased. I'm a Seahawks fan. I got, I bring all my biases into it, but I've heard from people that aren't even Seahawks fans, that are just NFL fans with other teams, who've told me the very same thing. It seems to be a pretty unanimous position by most people that are not Steeler fans in the NFL. So, yeah, he definitely has gotten a little bit lucky with some of the things. He's also had some really good defenses. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's put up the stats. The guy's earned his mark at the end of the day, and he has won the 2 Super Bowls. You can't take that away. I don't totally count the 2005, but the Cardinal one was legit. That was a really good Arizona Cardinals team. They were better than that 9-7 record. They had a couple of great receivers. They had a pretty good defense, an all right offensive line, and Kurt Warner was slinging the rock like nobody's business. That was a great Packer game, though, Shervins. That Cardinal-Packer game in the past, that was a classic. Anthony Bain asks, should Seattle sign Colin Kaepernick? I think because it would be a great for the rep of the organization, and he would be a great good backup. Yeah, I guess, Anthony, it's one of those things that you take on a couple different levels, I guess, is the question. From a PR standpoint, from an ability to bring players in the future in order to say we were the team that brought this guy back in the league, the kind of upside to that is awesome. And there's no doubt that would probably earn you some currency down the road with a potential couple free agents in their considerations of you. I can't doubt that. Now, from a player standpoint, what player are we getting at this point who hasn't played in the league in 3 years, who in his last year in the league seemed to be kind of starting to go downhill a little bit as a player? It seemed like the league had kind of figured him out to a degree. And at that point, the read option was kind of falling away at that time. Now, with that said, he is the type of player that I've talked about on this channel I want to bring in. I want to bring in a guy that can run read option, run a simplified offense, allow us to still be able to get yards and score just enough to lean back on hopefully a defense that's improved at that point, rather than looking for the next franchise quarterback or looking for a pocket passer who can come in there and throw the ball over the football field, because I just don't think you're going to find that quality. You can bring in the read option guy, and he can carry the water for you for a little while until maybe Russell could get back if it was a couple week injury, if that were to occur. So I wouldn't be totally against it, Anthony. He'd be an upgrade over certainly Geno Smith. I can't argue that. And he fits into the mold of what I'm looking for. Evergreen says, Josh Gordon said on Instagram he hasn't been offered anything yet. Yeah, I think some of it is also that Seattle's probably waiting Evergreen to find out from the commissioner's office when he's going to come off. You don't want to offer the guy a contract until you know exactly when he's actually going to be available to play. And we don't know yet when Josh Gordon is yet going to be active. He's applied for reinstatement. He's not been granted it quite yet. Shervin says, dude was so fortunate. Meaning Ben Roethlisberger, was so fortunate. He played in 2 wild card teams in the Super Bowl, and the game against us was rigged. Yeah, certainly that 2005 season, they got the benefit of the doubt in a lot of respects. And they were a 9-7 team that they got hot at just the right time to get in the playoffs at that time too. They were bad through a lot of that year. Shervin says, I just cropped a DK Metcalf jersey. It came yesterday. Nice, dude. I'm jelly, man. I might get myself a DK Metcalf jersey here. That might be my next jersey. Chris Kane, what is up, Chris? Who should we get out of all the free agents? Chris Kane, I'm going to go with remaining free agents. I want to see Jadeveon Clowney, and I want to see Snacks Harrison. Those are the 2 guys that I'm going to go ahead and point to. Jose Rodriguez, you've done your Seahawk duty on the day, and I salute you, brother. Please, all of you do the same and follow Jose's lead. Ethan Williams, what is up? Would you be happy if we got Timmy Jernigan for like $3 million? I did some research onto Timmy Jernigan, and I liked a lot of what I saw with him. He's got a fantastic pressure rate, operating specifically out of the 3 tech throughout his career. He's got some injury concerns that you do get a little bit worried about, but you've got to also look at it from the standpoint of who's our backup 3 tech to Jaron Reed right now. And Jaron Reed, of course, had a high ankle sprain and missed some time due to injury last year. So you need to get a guy in there with some quality. At $3 million, he'd be probably pretty good quality at that point. He'd give you some, he would give you some pressures. He's not a great run stopper. It's really not his game as much. He's all right in that respect. And he is a pure 3 tech. You can't move him over to 1 tech. He's got to be over on that side. He's a little undersized for moving him over to the other side. But from that standpoint, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it at all, Ethan. You know, Anthony Bain, he has a son now. Oh, Colin Kaepernick has a son now. I didn't know that. Barry Satoro. What's up, Barry? Thank you so much for the donation, my man. Always good to see you in the chat. Dear God, finally something to listen to that's apolitical. Yes, we will be remaining apolitical throughout this show today because I think we're all getting enough of the other stuff on the other side of things, and football for me is my refuge. So, and he would be a very good backup. Yeah, having a kid definitely does change your life. I've never had a kid, so but I do know I've had a lot of friends that have had kids and seen the changes that's undergone in them, and it certainly can bring you around in a lot of respects. It makes you more professional. It makes you more on point. That's for certain. Most of the time. Tanner Stone, go Hawks, Tanner. We're getting you those subs there, Jaharus. Maxwell Stern says, do you think KJ is going to be moved to Sam? Maxwell, I am not buying any of that talk at all. And this is maybe my conspiracy brain spinning in place here, but I've maintained and I'm still going to maintain that KJ Wright's not going to be moved anywhere. And the specific reason for that is one, Bruce Irvin. You re-signed Bruce Irvin, who played fantastic Sam linebacker for you in 2013 and 2014. So why would he not slide back into that natural fitting role again? What would be the reason not to put him there? He's not become that much of a worse player in his time away. He's worked with Ken Norton. He knows the defense. Likewise, with KJ Wright, why move him out of position he's played in one position for 11 years throughout his career, and he's played it well. He's top 5 in the league last year in tackles. I don't think he had an amazing year last year, but the point being, why at this time move him out of that position? I understand from a lot of people's standpoint, they say it's to get Jordan Brooks on the field. I'm not buying Jordan Brooks at 6 feet tall playing the will linebacker role. I'm not buying it right now. I could be wrong on that. I could be proven wrong. I ain't buying none of it. You're going to see, I think, KJ Wright at the will. You'll see Bruce Irvin at the Sam and Bobby Wagner at the middle and Jordan Brooks on the bench. And the reason I think you're hearing the talk of KJ Wright's move is because they can't just sell the fact that we're going to be sitting our first round pick on the bench to start the year. They've got to finesse that in a little bit. They got to just massage it in so the fan base can kind of swallow that little bitter pill. TJ Wilborn says, if we got Clowney and Griffin, that would be great. That would be great. I tend to think because the team went so hard with Alton Robinson and Darrell Taylor and Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin, and you had Rasheem Green and you got LJ Collier, it starts to become a situation of there's only so many snaps to be had, and it becomes overkill where you're going to have really good players sitting on the bench. You're not getting production out of at that point, unless they just feel like Taylor and Robinson aren't going to give them much pass rush into the next year, that they're developmental guys. Tobias Larson asks, biggest impact next year, LJ Collier versus Brooks versus Taylor. I tend to still believe that LJ Collier has an upside as a run stuffing 5 tech defensive end. I still think that he has some value there. I don't think he has a lot of value as a pass rusher. So it kind of comes down to Tobias. It's sort of going to be an equal sign between Collier and Taylor. Collier will stop the run. Taylor will probably get a couple more sacks. So who's better in value at that point? Well, I mean, it's both of them are going to add value to the team at that point by providing what they're doing, and it's pretty equivalent production at that point. So yeah, I don't think KJ Wright's going to be moved to Sam. As well, Maxwell, consider the fact that KJ just had shoulder surgery this offseason. So when you get those shoulder surgeries, I think he had it on both shoulders. You're doing rehab. You're not doing your normal weights and your normal lifts. And so what that means is that he's going to be behind the 8 ball in his strength coming into next season. Why that's pertinent is because at the Sam linebacker role, you're actually lined up heads up over the top of the tight end on the strong side of the offensive formation. And what that means is oftentimes you've got to take on that tight end and set the edge. And that's a lot of impact on those shoulders. Whereas the will linebacker plays off ball and doesn't have to take on as many collisions necessarily. So kind of good. Look at Jaharus. Jaharus is winding you all up there saying, maybe my cousin's coming to Seattle. Maybe he's coming back. Jaharus told me the other night he said 70%. And Jaharus might have some inside info for us on that. So you guys, you join this stream, I give you some nuggets every once in a while. Jose Rodriguez, the Hawks Nest. Think you could take a look at my Seahawks videos? Jose, for sure, man. Jose, do me a favor, though. Just post in the comments section on the live stream because I get the chat stuff gets lost and I might forget. But just post in the comment. Check out my channel, Hawks Nest. I'll take a look, man. 100%. Shervin says, pretty bullshit how NFL players are encouraged to take opioids and get addicted, but dudes like Josh Gordon can't even smoke without getting screwed over. Yeah, it's the weed policy by the NFL, and I think some of it comes back to the tax exemption status that they've had prior with the federal government and trying to stay on the federal government's good side with everything and toe that line because they're essentially, sucking from the government teat by trying to avoid those taxes. So that's where some of that stance comes into play. It's not that the NFL is so principled against weed. It's that the federal government continues to be against anti-weed. And so, the NFL will toe the line thusly. But it does sound like the weed thing is going to start to get moved out of this stuff and that the NFL will start to back off on it, which I think is going to be a really good thing. Because as you spoke about, the opioid situation in the NFL has been an underlying horrible issue for years. And you hear it in the documentaries and them talk about it, and it's horrific. These guys getting shots in their butts constantly just to get through the weeks. And it's not just this, you think of it in these terms of when a player takes a shot, you think of it like, let's say Jadeveon last year, Clowney's playing with an abdominal hernia that needed to be fixed at the end of the year. And you had to think during going into those games that he was probably getting a shot to get through that pain. Maybe not. Maybe he just gutted it out. But you think in those terms that, they just take the shot every once in a while. But then you hear more and more, especially it sounds like in the 80s and 90s, where it was just proliferated. You'd have players lined up on the practice field with their trousers dropped, with the doctor just going right down the line, chink, 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 and just injecting them one at a time. And it's scary when players got to get to that point in order to play. All the more reason why it makes it hard for me to see how they're going to get to a 17-game season and start adding on games. But Shervin, you're right. A lot of guys have been driven out of the league due to the weed policy. You've lost talent. Your product is lessened because of this stance. Jairus asked, your thoughts on that Seattle versus Patriots Super Bowl? Oh, okay. Okay. So folks, let's not, here's the other thing we got to understand about Jairus. Jairus is a Patriot fan. So him and me are going back and forth a little bit at times on this. It's a brutal Super Bowl, Jairus. That was a brutal Super Bowl for us. We try not to think about that Super Bowl here. I think the one thing, Jairus, that a lot of people get caught up in that Super Bowl is the last play, that final play, the interception. But there's so much more that was into that game and what went into that situation at the end than just that one final play, which it was a bad call. It sucked, but that wasn't the whole game. There was more to it than that. You can't just simplify a whole 60-minute NFL football game into one single play. It's just not it's not a valid way of looking at the game of football. Football is played over 60 minutes. It's played over 80, 90 plays, Sounds good, TJ. I'll be rolling along, I'm sure. Internet. Cap too busy making millions from Nike and their slave labor. Well, it's there's a thought process that maybe Cap doesn't necessarily want to play as well. That's been, I don't know if I think it necessarily, but that's been a narrative out there from some people who've wondered if he really does at this point want to play. And that is, and then look, maybe it's a matter of he wants to play, but he doesn't want to be a backup quarterback. It's not a fun situation in the league, always being a backup quarterback. It's not a glamour position. You're not getting a lot of credit. It's maybe there's something to be understood, not wanting to come back and play that role. Bleed blue and green. So good to see you in the chat, man. Is it Sunday yet? Almost. I keep spreading those smiles, my friends. Go Hawks. Yeah, we're getting close. We'll see what they do for training camp, and if we're going to see the training camp truncated and reduced in time frame. But yeah, it does look like we're getting closer and closer, and it does look like we're going to get a season. Fingers crossed. Shervin's asked, was 2005 more heartbreaking or Super Bowl 49? For me, Shervin's, I know a lot of Seahawks fans have a lot of consternation for them over the Super Bowl 49 and the final play and the fact that we could add two Super Bowls back to back. But I was kind of not as pained as 2005. And you've got to understand it from my standpoint of being a guy who's been following the Seahawks since the early 80s, that we get to finally 2005 where we're in the Super Bowl. We have by far the best team in the NFL. There's no team as good as us. We were head and shoulders above everybody else. To then watch the officials rip it out of our grasp, what was absolutely ours to be taken at that time, that was more painful for me than the Super Bowl 49 game, which again, for me, just my stance on it is, it doesn't come down to one play for me. That game doesn't come down to one play. It comes down to the Legion of Boom was beat to hell. Sherman had a torn ligament in his elbow that he was playing with. Earl Thomas had a separated shoulder that he was playing with. 2 days before that started that Super Bowl, Cam Chancellor went down with a torn MCL that he played through that whole game. And then after basically the first drive of the game where you pick off Tom Brady, and on the pick, Jeremy Lane, our great slot cornerback at the time, tears his ACL on the interception return. You were decimated in your secondary, absolutely decimated, but everybody wants to go to the one play instead. Nobody wants to pay attention to that secondary that allowed the Patriots to come back from down by 10 in the fourth quarter. That's why we lost the game. And I'm not blaming it on the Legion of Boom. They were beat to hell. It ain't their fault. So yeah, I think hard. Internet, we need Gordon, Griffin, and Clowney. Internet, I'll take all three of those guys. If I've got to take 2 or 3, I'm taking Gordon and Clowney. That's if I've got to pick 2, which I think you're going to probably have to pick 2 of those 3. Shaquem Wagner, week 10, Josh Gordon is clutch. Yeah, Josh Gordon is, again, we've seen now more and more data for Russell Wilson over the last few years that, in my opinion, Russell Wilson is better suited to be with bigger bodied wide receivers and tight ends. You should be assembling your team with more of those type of guys as opposed to the smaller jitterbug, quick receivers that they were trying to gravitate towards early on in Russell's career, the guys that could break off their first route if it was covered and get into their second route quick. I think you've got to get a couple of those guys too on your team, but I think it's better to go with the bigger bodied guys because Russell's so accurate down the field, throwing it on those guys and putting the ball right where he wants to put it. And I've come back to this and again, if you've got a guy that's 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", and he's got huge long arms and he can jump through the building, jump through the roof, and he's got great ball skills in the air. And you got a guy who's 4 inches, 5 inches, shorter, who's got 2 inches shorter arms. There's nothing he can do about it, even if he is really good in coverage. So I think Gordon's a great fit for Russell in that respect. And we saw it with DK. We've seen it with Will Disley. You're going to see it with Greg Olsen if he can stay healthy throughout this year. Dom Reed asks, what do you think about us getting throwback uniforms? Russ posted on his Instagram page a while back, and they look really good. All depends on the NFL relaxing their single helmet rule, right? You hit the nail on the head, Dom. And I'm echo everything you said, man. The 1980s uniform would look sick. It would look so sick. I really wish they would do it. I don't know why the NFL doesn't do it. Every other place, the NFL looks to grab every dollar there is to grab on the table. They leave no dime or penny on the floor unturned. And yet in this stance, this one situation, they've got this silly ass rule where we can only have one helmet. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Just doesn't make a lot of sense. Roxanne, thank you for the donation. Appreciate it so much. And it's always good to see you in the chat. I appreciate it. And I got a little behind on the chat here, so I'm catching up. But I would love to see, Dom, those uniforms. Come on, NFL. Let it happen. Internet, 49 Super Bowl 49 by far for you. I get it, man. And probably if you were to poll Seahawks fans, they would probably lean towards saying 49 was more painful for them. I guess at least I can make my peace with 49 because I felt like we laid it all on the line. It didn't work out. It sucks. You were in the game. You're up to the end. But in the Steeler game, it felt like there was a literal force holding us down or pushing our head beneath the water every time we get up and catch. And then they'd push you right back below the surface. And, just as we get close to the Steelers, that one will just always stick up in my craw. Rick Zepeda, would you ever talk Mariners or NHL when we got our hockey team? Yeah, Rick, I've been thinking of doing a Mariner YouTube page as well, just as a talking type page. Because I know that sometimes the fans don't cross or mix. Some people like football, some people like baseball, but baseball is actually my original love. I might even know more about baseball than I do football. So I'm always around to talk some Mariners too, especially right now as we're in the dead of the offseason, as we get through the topics. I don't mind talking a little bit of baseball here and there, but I'm thinking about doing another channel for just Mariner baseball or Seattle sports. I don't know about NHL. I know nothing about NHL. I never really followed it. It's like soccer for me, where it goes back, it goes forth, it goes back, it goes forth, it goes back. I start to tune out. Just can't quite hang in there with my attention span. Shervin, seems like the U.S. has moved on from the whole COVID concerns. People are moving on already, and NBA is returning. College and NFL will definitely have a season at this point. Yeah, I never could buy in the fact that they could keep this thing shut down for much longer. You push the envelope as far as they could. Frankly, I'm surprised they've been able to keep it closed as long as they've had. I thought people were going to freak out before this point. So the fact that they were been able to hold it as they had, but I would guess that we're going to see training camp. There's going to be some kind of reduction. I don't know if we're going to see fans. That's the one thing, Shervins, I'd say is that, you want to talk about the quickest way to make something spread. You get 50,000 people compacted under a building. That's a quick way to make something reinvigorate through the population. But with that said, you can play this with just the TV. There's going to be more of a television watching audience than ever before now, even if people do start to go out a little bit. Irina Milan says, in the preseason, Paxton Lynch looked way better than Geno Smith to me. Yeah, he did not play him in the preseason, Irina. You are correct. That was one of those interesting decisions where the management had seemingly made their decision on Geno and said, we're sticking with him regardless of the preseason play. I think the tough thing for Paxton is that when you read the reports coming out of training camp, not the games in preseason, but the training camp reports ripped him apart. I mean, it was... I'd listen to KJR or not KJR, but 710 in the morning, and they would just be talking about some of the throws he'd make where he'd throw it into the ground, and they just go, what were you looking at? What were you throwing at? So he was a gamer. That's what they would say. I mean, man, what a gamer he got in the preseason, and he'd ball out. But yeah, it was a little, I guess it was a little rough in training camp. That was what the report said. I would guess, Shervin says, I would guess fans allowed at a limited capacity. Maybe, Shervins. Yeah, maybe. It's going to be a very reduced. I'd say 1/4 is our best case scenario right now. If they end up letting half the fans back, I will be shocked. Before Marquez, what is up, my man? Good to see you in the chat. Good to see you in the chat, man. Good playing with you last night. You let you and Jaharus carry me through the video game session. Internet says KJ Wright played great last year. I'm concerned Jordan will be a bust. Well, let me assuage your fears on this internet. Number one, I think KJ played really good last year. I don't know if I go great, but I'll go really good. He certainly was better than he's played in recent years. I thought last couple of years his play really started to kind of and last year he really kind of came alive. He was back out doing the screen whisperer stuff, a sure tackler. Like I said, top 5, I think, in the league in tackles last year. And he had a couple picks even. I think the Carolina game, he might have even had 2 picks. So he definitely played a lot better. And it's a lot of the reason why I say I think he's going to still continue to be our starting will linebacker. From Pete Carroll's standpoint, from Ken Norton's standpoint, they look at him and they say, this is a guy who played really well for us last year. And he's a guy who, why should we move him out? If it's not broke, why fix it? And I think that with Jordan, it's not that he's going to be a bust. It's just that with Jordan Brooks, his best eventual position is going to be the middle linebacker position. And I really believe in the bottom of my heart that there's been some kind of conversation that's occurred between the Seahawks front office and Bobby Wagner's camp. And they said, and Bobby Wagner's camp has probably communicated to them, hey, this isn't going to last more than a couple more years. And by a couple more years, I mean like 2. So Seattle went out, found his replacement at this point in time to grab him and take him, a guy who could play in a pinch, those other outside linebacker positions in this time. But at the end of the day, I think that that's where he's slotted long-term. And I think he's going to actually play the middle linebacker position really well when he gets into that role, because some of his coverage liabilities that I've got issues with will be a little bit reduced at that point. Just a little bit. Carl Neary, what's up, Carl? What's up, Carl, man? How you doing? Let's go. Let's go. What are good done was what moves for the offseason are you happy with where we have? I think we've got a couple more moves, Carl, that we need to still go out and make. I think either it's going to be Jaharus Clowney or Everson Griffin, and then Snacks Harrison. Those are the two kind of moves I would look to see Seattle make. And Josh Gordon appears to be at least somewhat on the radar to some degree. Somebody mentioned in the chat that he's as of yet not got an offer from Seattle. I think Seattle's waiting on the NFL commissioner's office to finally reinstate him and put him off the exemption list. But those would be the three moves I would look for them to make. If they make those moves at this point, I would feel overall satisfied to a degree with the offseason, but I'm not blown away. I'm not, I would have wanted maybe to see a little bit more, not a ton more. I was really advocating at the start of this offseason for saying Seattle Seahawks this offseason need to go through it. Mortgage the future, go for broke. Don't think about tomorrow, think of the now. You're in Russell Wilson's prime. You're in his window. And I do still believe those things. And that's why I am still a little bit lukewarm at times on this offseason, because I don't think that you're taking advantage of that. I've got questions in regards to this offensive line. I do. And I do think the defense will be better and more improved. I still have some issues with some of the schematic problems that are in play and some of the other issues that we've talked about in the past. So those things still exist, but you can't deny if you can get Clowney back in the fold, if you can get Snacks Harrison in as a one tech with Poona Ford, you start to look at the team and you go, okay, all we need is like one or two of the young guys to pop over the last couple of years that we've drafted. We don't need all of them to pop, just one or two of them to give us some kind of production. LJ Collier, give us some run stuffing on early downs. Darrell Taylor, as a rotational pass rusher, get us 4, 5, 6 sacks in your rookie year. That's all we need to get this defense elevated into a better position, because they were worse than the league last year. We get to league average state, we'll be an elite team. We don't need to be top 5. We just need to get to league average. And I'm getting mine on my chat. I'm so sorry. Marquez says, when are you going to hop on Fortnite? I'll be back on Fortnite tonight, I'm sure, Marquez. Maxwell CERN, why do we have so many running backs? I feel like it's too many. Well, Maxwell, there certainly seems to be some worries with Rashad Penny. Everybody, I think, has already made their peace with the fact that Penny's probably going to start out the year on the inactive list. He's probably not coming back till week 8. And indeed, there might be even a potential here that we might be looking at him having to have a whole nother year where he's not able to really go. I don't think that that's likely to happen, but at the end of the day, the signing of Carlos Hyde is eye-opening and indicative, it would seem, of the fact that they don't like the running back core and they're trying to really bump it up. I mean, DJ Dallas, Chris Carson, Travis Homer, Rashad Penny, Carlos Hyde. You're really loaded up for bear there. And you'd almost feel like they seem to think that it's the running back that makes the running game work, not necessarily the offensive line, because they really seem to put their assets from the first round pick in Rashad Penny a couple years ago to the money we're seeing now kind of invested in. It's a bit odd. But one thing's for sure, we're not going to fall to a injury situation where we're so decimated next year where we're going to probably be signing Marshawn Lynch off the street like we did this last year. They don't want to seem to get back in that situation, which just kind of bums me out. I would have liked to have seen Marshawn Lynch back personally. Dustin Elrod, Seahawks fan, says Shaun Alexander. My newest thing, Dustin, is I say that when I look at the Seahawks running position and Seahawks history, I now say it through this view. If you're looking at the Seattle Seahawks running back history and saying, okay, who was the best, who's the most talented, you got to look at through 3 facets. Who was the best? Who was the most talented? Who was the most productive? The best is Marshawn Lynch. Sorry, he's the best. The most talented is Kurt Warner. The most productive is Shaun Alexander. Clowney interview at 100 subs. So Jaharus is saying that we're going to get a Jadeveon interview here with the Seahawks Nest if we can get him up to 100 subs. And by the way, Carl, that's your duty here. We got Jaharus Clowney in the chat. We got some of the Clowney family here in the chat. So everybody, I put it up in my description section. If you haven't already, please do go to Jaharus's channel and sub to him because he's a good young man. Salt the earth. And man, I'm sorry, I've gotten behind on my chat. Thank you, Tobias. You've done your Seahawks duty on the day, and I salute you. Nathaniel Parks, what's up? I don't know why I said Perks. Freudian slip. Tobias Larson, you said that you believe Collier is going to be a bust. How does his score on PFF have to be for him not to be a bust in your eyes? I rub it in if he doesn't become a bust. So for me, I guess, again, with him, it's the player of, I think what's going to happen with LJ a lot is he's going to be in on early downs to stop the run. I don't know if he's going to get as many opportunities to rush the passer. So it's going to be limited in that respect. Now, if he stops the run really well, but he gets you nothing as a pass rush, and you spent a first-round pick on that guy, that's where I'm going to have a hard time with that. If that's his only value to the team is that he's not doing any sort of pass rush. But if he can get to even a league average state, league average as a defensive end, then you got me, Tobias. You got me. I done got at that point. But you got to get him to at least league average, middle of the road. That's all I need to see. Don't need to see Pro Bowl, All Pro, none of that. No. Just give me the league average with LJ Collier, and you can rub it in all day. Dustin Elrod, Seahawks Berm. Our excuse for Super Bowl 49 is that Earl and Sherman were hurt. Dustin, and not just them. Remember, this is more than that. You've got those two guys hurt with serious injuries, by the way. Not just like, well, they twisted an ankle, and Sherman had a torn ligament in his arm. Earl Thomas had a separated shoulder. Cam Chancellor had a torn MCL that he suffered 2 days before the game. And then do not forget Jeremy Lane, who the Patriots attacked with that slot corner position. The Patriots attacked throughout the rest of the game. And why? Because Jeremy Lane went out after he intercepted Tom Brady. So we were down 4 guys basically in that secondary. Yeah, Barry hit it on the track. Thank you for the donation, Barry. And you hit it right on the button. Injuries. It isn't the one play at the end. It's the fact your Legion of Boom, the foundation of your defense, was a walking wounded core, every one of them. I appreciate that, Tobias. Internet. Who will be the breakout rookie for the Seahawks this season? I'll go to Damian Lewis, internet, but I will say also the more film that I watch of Colby Parkinson, the more excited I get. Because he really does have great ball skills, and he's so tall and big and able to jump high and go up and get it. And like I was talking about earlier in the stream, that's going to be a great skill set for Russell Wilson. I think just if he can even get into the red zone, you get 5-6 touchdowns out of that kid. Maybe he doesn't give you a lot of catches, maybe a lot of yards, but you can use him in that specialized role. I'd put him as then in my breakout. But if not him, then Damian Lewis. Yeah, Dustin, that's mine. 2005, more heartbreaking. It just is for me. It just is. Nathaniel Parks, what do you think about LJ coming out and saying that he vows redemption this season after a horrible rookie season? Do you think he will rebound? Well, like you, I heard the interview, and I'm old enough over the years to hear a lot of interviews that are like that from players who, they get very sensitive to the criticism and people going, we just didn't see it. It's easy to have fiery passion in the offseason and say, I'm working my butt off, I'm doing everything. And maybe it's the truth. Maybe it is the truth. But I've got to see it on the field a little bit. And the problem with LJ Collier is I think he had 88 snaps last season, not one pressure, not one pass rush win. I think he had a couple tackles, maybe. The issue comes into play is where are the flashes? And I understand he had the high ankle sprain, and that explains a lot of it. And it's not a poor excuse, the high ankle sprain. It's legitimate. There's been many players throughout the past who've spoken about having a high ankle sprain earlier on in the year and then having it linger throughout. The one interesting thing with LJ Collier's interview I will speak to, though, is that he said there's about halfway into the point where he said that he was ready to go about halfway into the year, and he just couldn't get into the rotation. And this doesn't fall in line with what Schneider said, which is that the foot injury lingered throughout the year and caused him problems throughout the year, and he was never up to 100% healthy. I think that's a very interesting little point there, and again speaks to what I'm saying, which is that I think, again, he might be a little bit limited as a prospect. I still think he has some upside as a run-stuffing defensive end. And then that's important on this defense because Pete Carroll, first and foremost, wants to stop the run. But I have worries with him as far as a pass rush goes. That's where really I think for me, that's the fly in the ointment for me. Jose says, check out my channel, just not my last 2 videos. I will, man. I told you, Jaharus, my peoples are loyal here, man. They're loyal and they're loyal Seahawks fans. They want the Clowney crew to continue and remain part of the Seahawks family. We're just trying to bring you guys back into the fold here, man. We're going to bring you back in the fold. That's all we're doing. Yeah, and I don't fault LJ for saying it either, Dustin. I get why. I'm glad LJ said it. I hope he's got that fiery passion and burn in his belly to go out there and perform. And it's not his fault he was a little overdrafted at the end of the day. He would have been probably a second-round pick for me, probably a later second-round pick. But to pick him in the first round after all those other players were taken, after there was better value on the board, it will probably always kind of bother me just a tiny little bit. Evergreen, Jeremy Lane compound fracture in his elbow and tore his ACL at the same time. That's right. It was not just one injury. It was a double injury for Lane in that game with the ACL and the compound fracture. And both of those injuries lingered for him, I think, for the rest of his career. He was never quite right after that. But that was the big decimating factor. You could probably have gotten by with Sherman operating with one wing and, maybe Earl Thomas having his shoulder hanging on by a thread. And maybe Cam Chancellor out there having his knee, cracking every time he's moving around out on the football field. But then you lose your slot corner when the Patriots had Julian Edelman, and Brady is a master at attacking mismatches. So if you've got your 4th cornerback out on the field there at that point, he's going to go after it all day long. And we don't have really built within the tenets of our defense a double team that much. We really don't like to double up very often. So he was able to just kill it after that. And we lost Averill as well, I think. Averill went down to a concussion, I think, early in that game. We just got decimated. Seahawks O says, what's up, Seahawks O? Or Zero, Seahawks Zero. What do you think of John Ursula? I like John Ursula. Boy, you see the Instagram that he posted where he's got all yoked up, man. He looks like he's gotten freaking bodybuilder big this offseason. Put the H away, John. It's going a little too hard at it. No, I'm kidding. I liked Ursula a lot when he was on the football field last year. Ursula's limitations are he's got about 30-inch arms. And when you combine that with his size, you're never going to be able to play him out on the outside. So he's got to do his work on the inside. When you look at the front office and the moves they've made this offseason, though, what you do tend to see is the Philip Dorsett signing especially would be pointing to them signing Dorsett to move him into the slot specifically. You already had Tyler Lockett, who's going to operate out of the slot a lot on his own as well. This makes me kind of think and believe that right now Ursula's behind the 8 ball, let's say behind a guy like Swain of making the roster. And I think even a guy like Swain, it's a long shot that even he makes the team. So Ursula's probably a little bit behind the 8 ball, but he's a gamer. He's kind of gritty. He can get open out of that slot. You saw it on his college tape, and the limited chances he got last season, he made him go. He made him work. So I can't I can't deny that, Seahawks Zero. I like him from that respect, but that'll be the part that probably holds him back most, is that he can only play in the slot. Tobias, Dustin Owen, Seahawks burn. He could have said, I'm looking forward to next season, and that would have been it. I agree with you, but he still does sound motivated. Last year was embarrassing. Yeah, he's going to have to bring it more this year. You get in the NFL, you can get 1 year. People go, okay, we'll give you a year to realize you don't quite have it. And again, you relate it back to a guy like Rasheem Green, who, he didn't give us any production his first year. He did give us great production in preseason. He showed you flashes in preseason of that rookie year going, oh, look at this guy. Look at what he could become. But with that said, he didn't do much for you during the year, and we all gave him a pass. And so look, guys come out of college. It takes a while to adjust. You get an early injury like that, we'll see how it goes. I'm not totally down on him. I think he's going to be just awful, but I do got my worries there with it. I'm behind. I've gotten behind. Team 12s. What's up, Team 12s? Welcome on in the chat. Good to see you. Yeah, I hear players being motivated all the time. And I'm sure he is motivated. There's no doubt about it. Hockey Boy 5517, bring back Clowney 2020. Well, Hockey Boy, if you want to go to the cause of bringing back Clowney, if you want to do something tangible right now that can go help Clowney and Team 12s, please go do this as well. I put in my description section the link to a fellow YouTuber. His name is Jaharus Clowney. So if you want to bring Jaharus, you want to see Jadeveon Clowney come back, you want to see Jaharus go reach out to some family and say, hey, you need to stay with this team. And go sub to Jaharus's channel, even if it's not your cup of tea, because you'll be doing your Seahawks duty on the day and going far to bring back our man, JD. I might be gone when you read this. No worries, Team 12. Sorry I missed it, man. I try to stay up on the chat, but I always fall behind. I just can't read fast enough. Yeah, throwbacks are sexy, Dustin. I love those throwbacks. That silver looks nice. Real nice. Until our newest uniforms, that I didn't like the in-between uniforms we had, those blues. I'm silver to the news. I like both of those sides, but not the I don't like the old one. They would be tight uniforms, internet. No doubt about it. Jeremy Bohm, what's up? 49 turned when Cliff Rabel went out for concussion. Yep, same thing. I think that was it's kind of the turning point. You can mark it's where Cliff went out or where Jeremy Lane went down, one of the two. I think either of those two you could point to as being all right, that was too much. That was one injury too much. We just can't sustain. We can't bring him back up into this and keep out at our point. And I think in that game, Michael Bennett was the only guy getting us any kind of real pass rush after Cliff went down. So it hurt. That wasn't the injury situation. Again, it's a very simplistic approach to go and look at Super Bowl 49 and say, well, it was the last play. We should have run with Marshawn Lynch. Coach Carroll's an idiot. It's the dumbest move of all time. Just as stupid. But a game is never played by one play. There's 60 minutes of football that lead up to that play. That's more indicative of what determines who wins and loses rather than the one single last play. Benefan 94 and Steelers Super Bowl was a steal by halfway through the second quarter. I'd even go further than that, internet. I think it happened when the first drive of the Seahawks. They go right up the field on the first drive, and you get a play where Darrell Jackson has first the contacts initiated by the defender who reaches out and grabs Darrell Jackson to keep him in place in the back of the end zone. Darrell knocks his arms off of him, and then the ball's thrown to him and catches the touchdown, and it's pass interference on Darrell Jackson in that moment. And that was right from that moment, you went, okay. And I remember even Michael Irvin at the time, who had no dog in the fight, was like, I did that through my whole career. That's not pass interference. And again, the key being the defender initiates the contact on Jackson. He's the guy who initially reaches for the arm, causing Jackson to have to try to get his arms off of him. Shervin says, I don't understand why 2005 Super Bowl would be rigged. What's the point? The point, Shervins, would have been to raise the NFL brand. And the NFL brand is going to be raised by who? The Seahawks at the time winning, whose brand was very small in the NFL. They weren't necessarily widely known as they are now. Or having a blue blood organization like the Steelers win it. What's going to be better for the particular brand of the NFL at that time? Well, probably the Steelers winning it. And again, look at the commercials through the first three quarters. I'll do eventually a video on this. I promise you guys I will. And I'll show you all the calls, Shervin, so that you can watch every one of them and really see what was going on. But there's no doubt in my mind it was rigged, because play in and play out, you saw the evidence of that. It wasn't just one play here or one play in the second quarter or a random play here. It was throughout the whole course of the game. You could watch it happen. Oh, play and play out again. I mean, you have literally a play in the Super Bowl. Oh, it says I'm offline. Am I okay, guys? Hopefully I'm okay here. It just said I'm offline. But you got a play where Matt Hasselbeck throws an interception, Shervins. He tackles the guy, and they call a penalty on Matt Hasselbeck of an illegal block on the tackle. That's how ridiculous it got. I mean, huh? I feel like our top blue bottom gray uniforms are cursed. We always play horrible in them. Internet. Do you think the Seattle will ever get the Sonics back? I want to watch NHL, but I don't have any attachments to any team. Same. I do think internet, we will eventually get the Sonics back. 100%. I think we will. It's ridiculous. You've got teams in Memphis and Charlotte, and you don't have a team in Seattle, especially with as loyal as we were as a fan base. So I would say within the next 10 years, you're going to see a Seattle Sonic team back here. Yes. I echo your sentiments as far as the NHL goes. I'll try to do my best to pick it up as a team and follow it, but it just doesn't resonate with me as a sport. It's just never been one that I've really watched or loved a lot. I like the physicality to a degree. I can get why people are into it, but it's like I said, it's soccer, where it becomes a lot of just back and forth and not a lot happening, you know? Carl Neary, thank you so much for the $30 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. You're blazing for me, man. I'll be blazing for you as soon as I'm off stream on this. And we will do our Patreon before the season blaze up, before the first game. I promise you on that. So we'll figure that out. I promise you. Thank you so much for that dono, man. And I got you. Internet, just no fans and charge more for TV rights. Yeah, I think that, and here's the thing too, is if, even if you don't charge more for TV rights, you're going to have more TV ratings, will eventually help you in negotiations with the television companies and the networks. I think they already have kind of a sliding type scale in place for when the ratings do improve that they do get paid more to some kind of degree on that, be it that you're getting more in the revenue from the endorsements and the commercials and whatnot. But there'll be no doubt. I mean, if they do lose fans, yes, they'll lose that revenue. And we've heard 35% of the revenue would be lost at that point, but they will be gaining back. You'll be looking at 10, 15, 20% increase as far as viewership goes on the TV, because there's just not been any sports. The hunger for it will be there. Fans will be just chomping at the bit, Hockey Boy says, owners say they are protesting the other team to get all the fans in the stadiums, but you need to buy a ticket. Hockey Boy, can you expand on that? I don't know what you meant by that, man. I'm sorry. Owners say they are protesting their team to get all the fans in the stadium, but you need to buy a ticket. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean on that. Paxton had one good game. Gino was more steady. Yeah, and I think Jeremy probably Gino was better, and we don't know. I don't have the video, but I'm sure he was probably better in training camp, and that drove a lot of that decision making as well. As he probably just looked better, and that was what the reports were saying as well, is that he was just looking better and more steady in that role. D Nugget, watch Blue Eyed and Black Eyed Experiment Jane Elliott here on YouTube. Okay. The GOAT, no, we haven't heard any Quinton Dunbar news. I think it is telling the GOAT, I will say this, that the commissioner hasn't put him on the exemption list. Because they can throw a guy on the exemption list and then go do the investigations afterwards. And they will do that in certain cases and stances, but they did not do that here. So I would say that that's a bonus for Quinton Dunbar. It's not an end all be all that he won't be maybe put on that exemption list. But I think if you were to lean towards saying what's percentages here, we'd say there's probably about an 80% to 85% chance that he's probably going to be active on the Seahawks roster, day one, game one, etc. Internet, why can't NFL do video on demand and take over the video rights? Well, they do. Internet, they do have video on demand right now, pretty much. You just have to wait for all the games to be played, but then you can go watch all the games on the NFL ticket thing that you can get. So, you can technically do that right now if you wanted to. It's probably not exactly what you're meaning, but, it's a form. In a form, you can do that right now, especially with what they offer with the all 22 tape, where you can see from the end zone angles and stuff if you want to watch the games. The fact the NFL offers that, and they don't overprice it. I feel like that's a pretty appropriate price product. I like it too. I'm going to be buying it here soon. I think they do pretty good with that. They could certainly do a little bit more, but they do all right with that. Dustin Elrod says, as a Seahawks fan, Sean Alexander had more yards, more TDs, more rushes, more games, higher yards per carry, et cetera, than Lynch. So how is Lynch a better Seahawk running back? Well, Dustin, nothing happens in a vacuum on a on an NFL football team. Nothing does at all. Things are beholden to other aspects of it, especially the running back position. And the running back position has historically told us that a lot of what you do from a production standpoint comes from what you have up in front of you. Who's blocking for you? So when you look at a guy like Walter Jones, Hall of Famer, potentially the best blocking left tackle of all time, Marshawn Lynch didn't have that blocking for him. Okay. Steve Hutchinson, Hall of Famer. Marshawn Lynch never had that. Really think about this for a second, Dustin. This guy had 2 Hall of Famers blocking for him on the left side throughout most of his career with Seattle. That's a huge benefit. That doesn't even take into account that he had a Pro Bowl center, that he had a Pro Bowl fullback, a guy that was just an absolute meat cleaver of a player that would clear linebackers out of the hole like nobody's business. Production's great. Yards are great. All those things that you pointed to are great. But at the end of the day, a lot of that impact came from the fact that he had guys up front opening those holes. And then he didn't just have an offense that couldn't throw the ball as well. He had a fairly not prolific, but an upper level passing offense, Mike Holmgren with his West Coast offense, that also allowed for Shaun Alexander to really thrive. Seattle, for instance, had a way that they would go about games that was very different from what we see with our Seattle Seahawks, where Holmgren would pass to open up the run. And what I mean by that is he would start out games throwing the ball first, second quarter, and then in the third quarter, then start running it when teams weren't expecting it. Everything was built for Shaun Alexander to be successful within that system. I can't conversely say that about Marshawn Lynch necessarily. He wasn't necessarily given upper level blockers in front of him. You know, Michael Robinson was an all right fullback, but he was nothing compared to Max Strong, who is the best fullback in Seattle Seahawks history, probably by far. So that's just where I stand on it, Dustin. It's as much the eye test for me, understanding the other factors that come into play on the player. I am getting behind, TJ, you're right, but I'm going to catch up. Thoughts on Marquise Blair potential and him working with Cam? I love Shervin's. I love Marquise Blair's potential through the roof. The games he played last year, some of the hits that he made, what he provides on the field that's so different than what you have on the rest of the roster. I really would love to see him on the football field. The worry and issue comes into play is that right now you got Bradley McDougald and Quandre Diggs out there as your starters. And Bradley McDougald, the team is very high on. We saw the stat released out in this last week that pointed to him as being the 7th or 8th best covering defender in the entire NFL last year. So you would think that it's going to be very hard for him to get out on the football field unless there's an injury or Seattle does look to make a trade. So I doesn't take away from the fact I still think he has Pro Bowl potential, but I can't move Quandre Diggs out of the starting free safety role with what he did when he came onto the team in that 49er game. And it's going to be hard to move out Bradley as well. You know, it's a head scratching situation as to what they do there. And I don't have a good answer for you, but I love Marquise Blair. I had some trepidations with him when he was first drafted about what he could do, just because the NFL has legislated the physicality out of the game so much, especially in the secondary, but he found a way to make it work last year. He did. I think he's going to be able to rack a few fools and be effective at that. Dustin Elron says, if we count non-Seahawks stats, then Jerry Rice and T.O. are better than wide receivers than Largent. Let me reread that. If we count non-Seahawks stats, then Jerry Rice and T.O. are better wide receivers than Largent. Yeah, see, that's where I'm saying, though, I think, Dustin, I'm not just relying on stats. That's why I segmented between the 3 different players separately, is that I'm trying to separate from the stats. It's not just statistics when you look at a player, especially like a running back or a receiver, when so much of it is rely upon who's throwing you the football. Terrell Owens started out his career with Steve Young throwing him the football. Jerry Rice had Joe Montana and Steve Young throwing him the football. Steve Largent had Jimmy Zorn and Dave Craig throwing him the football. There's a little bit of a difference between that, right? You got to bring that into play, Dustin, right? You got to factor that in when you're looking at that situation. The other thing that you probably want to think about as well is that when Largent retired, he had every major statistical category a wide receiver could have locked down. He had all the records, most touchdown catches, receptions, all that, go down the list. He had them all when he retired. Okay, Jerry came right behind him because the 49ers were starting to open up and throw the ball more than ever before. He had Montana. They had that team they put together. And so Rice was able to go through the roof. And I'm not going to take anything away from Jerry Rice. Fantastic player, probably the best wide receiver of all time. But at the end of the day, you got to factor some of those other things into play. It's not just nothing happens in a vacuum. Tobias Larson says, there should be a couple of pictures you can find, Tobias, if you search Twitter. There's a cool shot of Cam like looking at him, and it's like super badass. I'm catching up. Shaun Alexander was a little bit, yeah, I agree. Magic Vlogs, Dustin, Lynch made plays that excited the fans also. Sean Alexander was kind of carried by an amazing OL. Yeah. Ryan Hurd, what's up, Ryan Hurd? Sorry, I got a little behind on the chat. We're catching up here. What do you think is holding Seattle back from another Super Bowl? Or what could be the biggest factor going forward to getting back to another Super Bowl? There's two things holding us back, Ryan. Then these are the two things I pointed to coming into this offseason. Number one, a lack of pass rush. Number two, a lack of talent on the offensive line. It's very, very cliched to say that you win in the football in the trenches. And it becomes even more cliched now as we move into the modern era where the passing attacks and other factors of the game have come in and taken hold as far as importance goes. But the way the Seahawks team has built their team is old school all the way. So if it's going to be old school all the way, then the cliches fit. The shoe fits, then wear it. And that's the case here. And I don't know that Seattle's done enough in recent history to bring in what they need to do to make all of that work. The whole rest of your team will, in my estimation, work if you've got the pass rush and if you've got the talented offensive line that can move people off the ball and pass protect so Russell Wilson doesn't have the ever-loving crap beat out of him. Because I think one of the things that holds us back in my list of things that holds us back is that having that line protects Russell. And Russell is due for an injury, and Russell could eventually get himself beat up and hurt if you keep letting him get just mangled year in and year out because you're not putting the right offensive line out there to protect him. So those are the two things I come to. For me, it's not skill positions or secondary play or better running backs. It's actually getting back to the identity of your team, which is the lines, both lines, offensive line and defensive line, specifically on the offensive line, moving people off the ball. If I got to pick one or the other, I need everybody on that offensive line to be able to move people off the ball. I don't care about the talent across from you. I need you to be able to dominate on that side to make the rest of the offense work appropriately. Shervin's Dam would be awesome if Cam would teach him a few pins. Yeah, I'd love it if Cam Chancellor teaches Marquise a few tricks about how to hit without causing those penalties, which Cam figured out how to do early in his career, get his head out of the hit. And Marquise did that pretty well too. So, Dustin, I agree. Our division is definitely holding us back. We got probably the toughest division in football, and probably actually by far. Top to bottom, there's no weak links. There's no, easy just walk over type team. Oh, that's an easy 2 wins all day long. Nope. They should all be dog fights, and they've been dog fights the last couple of years. Traditionally, division games throughout the entire NFL always tend to be very close and hard-fought affairs, but it seems like even more so with our division. Maybe it just feels that way, but that's what it feels like to me when I watch us play. Just every game just feels like an absolute war. Shervins, I agree. Blair has elite potential. He's got an ability to be potentially a Pro Bowl player because I think you can play him if you're looking at getting innovative as we move forward as an organization. Marquise Blair to me can play eventually either the free safety or strong safety role. You could eventually be pairing him with another guy who eventually has that same kind of skill set, which would allow you to run your defense a little bit more multifaceted. You could still run into your cover 1, cover 3 techniques, but now you don't know which safety is going to be the one dropping into that cover 1, who's going to be that deep center field safety. That can make it a little bit more harder for offenses to predict and understand what you're doing defensively prior to the snap, which has been a problem with our defense kind of in the last couple of years, where teams really know what we're doing prior to the snap, which makes it all that much easier on the quarterback to make his reads and go where he needs to go in order to take advantage of your schematic deficiencies. Yeah, Jeremy, I'd even offer Sean ran harder inside the red zone. That was certainly a part of his game that stood out to him, is that, he'd run as hard as Marshawn Lynch inside the 20, but between the 20s, not as much. He was looking for the big play. That's the thing with it too, Dustin, that Sean's thing was big play, big play, big play. So you go 3-4 runs, he's got you -2 yards, 1 yard, -3 yards, but then he busts out a 34-yarder and his yards per carry average looks great. But playing and play out, he's not getting you the positive yards, keeping the chains moving, keeping the first downs going, which is something that Marshawn Lynch had to his game. Where Marshawn could have a guy come in the backfield, it's going to be a -2 yard play, and he might get you only 3 yards out of it, but it was a 5-yard swing of difference there in what he was doing. And again, a harder stat to measure because it's only a 3-yard gain on the way that it shows up in the box score. But when you watch it to your eyes, there was so much more going on in those moments. Every player has elite potential. Potential does not do jack squat. That's true. I don't know if I'd say every player has elite potential. For instance, Dustin, I would say Delano Hill never had elite potential. Tedrick Thompson never had elite potential. I don't think Bradley McDougall has ever elite potential. So I don't think that I would agree with you there. There's some players who have elite potential. They've got a skill set that you go, okay, that can do a variety of different things that allows them to then become elite. And then there are players that have a certain skill set that allows them to be lended towards doing one certain thing. Let's take another guy, LJ Collier. I don't like his pass rush. I don't think he's going to be a very effective pass rusher throughout his career, but he'll be a good run stuffing for tech defensive end for this team, I think, as far as early downs and stopping the run. Does that mean he has elite potential? No. Just means that he's can be good at that one factor of the game. Yeah, Sean had a great all-time one. Sean wins all three categories. Fair enough, Dustin. I understand where you're coming from, man. To each his own. Internet, when season kicks off, we got to watch a game together, Broseph. Well, internet, I'm going to be streaming the games from my home here. So I may go out into a bar and do a gathering here at some point at a place, maybe here. I'm trying to think about something like that. I'm turning over my mind. Yeah, Roxanne, we lost Cliff in that game. In the Patriot game. Tango Mango. What's up, Tango Mango? Is Josh Gordon going to successfully be able to take advantage of the current white guilt situation in the NFL? I don't know, Tango. I don't know. I think he'll be able to take advantage of, I think, the fact that the NFL drug policy is going to get probably reduced with this new CBA, and that maybe the commissioner gets a little bit more lax on some of his own stances that he's hardlined in regards to their drug policies. But again, as I spoke about earlier, a lot of their drug policies aren't coming from the fact that the NFL is a Gestapo that hates drugs. They're doing it because they're bootlicking to the government and they want their tax exemption status. They want to pay low taxes. They do that by sticking to the government line in that respect. Dustin, the Seahawks, since Russ, have stood through the rise and fall of Jim Harbaugh, the rise and fall of the Cards, the brief rise and fall of the Rams, and we will see the fruit of the 49ers again. Could be. The Niners are making some strong moves, Dustin, and I really do think Shanahan is a very good young offensive mind in this game. I don't think that he's a smoke and mirrors offensive coordinator. I think he definitely has some good talent and ability to draw up plays and scheme things open very easily for his players at times, which makes it very hard to play them. As well, I like what Lynch is doing as a front office general manager. He's made some very solid moves, not all of them perfect, not all of them working out, but he's building the team in the right way, the way I'd like to see our team built in a lot of respects. Nathaniel Park says, who will get more snaps and why, Darrell Taylor or LJ? I'm going to go Nathaniel Parks with saying LJ Collier gets more snaps simply because I think that the pass rush rotation is going to be pretty stacked up. If let's say I anticipate that we sign Clowney and we bring Clowney in and you've got Rasheem Green here, and then you've got LJ Collier and Shaquem Griffin, who will get his 15 to 20 snaps off the edge. That's really going to probably reduce down the amount Darrell's going to be able to get in there. And he's still got to compete against Alton Robinson. I mean, maybe Alton comes in and right out the gate, Alton's more ready to be a pass rusher, more refined, and Darrell comes into bloom a little bit down the road. So I would probably lean to LJ, but not from a pass rush standpoint, more snaps, just because he's going to get more snaps on early rundowns. National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Hello. What's up? Oh no, not Discord. It's Hawk Nest or someone random. What's up, National Aeronautics and Space Administration? Always good to see you in the chat. Potential sits on the bench. Well, Dustin, you're right. Potential will be sitting on the bench in the form Marquise Blair to start the year, at least unless they trade Bradley McDougall, which, though, I will say I would not be surprised to see potentially a eventual trade with Bradley McDougall to another team right around early in the preseason. You could free up a little bit of money. Maybe you go get a 4th, 5th round pick back. You've got already Marquise Blair ready to start for you. So there's a potential of that as well. Rick Cepeda, I salute you. You've done your Seahawk duty on the day. And just as one reminder, anybody out there, we've got in my description section a link to a YouTube channel. It's one Jaharus Clowney. So if you haven't already, please do subscribe to Mr. Clowney's YouTube channel. Show the Clowney family the love. Let them know we want to bring Jadeveon back on into the fold here, and you'll be doing so by subbing to his channel. I knew what you meant, Dustin. National Air Space Minutes. There's 2 YouTubers called Hawks Nest, one for sports, one for COD Mobile. Yeah, I've heard that on that one. I didn't see him when I was creating my channel originally, National Aeronautics, but he seems to have a pretty big channel. So, Dustin Elrod, why did you see their collapse? I'm a little behind on my chat. Sorry, folks, here, bear with me. You know, just as you think you catch up, you fall behind. Okay, we're back here, I think. Do you think it's underappreciated? Who do you think is underappreciated on the Seahawks? I think too many fans want to move on from Bradley McDougald, and he's been consistent and did especially well when he had Diggs as the other safety. Ryan, I do think that Bradley's probably underappreciated, especially with that stat you see come out last week, said he was the 8th best defender in coverage. He's solid in the running game as a tackler. I think you're probably on the right track with that. The thing with me, it's not as much I'm down on Bradley McDougald as I just think his top end has been topped out. We know what his top end is. And I tend to think with a guy like Marquise Blair, his top end is going to be a little bit above that. That's what drives for me is I want to see the best potential team out there. I don't want to see draft picks sitting on the bench if they're going to be better players than what you have on the field, even if what you have on the field is a pretty darn good player. But with that said, you're probably on the right track. I would probably say that that's a good, I'm thinking if there's anybody else, but I would say that that's probably a pretty good pick. Dustin Elrod, we ain't a one-year stand. We're a long marriage. We are a long marriage. Seahawks are built for the long haul. There's no doubt about that. And you've seen that in this offseason with the moves. In the respect of that, Seattle's not just gone for broke this year. They've still got their 2-3-year plan in place. I think Jordan Brooks, that pick is based upon him eventually being the middle linebacker successor to Bobby Wagner. So they certainly look down the road. They're not just in the now. Tobias Larson, did you read the article by Nick Shoot from NFL top 10 players in coverage? B-Mac was number 8. Yep. As I was just saying, yep, I did see that. Internet. What does it mean that Clowney rejected the Browns offer? Well, Internet. I'm putting in. Jaharus can maybe speak to this as much as anybody because Jaharus put it at 70% the other night. I'm going to put about 60% that Clowney comes back to the Seahawks at this point. It speaks to the fact that he doesn't want to go play for Cleveland because he knows that that's where players go to die, and it speaks to the fact that he does want to go and play on a winner, which again speaks to the fact for me, Internet, that Clowney will be back to Seattle, because I don't think that the Tennessee Titans are going to be where it's at either. And it was funny having an argument with JD in the chat with Jaharus the other night, because Jaharus was trying to get JD to go to the Patriots. And I said, no, you're not going to do that, because Bill Belichick wouldn't know how to use Clowney right, because he'd ask Clowney to just take up blockers, and then he'd have people blitzing and getting his corners and safeties in there trying to make the plays, because Bill wants to show you how brilliant he is. And Mike Vrabel is a head coach for the Tennessee Titans who comes from the Bill Belichick tree in the same line of thinking. So I just don't think that they're going to be able to utilize Jadeveon in the best way, the most appropriate way, like you would be able to be utilized here with our Seattle Seahawks. Magic Vlogs, thank you for subbing to our young Mr. Clowney. You've done your Seahawk duty on the day, my man. Internet. I never understood the helmet rule because they can't just put decals over the helmet. I don't get it either, Internet. It's a silly, arbitrary rule that doesn't seem to have anything based on anything. I don't get why. What does it matter? I guess they're just worried about every week NFL teams like putting a new helmet on or something, I guess. Is there, Ryan Hurd says, is there a position group that you think is the most at risk from injury? Besides quarterback, is there a position group that could wreck our Super Bowl hopes with an injury? Running back was last year. I think our defensive line. Yeah, I think our defensive line. You've brought in a bunch of guys that are on, you got some unproven kind of developmental guys, and you got some older guys. And even with bringing in, right, as we stand right now, let's say Clowney doesn't get resigned, as we stand right now, you know, you got Bruce Irvin's 33 years old. Ben Samayo's 28, so he's not super old, but he's, you know, there's some games under there. You know, Jaron Reed and Puna are your only defensive tackles at this point as we sit right now on the roster. You're a little light there. And I've maintained again that this defense is wholly reliant on what those guys do up front in order to be at its best. I don't think that the way our defense is structured, that we're built from the back to the front. I think we're built from the front to the back. So we need those guys to be not just good in getting pass rush, but stopping the run. Because let's not forget, Ryan, last year we gave up 4.9 yards per carry. We're not very good in the league at stopping the run. Most of the time when teams went away from running it against us, they were just being so effective at throwing the ball that they were just like, look, we're averaging 5 yards running, but we're averaging like 8 yards a throw. So let's just throw instead. So that's where, to me, it could become upended, is that you're just not strong enough on your defensive line to stop teams from being able to just walk up the field on you and do whatever they want. I don't think it's the case yet, but it could be the case. I don't think running back's going to be this year, of course, with all the moves they've made at running back. They've certainly got out ahead of that situation and said, this isn't going to happen again this year. We're going to go out and bring in as many running backs as our roster can fit. So Derek, the Seahawks fan, what's up, man? No worries. If I missed you on them, sorry. I'm playing squads with Monte, Jays Lopez, RN on Fortnite. It's my birthday. I'll definitely be here later or next stream. Sounds good, Derek. We'll have fun on Fortnite. I'll be on there tonight, my man. Happy birthday. Yeah, gosh, dude, I'm out here. Happy birthday, man. Only thing we have on the east side is the Wenatchee Wild. Is that the water park over there? Internet? Is that what that is? I think I was there once. Was that where you go on the inner tubes and go down the slides? Tobias Larson, are you going to make a 53-man roster projection at some point and maybe comment on who you think will be the starters? I will, Tobias. I can do it now. The one thing I'm always trying to avoid with this channel, Tobias, is the clickbait stuff. If I put out content or I put out videos, I want it to have some teeth behind it. The problem with doing 53-man rosters at this early of a time is that there's going to be at least a half dozen injuries. There's going to be guys that are going to show out, that are going to earn their roster space that we're going to hear about throughout training camp. And so you're sort of making a projection at that point without a lot of substantial information to go off of to be really accurate. And I try to want to be as accurate as absolutely can be. I don't like just taking shots in the dark. So I will do one. I will try to put one together. I'm overdue for doing a Hawks Nest episode. I'm working on a new front end promo. I'm writing the top of a Seahawk in the front of my new opening on that. So I'll have a new one of those out hopefully somewhat soon. And I'll try to I'll slide that in, Tobias. I'll put one in there for that. At the very least, I'll post maybe a spreadsheet up onto Twitter at some point. Dustin Elrod, Seahawks fans, how long will we be able to keep having winning seasons? I'm scared for the fall. Well, as long as Russell Wilson's here and Pete Carroll's here, I don't think you're going to see a fall. I think you're at the very least looking at a 9-7, 10-6 low end point every year as a minimum. Now your top end might have some restrictions on it as well. You might be kind of ceilinged out from getting to the 13-14 win phase of things, but they'll always get you into the 9-7 type area of things. So I wouldn't worry on that quite yet. We were probably 3 or 4 or 5 years away from really having to worry about having to go through maybe a dark period with the team of going through some bad football. Roxanne, thank you for doing it. So Roxanne just posted out a couple of places on there. Who were we talking to? Somebody was asking about some of the calls. She's just got a couple of just flyer points that she's pointing out there of the calls that went against Seattle in that 2005 Super Bowl against the Steelers. And that's just a little tiny snapshot. As she says, plus many ticky-tack calls or calls that didn't make sense where they weren't calling it the same on both sides of the football. Just a lot going on there. John Robinson. What's up, John Robinson? Please, God, no apologize. Anyone is still unsure if these events are orchestrated. Please check out Germanchev News Effect. All events and media are orchestrated. I probably tend to agree with you, John. I tend to be a conspiratorialist, but yeah, we're not doing no politics here. I promise. Yeah, Roxanne, they took the 14 points from and 7 points to the Steelers. It was larceny. There was even small points in the game that didn't make sense to me. For instance, at the end of the half, Matt Hasselbeck throws a bomb to Darrell Jackson in the back right end point of the end zone. Jackson puts one foot, his left foot gets down and his right foot goes past the pylon and touches the pylon. It's supposed to be that the pylon's part of the ground. So shouldn't that count as a catch then at that point? Wasn't even looked at, wasn't even talked about in the telecast, but it was just called little things like that throughout the whole game. I'd be willing to pay $300 for an entire season live through the internet. They should do that, internet. I think that they should, again, it's like, why leave that money on the table if people are willing to go out there and spend that money to do it? But I guess that they think their contracts with the cable companies would be adversely affected if they were to offer something like that. Lynch had a better defense than gave the offense ball. Lynch had a better defense than gave the offense the ball back. Yeah, Lynch had a better defense, but Dustin, if you're to the point of saying this running back was good because he had a better defense, whereas I'm pointing to actual tangible things that affected Shaun Alexander every single play, like 2 Hall of Famers on his offensive line, Pro Bowl fullback, Pro Bowl center, a functionally good upper level quarterback, decent wide receivers, good tight end. You know, Mike Holmgren built that offense up from scratch. That was his baby. You know, it's Lynch didn't have the same that he had. He had a converted left tackle at his left guard. He had a broken up guy in Max Unger who was on the field, off field, on the field, off the field. Breno Giacomini? Really? Shoot, I mean, we had that one guy, Paul McQuiston. Who you want to block? Steve Hutchinson or Paul McQuiston? You got to pick right now, Dustin. Which are you going to go for? Magic Vlogs asks Cam Chancellor possible Hall of Fame. Magic Vlogs, unfortunately, just not enough longevity and not enough pop in the small period of time that he was in there. People would really have to really apply as effective as a leadership, and that he had some decent stats. He had some interceptions, you know, some tackles in that respect. But look at a guy like Kenny Easley, for instance, who you could maybe put as a comparison, whereas Easley had, even over a 2-year period, 17 interceptions over just a 2-year period. And he had a very small, truncated career where he was really, really effective over that time period. And Chancellor just not as much statistically that he can bring to bear in that respect. I'm not saying it's completely out of whack from happening, or there's no possibility it could happen, but it's just probably not a likely situation to go down at this point. He'll be in the Ring of Honor, though, if that makes you feel good. All right, last question. What's your 5-year prediction for the Seahawks and Russ? Just for fun, bro. Well, I'm going to bum you out if you ask me on this one, internet, because I think that the train has begun to go down the tracks for Russell's eventual exit. And I think that will happen inside of the time period of this last contract. I think that both of the sides are doing this dance right now. I think it's a slow process to get to this point. I hope I'm wrong on it. But I've got some, outside of Carroll finally retiring and them just going all in on Russell, which is also a possibility of happening. But just some of the indicators we're seeing this offseason are that the train's starting to go down the tracks in that bit of that direction. If I go for a 5-year prediction, I'm going to have fun with this. Russell wins 2 more Super Bowls over the next 5 years, cementing himself as a top 3 all-time quarterback. And that's my prediction. Hey, thank you, internet. We'll get on. We'll see if we can meet up, man. Get out to a bar at some point over here on the east side. I'll try to work something out if I can. Like I said, I'm gonna maybe during a game this year or something, I'll live stream out of a bar or whatever. Yeah, Dustin, you're right. I don't think Cam's a Hall of Famer. It's kind of sad, but you got to get a little bit of longevity. I've heard that it's like 10 years is usually what the voters look for. They look for 10 years of dominance. So if you don't have that 10 years of dominance, it's the 6 years of dominance. And then it's got to be a 6 years that's compacted to be even more dominant. So just doesn't quite have it. And the safety position is a hard position to get to also. Let's not devalue that as either. There's a lot of safeties that get into the Hall of Fame. It's really tough for that position. Juicy, is that Mike? What's up, Juicy? Do you watch TikTok, and do you think Charlie can throw it back good? I don't watch TikTok, Juicy. I don't know. Charlie, can Charlie throw it back good? You'll have to tell me what that means. Magic Vlogs, that's kind of sad. Everyone else in the LLB going, well, I mean, everybody else in the respect of Richard and Earl, but you won't see, Brandon Browner's not going into the Hall of Fame, and they, Byron Maxwell obviously isn't, but it is a little sad. It would be maybe someday there is a slight chance, but just not enough longevity with the production, unfortunately. Hall of Very Good. Yep, Dustin, you're right. He is in the Hall of Very Good. Nathaniel Parks, do you think that Shaquem Griffin or Quinton Dunbar is the starter? This is assuming Dunbar gets his legal issues figured out by the start of the season. Yeah, I think that they're both going to be the 2 starters. There's been indications that Schneider has said that he thinks Dunbar can play slot, meaning that when you get into 3 wide receiver sets or dime packages, you would then see Flowers come out there and play the outside cornerback position, take over from Dunbar, and Dunbar then kick to the inside and play the slot corner role at that point. That seems to be the general plan that's in place, or at least Dunbar, at the very least, maybe Ugo Amadi is able to overtake that slot corner role, and then you just see Dunbar out there and Flowers would just sit on the bench. But I would say that those are going to be your 2 starters at this point, Nathaniel, is that they're going to probably lean on that. And I think Dunbar gets his legal issues figured out. I do. Carl Neary, one of my favorite Seahawks off-field moments was when Earl yelled at Thorold Simon and told him in practice, "This isn't fucking Madden. Get the F off the field," laughing my ass off. I never saw that, Carl. You send me that link, man. I want to see that video. How did I miss that, man? Toby Oscar, what's up, man? Sorry your message got off there. Oh, it looks like you got it posted. Block Toby. Toby is being inappropriate. It's going to be a promising. Okay. Message retracted. Looks like it got retracted there. So is Monte Lopez going to be a successful linebacker? Looks very promising. Monte Lopez. I don't know the Monte Lopez. One of the weirdest moments was when Derek Coleman broke his leg during a warm-up before a game. Yeah, that was a little odd. Derek Coleman was an interesting one. He's an interesting player, but they didn't seem to hold on him too long. We're not trolling. Is Monte? I don't know Monte Lopez, Juicy. I don't know what you mean on that. I'm sorry, bud. When Jerry Rice is asked which NFL receiver he admires and looks to for how to play the position, he consistently answered Steve Largent. And Roxanne, I'm working on, after I do this 1983 video, my next one's going to, I think, be the Steve Largent career retrospective video that I'm working on. And part of it is to just get younger Seahawks fans that didn't get a chance to see Steve Largent and don't necessarily understand his greatness to really watch and understand how good he was. Because you go watch his old film and still see what a master route runner he was. Still see the amazing hands that he had. Still watch and see him lay out Superman style for balls that receivers in this day and age just don't lay out for in the same way. He was at the time when he retired, probably the best all-time receiver when he retired. And then Rice and then others have come in now and thrown the production through the roof because everybody wants to throw the ball over the football field now. But playing in a run-first offense in the early 80s, he put up amazing, amazing production. And he's just a legend, in my opinion. I mean, you look at this Dolphins game, for instance. He's held without a catch throughout the whole game. They're double teaming him and they're bracketing him to the point the safety's rolling prior to the snap over to Largent, who's already got the cornerback on him in press coverage. They're willing to let Seattle throughout this game run the ball effectively just to stop Largent. Don Shula is. And so he goes out through this whole game. He's shut down. Then you get to the last drive when Seattle needs a touchdown, when they need to score to win the game. This is the playoffs. This is the chance to go to the conference championship. And Largent gets open on the first play for 17 yards, cuts through the double team, makes the catch. Then on the very next play, beats the double team on an out route where he hooks the defender inside on the post and then cuts it back to the outside. An amazing play. He gets the 2 big catches, gets him down there. Warner punches it in. They win the game. Again, just my favorite player of all time as far as the Seahawks goes is Steve Largent for that reason. He's a guy I grew up on. I'll always have nostalgia for him, but a guy that I'm hoping after my video, people get a little bit better of an understanding for him. He wasn't just a slot guy. He wasn't just a precursor to Wes Welker. He was so much more. I don't know. Toby Oscar, I don't know who you're talking about, man. You're speaking about people I don't know, man. Sorry. What's up, Chris Kane? I don't know what you mean, Juicy. Nathaniel Parks, I think the Hawks realize that they need to protect Russell. We have drafted linemen most of the year, but we've missed on those picks. We've then tried bringing in veterans. It isn't working. Why? Well, some of it is there's always a big, deeper answer to this. I think that the drafting of linemen, there's been some issues in how you drafted linemen. And the thing that I would specifically point to is that you seem to want to move the linemen off of the position that you drafted them out of in college, which isn't always in itself a problem area, and that you can get some successes with that, as we saw with a guy like Jaharus Clowney, who was actually a defensive tackle in college that you moved over to guard. But you see with a guy like James Carpenter, you go from left tackle to left guard. That took him a little bit of time to make that transition. It's not just an easy slice to move over like that. Look at a guy like Ethan Posick, 2nd-round pick. Guy was center throughout all of his time at LSU. You move him to guard throughout all of his career up until this point. He's not even played center. A I think it's kind of hurt his development a little bit. It's put him a little behind the 8 ball and slowed his process. Same thing with Jermaine Ifedi. You start him out at right guard, excuse me. Then you move him finally back to right tackle, which is what you drafted him from. But it seems like there was some stunting going on by moving him around early on rather than it being something that helped him and aided his career. So while they do put resources into the early side of the ball, and they've been odd in the way that they've executed how they've used those resources. But they've not been great about hitting on prospects either. We can't devalue that, Nathaniel. You can't undersell that in the respect of you haven't hit on these linemen when you've drafted them, which has been why I was more in favor of them maybe going out this year and allotting some draft resources to going and getting a guy that was a certain talent out there, somebody that you knew what you were getting as an offensive lineman goes. A lot like what you did with Dwayne Brown. Andy Robinette, how's it going, man? Are you more for or against a Carson extension after this year? Andy, I have a hard time in the modern NFL. This is the part where I do embrace the analytics aspect of things. And analytics tells us that you should not pay running backs. They say it pretty congruently. They say it pretty with exclamation points. Do not pay running backs. And there's two major issues that I have with Chris Carson. Right out the gate, in his first 3 years, 2 of his first years have been ended due to major injury. We haven't had him available then at the end of the year. That's an issue for me, for a guy that has had injuries going back into college, who's had injuries going back into high school. That stuff has kind of followed him throughout. So he's not going to get less injury prone as he gets older and has had more of the wear and tear taken off those tires. That makes me hesitant to be willing to pay him. It does. Then you factor in as well, he's got the biggest fumbling issue in the entire NFL. You adding on to that fact as well. Now, if he solves that, if he gets through this whole year uninjured, or at least maybe only misses a game or two here and there, and he doesn't have the fumble problem, would I then be willing to pay him? No. So it's moot for me anyway, but these are just kind of if I'm already not willing to pay him and then those things come into factor as well, injuries and fumble problems, then I'm really not going to be willing to pay him. The running back position is one that is a talented position. There's always guys always available, good guys always available, scheme fit guys. And the thing is that when I talk about a scheme fit guy, what Carroll's gotten his mind really wrapped into and what he really's fallen in love with is the Marshawn Lynch model of running back. 5'11", 225 to 235, smack him up into inside zone runs, have him just ram up into that hole, get him 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He's not a guy who's looking for a guy who's going to be a juker, a guy who's going to be able to break back across the field and, bust off the 50, 60 yard runs. He just wants the consistent grinders. And you can find those guys and you can find them in later rounds. You don't have to pay maximum value to bring those guys in. I like Carson as a player, but the two problems that he brings with him, what analytics tells me about paying a running back, I just can't do it. Yeah, I think there's a couple people here who got a few different things on it, but I think they're in general agreement, I think. Man, I thought I was catching up, and then it looks, and I'm like super out. I'm super behind. Magic Vlogs, have a good one, man. Sorry, I missed your comment there before you left. Emmett Brown, Penny admitted to having a lazy work ethic his rookie year. With his injury possibly into week 8 and COVID lockdown, are we looking at 250 pounds when he returns? What's up, Emmett? Lacy 2.0, feast mode. Maybe so. You can't deny that he wasn't exactly a guy that's like a super cut athlete. He's got a little bit of a soft body to a degree. And Seattle, I think, is maybe getting out ahead of this with the Carlos Hyde signing. That maybe that they're just counting on, we're not going to have anything out of Penny this year. And if we get anything, we're going to consider a bonus. But we're not going to lean on it. We're not going to rely on it. We're not going to hope on it. We'll just whatever we get is whatever we get. So they certainly seem to be leaning in that direction as far as how they view him. I wouldn't be completely astonished if they were to look and trade Penny at the start of the year. It would not blow me away if they moved him for a 5th or 6th round pick. What's your opinion on Maella? I hope I spelled that right. I think you did spell that right, actually. I like him as a rotational rusher. He's another guy that's going to win for you right around that 8 to 9% pass rush win rate. He's not going to be a dynamic game changer. He's a high effort guy, a guy that's going to rely on secondary pass rush moves to win a lot of the times. So high motor, one of those kind of guys. But I think as a rotational guy, he can get you 4, 5, 6 sacks a game, and it'll be an upgrade as what you had in that rotation last year. I mean, he's going to give you better production than what you got out of, let's say, Ziggy Ansah, which is not even the role you're going to put him in. You're going to have Irvin in the Ziggy Ansah kind of role, I think, and then Mayo backing him up. So I expect him to get you a couple sacks. Not a game changer, not a guy who's going to be a good run stuffer, I don't think, for you, but a rotational guy, he's all right. Dustin, I agree with you. PI should be a reviewable and changeable situation. And it annoyed me last year that you saw the officials really kind of get up into their feelings. That's how I felt a little bit, was that they got up their feelings when that rule came down that they could have that changed, where they said, how dare you go against our guys on the field? You heard that Oberon or Orgeron, the head of the officiating crew, where they only, I think, reversed like one or two of the PI calls that happened this last offseason. And it was ridiculous because it should be changed, because there's egregious calls, especially in PI, as much as any judgmental official rule there is out on the football field. That one stands out in that respect. So I agree. It should absolutely. They've got to get the officials to embrace it, though. They got to get the head of officiating to embrace that. And he doesn't seem to be quite there. Will the Rams bounce back, ask Internet, or the Patriots expose them for the one-trick pony they are? I think that the thing isn't necessarily the one-trick aspect of them that's the problem. The biggest issue for the Rams is that they went for broke. They not only went all in, they went all in and then some when they went all in. And then they exacerbated it by going through all of that, realizing that that probably wasn't a smart move to make, and then going and making the Jalen Ramsey trade at the trade deadline this last year. It really kind of caused some issues there for them in that respect, which I think is going to make it hard for them to rebuild that team appropriately. I still think that they're going to be decent. They've got playmakers that Goff can throw to. The line is all right. It's not as good as it's been in recent years, but it's all right. The defense still has Aaron Donald there. They've still got a couple of they still got Jalen Ramsey. They got a couple of players there. They've taken a step back from a talent standpoint, and I've got them at 6-10 right now. But I still think that they're not going to be an easy out for anybody in this division or in the NFL. I think they're going to give a lot of certain teams, especially matchup problems. One game takes 4 years to play because there's not much to talk about. Give a trap game that we'll have to lose them out to a team we have no business losing on paper. Mine is the Redskins with the nasty D line. Oh, okay, Dustin, you're saying give you a team that we lose to that we should not have any business losing to next season. You're going with the Redskins? Okay, let me think on that then here. I'm gonna go with the Dolphins. The Dolphins are getting a lot of heat right now, Dustin, as being a team that their coach is an up and coming coach in this league. They've started to assemble some talent there to a degree. I don't love Tua, but I wouldn't expect us to lose to them. You don't know what they're going to be necessarily next year. I'm gonna just pick them for the hell of it. So I'm gonna go with them. But the Redskins are a good pick because you're on the right track there, Dustin. We're teams in the past that have given us problems that haven't been complete teams. They've got a defensive line that can just crush our offensive line. It doesn't almost matter what the rest of what they have through the rest of their team. They're able to pretty much shut our offense down at that point. And that Skins defense is going to be capable of doing that with their defensive line. Jonathan Salazar, what's up, man? Welcome on to the chat. Thank you so much for hopping on in. Ryan Hurd asked, do you think Russell Wilson will ever win the MVP, especially with how the offense is run? It's hard for him to always put up the big numbers. The media will actually focus on the most valuable player. Yeah, Ryan, there's a couple things that come into factor here. You hit on one of them. First off, the run first offense, and not just the run first offense, but the almost militant, fundamentalist-like approach that our coaching staff has to running the offense, being that we're running like a 1980s style offense. You know, I'm watching a lot of Seahawks games in the 80s right now as my preparation for this Dolphins game that I'm putting together for the next Great Seahawks Moment video. And the thing that stands out to me as I watch it is it's a lot of echoes of our offense. First down, run the ball. Second down, run the ball. Third down and long, try to throw the ball. First down, run the ball. Second down, run the ball. Third down and long, try to throw the ball. It's this wash, rinse, repeat form of offense that's tough to watch, shortens games. There's a reason for why Carroll runs it the way he does, but it's going to make it very hard for Wilson to put up the appropriate stats he needs to put up in order to get that MVP. I mean, he's not even got one vote, Ryan. It's hard for me to think that he can ever win an MVP outside of moving out and going and becoming a New York Giant or a New York Jet or going to some big market and going to some place where he's going to have more eyeballs on him. Outside of a situation like that happening, I just don't think he can win it with this team, much less I don't even know if he can get a vote at this point. Internet, thank you. I salute you, man, for subbing to the Clowney family. And if you're just joining the chat, please do notice in the description section, I have posted a YouTube channel to one Jaharus Clowney. Now, Jaharus is part of our Clowney family here with the Seahawks, so I want you all to sub to his channel, show him some love, let the Clowney family know that we want him back in the Seahawks fold. Washington sacks Russ 9 times. Our offense scores 9 points somehow. Haskins leads them to a 13-9 victory. We lose the first seed. I cry. Oh, man, that would be brutal. Because that is, Dustin, the 3 stretch of games that you're talking about there. I think you got the Giants, the Jets, and the Redskins in that 3-game set, and it's right before you play our 2 division games at the end of the year against, I think it's the Cardinals and the Niners. So it's going to be that's an important stretch of games where you almost have somewhat of a de facto, you would think, bye there, where you're going up against some weak ponies. And if you can if you got to rest a guy here, rest a guy there to give them a little bit of rest up until those division games that are leading up there, that's where you'd want to do it. But I agree with you. It's one of those that looks like on paper that you're going to be able to walk through them, but it probably isn't going to play out that way. Emmett Brown, I hear we're built for the long haul. I don't see that. I think we're built for as far as Russ can take us. If we have a league average QB instead of Russ, how many games do you think we win? I say 4. I don't think we win 4 games, Emmett. I think that we'd win 3 games maybe. So I don't disagree with you. I think that the difference with what I think we're trying to say here are 2 things. One is the team trying to build for the future, and is the team successfully achieving that goal? And I think that's where there is a difference here. They're trying in building their team and how they draft and how they sign and how they look at the cap situation to look at the long haul, but they're not necessarily being as successful in accomplishing that. In that, you're drafting a lot of picks like last year's draft. You have 11 picks, but you only hit on one of them, or you're not getting a lot of return in free agency, or you're not seeing a lot of guys develop in the way you need them to develop to take on the reins and take over from those guys that now have walked out the door. So I think it's more of just the execution hasn't been there, but that's not necessarily their intent is there to do that. Their intent is to try to build to the future. But I think Russ will be here for the next probably 2 or 3 years at least. So I think you will still continue to win, to your point, because he does remain here. Excuse me. We need to bring in Nathan Peterman to compete. Oh, Nathan the Big Gun Peterman. It's a hockey team in Wenatchee. Oh, okay. Chelan has Slide Waters. That's what I was thinking of. Slide Waters. Okay. Dustin Elron, Seahawks Burn says cats or dogs. Well, as you can see here above me, Dustin, I'm a cat guy. So I got my kitty up here. That's my girl. My girls. I got 2 of them. Emmitt Smith had 5 Pro Bowlers in front of him and Daryl Johnston blocking for him. Barry never had that. Just debut, Rick. Yeah, Rick, I think you kind of bring up a salient point, and that's something that I always go to with Emmitt Smith as well. Is people go, Emmitt Smith's got all the most yards. And I don't think anybody has Emmitt Smith as their best all-time rusher. But if you look at him from a statistical standpoint, he's put up by far and away more yards on the ground than anybody else. More touchdowns on the ground than anybody else. But nobody would say he's the best because people take into effect and they take into account that what he had around him and what was surrounding him as a football team. And specifically what he had on that offensive line, Troy Aikman, like you said, Bruce Irvin. Yeah, that's my little girl. She's not having none of it. She wants to sleep right now. She's chilling out. It wasn't a catch. They got that right, Dustin? Okay, so as I understood it, if you've got, he gets what the first foot's the left foot in bounds, and I could be wrong on the rules because I am a little bit, it's been a while since I've looked into this that deeply. But as I understand it, if you hit the pylon, if your foot's coming down, the pylon is considered part of the ground. So if you get that first foot in bounds in that second, you're going to have to explain if you disagree with me on that, why it's not a catch. Since when does defense and time of possession not matter? Include all factors. Lynch had a better defense. That should be included. So should his O-line. Well, if you're factoring in, okay, so let's just factor it in then, Dustin. Time of possession. Lynch played in shorter games because of the time of possession. because they ran the ball as much as they did. And because in Holmgren's era, it was a pass first offense, which means there were more plays, which means there were going to be more rushing attempts for Sean Alexander to have versus the inverse with Marshawn Lynch, where we see, as always, with Pete Carroll's teams, that the games get shortened, the possessions get shortened. There's less of them because they're constantly trying to drain that clock. So I would say that that factors in, and I am including all factors into it. But for me, here's the thing, Dustin. What's going to have more of an impact for a running back? A fantastic offensive line with a fantastic fullback and an all-pro or at least a Pro Bowl quarterback and good receivers? Or do I factor in the running back's defense? What holds more weight? I'm not saying you shouldn't include the defense in there, but I'm going to factor in this stuff over here more than this stuff over here first and foremost. MJ Daniel, this team would be, I think, a potential undefeated team with the 2005 offensive line. Just my opinion. But I think you'd be in contention because I don't know what teams would do. I don't know what you would do. John Melly. What's up, John? How you doing, man? Ryan Hurd says, how much do you think Wilson will run this year? I know it increases injury risk, but it's a dynamic part of his game. With increased rules to protect quarterback, do you think it'll be part of the offense? No, I think he's going to try to run less and less as he gets further into his career now. He already takes a lot of shots naturally within the course of the game just because we don't have an offensive line that's pass protectors first, the run blockers first. So he's going to get beat around a little bit naturally. I think we've seen this already over the last few years with him. He's going to attempt to try to run less as he can. He'll run when he has to, but I don't think we're going to see him run more this year or an outlier from what we've seen recently. I think it'll stay pretty much the same. John Robinson says, explain how and why the Seahawks are administering a 3 to 5 year plan instead of going for it now. Explain the pros and cons of both approaches. So John, we'll get into a little bit of the weeds here. And what I mean by that is I'll be delving into me trying to put things together that could or could not be true. So part of this is the understanding that are the Seahawks subtly trying to push Russell Wilson out the door? By not going for it this offseason, by sticking to the run-first offense, by hearing back in 2018 that they were willing to offer Russell as part of a trade with the Browns for the first overall pick. Is there a thought process within the front office thinking that if we were to go out and get a first-round quarterback or a very talented quarterback who would come in here and play league average quarterback play for us, save the $35 million per year and invest that back into the rest of the team, could we not reduplicate and replicate what we were in the early 2010s? I don't know that they think that way or feel that way, but I have inklings that they think that way and feel that way. So when it comes to why they're going for the 3 to 5 year plan is maybe they're looking at it through the lens of eventually within the 3 years, Russell goes and they still have a team in place at that point that brings on the rookie quarterback that can still go out and successfully compete and be a playoff contending type team. I hope they're not going in this direction. I hope I'm wrong in this thought process. I don't want to see it in any way, shape, or form. But some of the indicators that we've seen here as this is played out is lending towards that. Why not go for it this offseason? You're in your quarterback's window. It's a Super Bowl window right now. You've got 50, 60, 70 million to spend. Why not mortgage some of what you've got in future resources to win right now? But we've seen no indicators of that. Indeed, next offseason, we're due to have more money in cap space than we had this offseason. Why is that? And I don't have a good answer for you, John, other than that theory that they're thinking in the back of their head that there may be a potential that they go in a different direction at the quarterback spot, and they want the rest of the team built up around that quarterback that they eventually then bring in. It's not the way I would go. It's not the way I hope they go. It's just me looking at tea leaves, you know? Ryan Hurd, I mean, it'll be planned part of the offense or just as occasional scramble. No, I don't think that you're going to see a lot of planned runs within the course of it. And certainly like read options, you'll see Russell giving the read option away as we've seen in recent years, a high amount of the time. I don't think he's going to run much, Ryan. I think they're going to really try to protect him from that as much as ever now. Roxanne Roll, Tyler Columbus, that blind side protector, that all pro. Yeah, Tyler Columbus. Yeah. We the Legion. Pure Mind. What's up, Pure Mind? How you doing? Good to see you on the chat. What's your opinion on McAfee? Pat McAfee? I like McAfee. He's funny. I'd kind of like to see internet. I've heard that he's maybe up for the Monday night gig. And I think what they need to do with the Monday night football gig is actually go with something that's a little more outside the box than they've been willing to go recently. So I think it'd be cool if they were to consider bringing him in there. He'd be a wild man. It'd probably make the broadcast a lot more funner to watch. So don't get bummed out about him leaving internet. I don't think necessarily Russell's leaving. And I don't have, outside of some very again, I'm looking at tea leaves. I'm trying to read the smoke. I don't think it's a certainty at this point. I think it's a pretty fluid situation, but it is one that we've got to consider because we're seeing some indicators here, right? But I don't think it necessarily means he's going to go invent. We could just as well see Pete Carroll retire within 2 years, then bring in an offensive-minded coach, build the offense around Russ, let him cook, let him throw, and we see that just as well. So that is also a very real possibility, absolutely a real possibility. John Robinson says, I've heard that teams aren't signing Clowney because they are wary of his knee injuries. Do you think that is the case, and do you think he will be better deal when he can do a physical? I don't think as much that's really holding things up as much, to be honest with you. I think people are aware of his injuries. I think certainly getting him in and having him do medicals would be something that teams would want to have happen, and that would be something that he would open up as we get closer to the year. So it's something he can't necessarily do now that he could do as we get closer to the season. There is certainly a chance that a surprise team comes into play and decides that they're going to go for it this year, and they see the prices drop so low on Jadeveon that they've got to jump at that point and that they can snag him and pluck him up. But I think it's as much just narrative is kicked in here with Jadeveon, and unfairly so. I think that he's probably gotten caught up this offseason and hurt more than any other player this offseason due to the COVID-19. I don't think there was any other free agent that got hurt more than he did. If it was a regular free offseason, he probably would have been paid by now and would have gotten his money. But it's the weirdness of the COVID-19. It's the injuries a little bit from last year. It's just got the teams all hesitant, as well as, again, let's factor in a lot of teams are looking for next year. Is the cap going to reduce? We know it's not going to go up by 10% like it has been. So, James Glenn, I've been staying off the chat since the chat because I think we've had a lousy offseason and we've had plenty of cap space and didn't use it wisely. Not a good draft. IML won't win division, no Super Bowl. James, I get where you're coming from, man. I've had similar feelings and thoughts throughout this offseason. And there's been times where, from my standpoint, to be motivated and put videos together and say, because I'm never going to pack you guys, I'm never going to give you a different thing and saying, well, I think I really feel this way, but I'm going to tell you guys this because it'll get me more clicks. It'll get me more likes. I'll just go quiet. And I've tried not to be super negative myself this offseason to try to understand the philosophy at play to better just wrap my mind around it. But you make some good points. I've kind of leaned into that direction myself in a lot of respects. I didn't hate the draft, but it's a lot like this offseason. It's just I've been sort of lukewarm. And at the same time as we've been sort of in a lukewarm state, you've seen the Cardinals get, I think, vastly better. They've gotten vastly better over what they've done this offseason from where they were at the end of last year. And I don't know if we can say the Niners are vastly better, but they've at least been able to hold serve. I mean, bringing in Trent Williams for what they brought him in for, getting Kinlaw, the best 3-tech defensive tackle in this draft like they did. It's tough, man. I get it, James. It's tough to watch a little bit and go, gosh, dude, come on, guys, do something. Clowney has potential, but has not shown it enough to get paid the big contract. What good is he while on the bench? Well, I mean, it's last year. Certainly, he had a few games he missed. I think again with Clowney though, the narrative kicks in here where I don't quite get it. Everybody seems to want him to be this 15 sack a year guy, which he's not ever been. But it's again understanding what player he is. Number one, first and foremost, Dustin, Jadeveon Clowney is the best edge defender as a run defender in the league, in my opinion. I think he stops the run better than any other edge defender out there. So that's number one. Just in that respect, he doesn't give you any pass rush. He just gives you that right out the gate. That's pretty valuable to me. Then you factor into me that he is very effective as a pass rusher. When I looked at last season, I don't think we had anything else. There was nobody else getting to the quarterback. Maybe Shaquem Griffin at the end of the year was kind of getting there at that, like I said, 9-10% pass rush run rate. But Rasheem Green was your number one sacker at 4 sacks. So teams realized pretty quickly and early on that with Clowney, he was their only threat. So he was, if you look at the stats on this, Dustin, you'll come to find that he was the most double and triple teamed edge defender in the entire NFL. It's very hard to get to the quarterback when you're being double and triple teamed every time. And it's going to lead to your stats being depressed and you not having as much production. Does that mean you're not effective as a pass rusher? Or does that speak more to the fact that the team around you wasn't built up appropriately for you to be maximally effective? And that's what I would point more to. If you look at throughout his history in pass rush win rate, in pressures, in quarterback hits, take sacks away for a second, because sacks are a real stupid base fact stat to look at when it comes to a pass rusher. Look at pass rush win rate, look at quarterback hits, look at hurries, look at those stats. And when you look at Clowney from the standpoint of his career up until this point, he's been elite. He's been elite in that standpoint. So I disagree. I think he's earned the right to be paid. I don't know if I'm going to pay him breaking the market $23.5 million like Clark got paid necessarily, but should he be paid at the, near the 20 million range? Is that market appropriate? Probably. It's a head scratcher that he doesn't hit that spot from my standpoint, but I don't think it's the knee that's causing that. I just think that the narrative has sunken hold on this so deeply that it's gotten it a little twisted. Irina, yeah, the Rams are a tough matchup for the Hawks. Just a tough team for us to play. The scheme by which McVay runs there and how he operates that offense is always going to make it tough on our defense, I think, to a degree. But I think that everybody in our division is just a tough matchup. Irina, I think everybody in there's got just there's no easy buddies to walk through. It was a story. Just look it up. Earl and Thurl that practiced. No video. I just remember reading a few years back. I'll look it up, Carl. That's funny though. It sounds like an Earl thing. Certainly sounds like an Earl thing. Thomas flipped off Pete in public for all the cameras. I don't like him anymore. Yeah, Legion really, Earl and Richard kind of did definitely turn a little bit on Pete out as he was going out the door, and it was tough to watch a little bit to see that. That was a tough moment to see. Dustin Elrod, Seahawks Burn, Mike versus Pete, better NFL coach, better Seahawks coach. I would say that Pete Carroll's a better coach. Mike Holmgren's a better offensive-minded coach. Pete Carroll's a defensive-minded coach. Mike Holmgren ran the offense. So he was the offensive coordinator. He was the play caller. He was also the general manager when he walked in the door. So he decided exactly how he was going to build that offense up. He handpicked every one of those players. So, yep, I'd say Pete's the better coach. But I don't know if it's by a wide margin either, Dustin. I think they're very even. Let's not forget Mike Holmgren got to, I believe, 2 Super Bowls with the Green Bay Packers. And if we're really keeping track, Mike Holmgren actually has been to more Super Bowls as a head coach than Pete Carroll has. And they both actually won the same amount of Super Bowls. So I would, passionate. Do I have some inside info on Clowney? Let me just put it this way at this point, passionate. Before recent discussions with recent peoples, I was sitting at saying that I thought Jadeveon had a 40% chance of coming back to the Seattle Seahawks. I'm now going to be putting that at 60 to 70%. So read into that what you will, but yes, I may have some, and I may also be making some, I also may be making some sales spiels to one Jadeveon as well, trying to bring him back into the fold. So I'm trying to do my part over here as well. I can't tell you guys too much about it at this point because I don't want to blow my sources, but I will say this, passionate. If you look in my description section, you will see there is a Jaharus Clowney, and I have linked to his YouTube channel. If you want to do your Seahawk duty today, just do something to help out the Seahawk family, go sub to his channel. Let the Clowney family know we want to bring Jadeveon back into the fold here. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee. I'm going to be right back in just 2 seconds here, and I will catch back up on the chat. Which, can I just get back again? I think I got behind on the chat. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get just get some coffee. Be right back. All right. Sorry about that. So I think I got a little bit behind here on the chat or something. If I missed your chat, post it in there again if I was off a bit here. I think I caught up to everybody. All right, so we did all right. Ryan Hurd says, yeah, okay, I'm back here. I think I got up here. All right, Ryan, you asked, do you think DK Metcalf will become our number 1 wide receiver? And if so, when? Do you think Lockett will step into a high-end wide receiver too? I'd like a Godwin-Evans situation in Seattle, laughing out loud. Well, you pretty much nailed that on the head, Ryan, for what I kind of believe and think. I think Metcalf takes the next step forward next season. There's some slight questions, I guess, that still remain to his game. I guess a little bit. People were wondering about the drops and a little bit of the fumble issues. I don't have any of those issues or worries, really. You look at his catch rate, win rate, it's the same, or his catch rate. It's the same thing of Calvin Johnson and Julio Jones in their first year. He put up similar catches, yards, touchdowns to what their first season was. So if you look at them and the way that their trajectory went with their career, sorry about the, we got the cops outside. Maybe there's some protesters outside. I don't know. So I look at him doing the same kind of trajectory, Ryan. I say next year, even you'll see him slide into that 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns, let's say, and then just continue to kind of go up and up until he hits to his top part, which, what's his upside? What's his ceiling? With a guy like Russell Wilson throwing him the ball, this is a guy that I think can get into that 1,500 yards a year for a couple years in there, when he gets to his top end. So I think Metcalf has all the potential in the world. I think he's a Hall of Fame talent. I don't throw that around lightly. And especially being able to play with Russell Wilson like he is, it's just a perfect fit between two talents. Absolutely ideal fit. I like your jerseys, Dustin. I like your jersey picks. I think I'd agree with that. Best running back besides Sean. Yep, I agree with you, Dustin. Barry Sanders is probably my favorite running back of all time to watch. I think he's my favorite. Rick Zapata. I always remember D-Jack dropping passes he should have caught. Yeah, you're right, Rick. The drops issue was such a huge problem for Mike Holmgren's offenses early on for a lot of his period. It's actually an interesting thing to talk about, I think, Rick, because there's a little bit more to unpack than you might think with that. Part of it, you could make the argument with maybe it's not the best to bring in a short passing game into CenturyLink. Have your whole offense built on the short passing attack first and foremost, because you're going to have inclement weather conditions, throwing in the rain, short passes, being precise in your route running when you got slippery conditions. It's very hard to do. It's also very hard with those short routes. What tends to happen is that the quarterback has to really gun the ball in there, because short routes means a lesser time to gain separation. So the cornerback's going to be closer to you. The quarterback's got to really lay it in there with some speed and some heat. And you would see Matt Hasselbeck sometimes really just gun it in there, trying to get the ball in there, and it would make it really hard for those receivers to make the catch. But I always thought some of that too was that, Matt didn't always throw the most catchable ball. He could throw a real tight spiral, but he would just sometimes juice it in there. I thought he watched a little bit too much Brett Favre early on in his career and went, that's how you do it. And he would just throw his 90-mile-an-hour fastball in there, and it would just be, sometimes he needed to take a little bit off on it, Mr. Oxnest, I have the Super Bowl 40 play you're talking about on the other side. Darrell was not near the P line. He caught it at the 4-yard line with 1 foot out. So there's 2 plays back-to-back, Dustin. It's 2 bombs back-to-back. Make sure you're watching both of the 2 plays, because I know what you're talking about, but there's 2 bombs back-to-back. If you can watch the second one too, just to make sure on that. I thought one play, his foot hits the pylon with his other foot being in bounds. But again, I could be wrong. This is 15 years ago, man. I'm old. Cut me some slack. Jeremy Stevens, he always made me upset dropping. Yeah, Jeremy was a dropper too. That's true. Well, Jaharus, we getting you some subs, man. Frankly, I think Jackson had both feet out now. Now that I slow it down, maybe just double check. It was 2 plays, I think, Dustin. We should have won the Super Bowl. One play he was definitely out, is what I'm saying. And I think the other play, it was closer than that. Rick Cepeda says, we should have won the Super Bowl in 2005. We're marching down the field every time we got the ball, but stall once we got to the red zone. Well, Rick, I would even offer that what would happen is the officials weren't fixing the game when we were on our side of the football field. The second that we crossed the 50-yard line, suddenly you saw the holding flags come out. Suddenly you saw the pass interference on the receiver when the cornerback initiated the contact. I think a lot of what was going on there is that they weren't going to have an effect unless they had to have an effect. And once Seattle was threatening to score, that's when the officials came into play and decided to essentially fix the game at that point, in my opinion. Magic Vlogs, good to have you back in here, man. Michael Johnston, hurry up and give us your first rounder in 2021 for Yannick Ngakoue. Michael Johnston, we've already gone all the way around on this one, and we determined that Yannick Ngakoue is not going to be a good fit for our Seattle Seahawks. Number one, this defense, before anything else, before we do anything else defensively, rush the passer, pick off quarterbacks, cause fumbles. For any of that, the base of our defense is built on stopping the run, turning the opposition's offense into a one-dimensional attack, making them pass heavy. So you have to stop the run first and foremost to do that. You're not going to bring in a guy in Yannick Ngakoue who struggles at stopping the run and then pay him all that amount of money when you also have to give up all that amount of draft capital, a first-round pick, to go and get him. So it's not a trade that equates out for us at that point. If he was better on the run, then maybe it would have made some sense. But even with how he rushes the passer and even with the amount of pressures that he's had over the last few years, he doesn't have a great pass rush win rate. So he gets a lot of bites at that apple in order to get those sacks and gets those pressures. Magic Vlogs, why doesn't the Seahawks hire you for GM? Well, they got a pretty good GM right now, man. I don't know if I could beat out Schneider. 6 points, Josh, would have meant it would have been 21-16 heading into our final drive. All right, Michael, we'll do this. I'm not doing the first for Yannick Ngakoue, Michael. I can't do it. I just can't go that deep on it. I'll do this. We'll do this. I'll give you a third to fourth for Yannick Ngakoue and Leonard Fournette. I clear all that money off your books. You can go sign somebody or make a trade for somebody and then get the money back. I can't give you the first. And I'm not giving you a third for Fournette. Guy's only got like one more year left on his contract. I can't do it. Barry, thank you for the other donation, man. You're always donating, Barry, man. You're too nice. This offseason is setting up next year's offseason. Teams will have to cut big contract players, superstars incoming in 2021. So Barry Satoro actually does hit something that's a very salient point here for all of you in the chat. And that's the respect of, if you are one of those folks that is disappointed by the fact that Seattle's not gone for it this offseason and that you would have rather have seen them made more aggressive moves, and you're not necessarily wrong, maybe you can take a little bit of you can console yourself a little bit in the respect of Seattle next year is building themselves till next offseason, and next offseason we are going to see the cart overturned to a certain degree. Now, maybe the cap doesn't go down, which we don't know that for certain at this point, but maybe it doesn't go down. At the very least, we know it's not going to go up by 10%. And that a lot of these teams out there, your Dallas Cowboy type teams that are out there that have been spending willy-nilly for the last few years, have been anticipating that the revenues are going to increase through the NFL, and thusly the cap will continue to rise that 10% year in and year out. At the very least, at the very minimum, right now, today, we can say the cap ain't going up by 10% next offseason. That's done. It will flatline at the very minimum next year. It's going to flatline. That's going to force teams into situations where they're going to be cutting players we didn't think would be cut, players that we didn't think would be available. So as a team, you want to be one of those teams that's got a lot of flexibility at that time, because there could be a big time influx of players on the market who have real depressed value. And you're really going to be able to assemble a great team at that point. I don't know that it's going to play out exactly this way, but Seattle has positioned themselves to take advantage of that if it does play out this way. Mehmet, how's it going, Mehmet? Do you think Reed got overpaid based on one breakout season? What I think was more because of Frank Clark on the edge? No, because I think that what they did with this deal, Mehmet, is it's a 2-year, $23 million deal. And as I understand it, the first year the deal is only $9 million, and you can get out of it pretty easily after next year only having a couple $1 million hit your cap if you should cut him. So it is really a 1-year prove-it deal. It's basically a 1-year, $9 million prove-it deal. For a guy that can play 1-tech and 3-tech, who gives you some pass rush, and considering you don't have a lot in the stable right now at the 3-tech or at the 1-tech, so you need to bring some bodies in one way or another. You were going to need to go out there and spend money to bring a guy in. He was probably the best option available that was actually out there. So I'm actually okay with what they spent on it. The fact that it really does boil down to just being a 1-year prove-it deal. And Reed could give you back that production he gave you in that 1 year. The thing you can speak about with Reed last year is he has his first 6 games are lost due to suspension. He can't be in the team facilities. He can't practice with the team. He's got to be out on his own, trying to work out and train on his own, which we know is just not the same. So then he comes back, gets the high ankle sprain midway through the year and is just fighting through it throughout the year. So he's probably not giving us his normal play. He was probably playing, at a lot of a reduced ability of what he normally is. So I don't know if we're going to get 10.5 sacks a year. I think you're on the right track there, Mehmet, in the respect of he's not the 10.5 sack a year guy. I think he's probably a 5 to 6 sack a year guy, which is still pretty damn good production from the 3 tech in this defense. And I'll pay the contract we paid for that. Dustin Elrod says Clowney better not break the bank and then miss 4+ games. Well, at this point, Clowney's not breaking any banks, Dustin. He's not going to get his top of the market here. You even heard with the Cleveland Browns offer where everyone was saying that, the Cleveland Browns just blew him away with his offer. They gave him such a good deal. And then you come to find out they were offering him at like $12 million per year. I mean, that is a huge reduction off of what he thought he was going to get, especially to have to go play in Cleveland. Ugh. Kitty in charge. Kitty is now leading things. Passionate. I can't find Jaharus Clowney. Can someone link to me? So Passionate, look in the description section here on this video for this current video. And he's also talked to the channel. You can see it. It's Qu4lx. You'll see it. I've linked it there in my description section. His username is like Qu4lx. So just link it should be in there, and you can find it in my description section, which it should take you right over to there. Oh, thanks, Rick. Appreciate you doing that. And thank you for subbing over to his channel. I know Jaharus appreciates it. I too am very curious about this Jaharus story. I play video games. I've gotten connected with a little bit of the Clowney clan, just a little bit, maybe just a bit. So, just rest assured that I am always on the job and trying to sell my Seahawks team to the great players that are out there and are available. So, there'll be more on the story later. Yep. There you go. Passionate. So Jaharus has got you right there in the chat. I'm back. What's up, Team 12s? What? I'm back. We've been all over the place, Team 12s, talking about next year, talking about the 2-3 year plan of our Hawks. We're kind of all over the place today. Jaharus, I told you, man. My subs here are good people, man. Good people, and we're very loyal fans here. Anything to support our team, we're going to do it, So we go the extra mile here, Jaharus. When you're part of the Seattle family, you're part of the Seattle family. Doesn't matter if you're in South Carolina or if you're in Seattle. Either way. Fiji Mark, what's up? Fiji Mark, I'm going to go with Josh Gordon at this point. It just less headaches from AB. Josh Gordon really does seem like he wants to play in Seattle. I mean, those Instagram posts, and it's not just been the recent Instagram post. He's been consistent with this, saying, "Look, I want to do this. I want to, stay here. I want to play for the Seahawks team. I want to play with Russell." So I'm going with Gordon's the high probability at this point. We just need the commissioner to take his finger out of his butt and let the guy back onto the active roster. Because he applied for reinstatement a couple weeks ago. We've not heard anything from the commissioner's office as of yet. I don't know what they're hoping to accomplish here at this point with that. It's kind of silly to me. Kind of silly. What are you guys doing with him? You guys the new CBA is supposed to lax things out a little bit on the marijuana policy. But I do think it'll happen. It'll take its time to kind of shake out, but it will shake out. I think we will get Gordon on probably a 1-year, $2 million deal, something in that realm. Will probably be what you would get for, which would be great value at that point, especially even if you only get him for 8 games, because you only will be available probably for 8 games. That's still going to be awesome, especially if it's in the end of the season when we really need him. Seahawks Breseño. Hello. How you doing, man? Hello from the Tri-Cities. Welcome on in the chat. Thanks for joining on in. You're all having a good day. Oh, wow. I'm so embarrassed. It wasn't back to back, but still the same drive. That one was much closer, but his right foot hit out of bounds before his left leg knocked over the pylon. Okay. And I could be wrong on that, Dustin. I was like, man, at least it was close. I know my old brain is losing facts by the day to a degree, but I had remembered at least somewhere in the back of my brain. It was like I remember the time thinking like, why aren't they even like doing a replay? Like, let me just see another shot of it. That looked close, but I'll take your word for it. He might've been out of bounds. Oh, and that wasn't the worst call of all the calls. There were so many other calls in that game that were just problem calls, and like Roxanne pointed to on a couple, there's too many of them. They just kept stacking up. And again, when you watch through the lens of, wait, they're not going to call it while we're on our side of the field. I bet if you were to look at that game, you'd not see there was one penalty called on our offense when it was on the Seattle Seahawks side of the football field. But the second that we got onto the Steelers side of the football field, they suddenly started to call all those. They suddenly started to make those calls. Very interesting. Carter Kinslow. Hello, Carter. How you doing, man? Thanks for jumping on in the chat. Pylon. Yep, it's a pylon. Yeah, Shervins. So the initial word was that the Browns blew him away with this big time offer, that they blew Clowney away with this huge offer. They were going to give him like $20 million per year. And what's happening there, of course, is that it's Cleveland's front office is releasing that out. I don't know why they're trying to release that out to make Clowney look bad, which is what I think they're trying to do, but it doesn't make him look bad to anybody in the least. It's just, again, this is why you don't go play for the Cleveland organization, because they're run ass backwards at every freaking turn. But yeah, what I think happened was that Cleveland goes, oh yeah, we offered him this massive $20 million contract. And then I'm pretty sure probably Clowney's representatives or somebody close to the situation went, no. It was $12 million per on a multi-year deal. Get it right. But yeah, I think you could probably, you're on the right track. At this point, it's probably going to be around the $12 million, $10 to $12 million 1 year deal is what you'd be looking to sign Clowney at if he was going to take the 1 year flyer, which again, as I'm thinking, I'm 60 to 70% on board with thinking he's going to be back at this point. So we'll see, but that's what I think is going to go down. Jaharus, it keeps retracting your message for some reason. I don't know why, man. Just for the clarification, the pylon is regarded as out of bounds when touched by any part of the player's body. The weird part about though, Dustin, is that if you get a running back coming across the plane and they touch the pylon, it's considered a touchdown as having gone over. Maybe it's just different things. No way he wouldn't turn that down. You don't trade family. That's right. You don't trade family. Irina says, one thing's for sure, the Seahawks are unable to blow any teams out. They have to give the fans a minimum of 2 heart attacks per game. I think you're probably right. Irina. Of course, it is part of the foundation, just how they play. They're going to run the ball so often. They're going to shorten the amount of possessions, which is going to shorten the amount of times that you potentially could go out and score. And certainly being a conservative team and how you run, it's just, you're going to be in a lot more closer games. But it does seem like there is something just even more above and beyond, doesn't there, Irina? Like there seems like even an extra facet to this team of the heart attack crew, just where they've got to put you through this roller coaster of just almost like over dramatic, Like if it was an actor, you'd be telling him to stop hamming it up. D-Boy. What's up, D-Boy? I've been on for 2.5 hours now, I guess is what we're at, D-Boy. We always go about 4 hours here now on Saturdays. Welcome on in the chat, though. Good to see you. Fiji Mark says, at this point, I would just sign Harrison and Griffith and be done with it. I don't know. I think Clowney gives you vastly better play than Griffin at this point. And I think if Seattle has an indicator that Clowney is leaning towards Seattle outside of some crazy left field team coming into play and throwing him some wild offer to blow him out of the water at the last minute, I think if Seattle as an organization understands that to be the case and the truth, then I might just wait. I might just wait on Clowney anyway at that point, because it doesn't hurt you to really wait. And even if you don't necessarily sign Griffin, let's say you don't get Everson Griffin, you get Snacks Harrison or whatever, that doesn't preclude you at that point from being able to go out and make another trade to maybe going out and getting a player like Griffin on another team. I don't have anybody off the top of my head that I can point to and say, well, get a guy like this. But, somebody just mentioned Yannick Ngakoue. I don't think that'd be the guy, but something along those lines could be another backup alternative if the Clowney Griffin thing doesn't go through. I'm sure they've got some other options if that were to be the case. So I don't think it hurts to necessarily sit and be patient at this point. Again, especially if the front office knows that Clowney is leaning towards Seattle at this point in time. He got up spam time. Oh, why did Jaharus say 3 years, 20 million? Jaharus is going to play with you guys. Again, don't forget, Jaharus is also a Patriot fan, so he's going to mess with you guys a little bit. Oh, Jaharus said the Browns offered 3 or 20. Maybe Jaharus would know. So if Jaharus is saying 3 years, 20, maybe that's the case. That's what the report said this week, Shervins, was that it was only $12 million on average. So that, they might have offered 3 years at $20 million, but then you really get into the details of the deal. Cause the devil's in the details on these contracts. They'll tell you it's something, and then you get into the details of it and you find out, oh no, they can actually get out of it after year 2 for no money and no loss. And it's actually a 2-year deal and you got to go a little farther into the details of it. Dustin Elrod asks, why are Wonderlic scores always leaked for these NFL players, then reported by NFL official sources? It's very unethical for NFL officials reporting on private test results. Yeah, Dustin, I would probably say that somebody's getting their wheels greased to some degree for the scores, and there's no way of finding out who's leaking it, I'm sure. So it's one of those things where when there's money there to be made for somebody to leak them out, they'll leak them out. That would be what I would think. I don't know who's paying for Wonderlic scores, though, as I think about it. Maybe that's a little silly. But I don't know either. I don't know why there's nothing gained by us learning about it. Honestly, I don't think really at times that it really is a test that I've taken the Wonderlic myself. I don't know if it really tells you that much about anything at the end of the day. They like to believe it does, but I don't know if that's really, I don't know. I don't know. And the one's a lot like the bench press, where this isn't really giving us a great indicator of what we're trying to have it indicate to us as far as what this player is going to be. See, Shervin Smith says Seahawks football will take 5 years off my life. Hey, as I get older, I'm feeling my heart every year a little bit more every week. I'm feeling it just, it's hitting me. I'm not lying. It's gotten over the last couple of years where it's just like, I got to step away for a few minutes at times. And we playing some crazy games. I mean, just some absolute wild affairs that just, you go, this can't be really happening. This can't be really happening. Big Mac, what's up, Big Mac? Clowney destroyed the 49er offense last year. I hope he comes back for 1 year, prove a deal. I do too, Big Mac, and that does seem to be the way it's leaning. And if you do want him to come back, Big Mac, please do subscribe to the sub I've got down there in the description section of this video, because that's one of the members of the Clowney household, and you will be you'll be doing your Seahawk duty to sub to his channel. So please do so. But he did destroy that 49er offense. And I thought a lot of it too is he had the injury situation kind of happen right in that game at the start of it, fought through that game. Then he sat for a few games before he came back. I thought he played well in the Eagle game when he came back. And I thought there was a lot of the games this year when he wasn't able to flash as much were kind of built because he was getting double and triple teamed a little bit more against those teams that were smart enough to realize that he's our only threat we've got to worry about. Jaron Reed's out most of the year with his issues. Ziggy Ansah had a fork in him by the time he arrived here with Seattle. You just didn't have anybody else that was really a threat. It's very unethical, Dustin, for them to release those scores. I think it is definitely. Big Mac, in only one Niner game, we need him to be both in great. Yeah, Dustin, we need him to be great and all, but he was good he was really good in other games as well. I mean, that first game against the Cincinnati Bengals, the first couple of games he played in, I thought he was very good. I thought in that Bengals game, he was very much the difference for us on defense. Let's not forget that Bengal game. I think we won by 2 points, 1 point maybe. he was easily maybe the difference in that game of us winning that particular game. So there wasn't just the Niner game last year. He had a couple games he flashed in. And again, I think a lot of the times when he wasn't flashing, you can point to him being double and triple teamed a lot. Passionate. Do you think Clowney comes back by the end of June? Passionate. I don't know if it's going to be by the end of June, but I do think and believe at this point we are going to be seeing Clowney back in a Seattle Seahawks uniform. It may take a little bit longer than June for it to happen, but yeah, I do think I'm going to make a soft prediction. I think we do see it happen and occur. AD37, what is up, man? How you doing in Virginia? I appreciate it, man. Thank you for watching. But if Browns offered $12 million and it was his best offer, then what the fuck did we offer him? Laughing out loud. Well, the reports are, Shervin, is that we initially offered Jadeveon Clowney $18.5 million on a 4-year deal at the start of free agency. And he was looking to get up, I think, a little bit more closer to the 20 million, maybe a little more bonus money. And then we went down, according to what I had heard, down at like 13.5 million was where we were at on our last offer to him. And that would have been, I think, I don't know if that's on a multi-year deal or a 1-year deal at that point. Who knows if this is accurate? But again, if Jaharus is saying they were offering they were offering basically 3 years, 20 million per, that could also be accurate here. We've got a lot of different information coming back and forth. But you're probably right, Shervins. It's probably I think it's between 10 and 13.5 million is what you'd probably get him on a 1-year deal. And that would be absolutely a steal, as you hit the nail on the head, Shervins, as well as worth waiting for. Be patient. If you're going to get him back at that point, 60% at what you thought it was going to cost him at the start of the offseason, on top of the fact it's still only a 1-year deal in the middle of Jadeveon's prime, let him take his time to come to his okay conclusion on that. I'll be patient for that. Because as you said, Shervins, that is a steal. VG Mark, I made the same sort of logical leap, and that is that the signing of Carlos Hyde is probably going to be indicative of the fact that Beast Mode's not coming back at this point. I wanted to see Marshawn come back. I'd hoped he was going to come back, but yeah, it does appear that signing would be, even if it's to buttress up against Rashad Penny's injury situation, you still went and got DJ Dallas. You still have Travis Homer here. It would seem like Seattle's just not going to maybe go in that direction, but at least you got Beast Mode on the back burner. If we should go through another situation again where our running back situation becomes decimated, you've got Beast Mode on their back hip, and that's not a bad thing to have. Roxanne, pylon stuff. Inside and over the top of the pylon equals inbounds. Front side and outside of pylon equals out of bounds. Wow. Although I've seen the front side called inbounds. Interesting. I don't know then, Dustin. Maybe I'm back on with thinking he was inbounds on that play. I got to go watch that play again and look at it. I need to replay it again and see, because it's been 15 years since I've had to try to forget that game out of my memory. So trying to remember the exact details of it, it's like I need to go back and watch to know for sure. But I'd like to see that play again just to check it out. At least when we struck the heart problems lesson, because if we were 4-10, games don't matter as much. That's true, Dustin. You sometimes almost are just like, be great or suck. Don't be this little bit better than good. Oh. All right. So yeah, Dustin's got it. So if it's touched by the body, then it is out. Okay. All right. All right. Well, now I'm back, Dustin, to thinking he's out of bounds. Shervins asks, where is my confidence coming from Clowney that's coming back? Other than talking to him? Shervins, you have been paying attention to me saying, go sub to Jaharus Clowney's YouTube page, right? You understand what I'm saying in that, right? You guys got to read between the lines on this one a little bit. Oh, in reference to the ball. The ball can hit the pylon and be in, but it does not count. Okay, so we got it. We got a little bit. Okay, so it's the ball. You can get the front side on, but you can't. It can't be a player's body part. It can't be like a foot. Yep. I guess you'd be right then, Dustin. I want to be right on this one, but I'll give it up to you on this one. I'll lean over to him. You never told me if you needed tweezers to move your needle. Once again, tweezers is a P from P State. Run that one by me again, John. You never told me if you needed tweezers to move your needle. Once again, tweezers is a P from P State. Shervins, how about both? Answer your questions, Shervins, both. What does buttress mean? Reinforce. Shervin says, if Browns offer 20, we are screwed. Not necessarily Shervin's, because I think that Jadeveon probably understands what the Browns organization is and what they're about and the history that's gone with them. I don't think that he's in the dark in that respect. I think that he's probably, if you were to look at why he would have turned them down specifically, it's because of the recent history of the organization and understanding that he did say at the start of the offseason he wants to go play for a Super Bowl contender. And he does not view the Cleveland Browns as that. Maybe Jadeveon wasn't packing us on that. Maybe he was being truthful and honest when he said that. And is Kim Kardashian a buttress? Kim Kardashian has had her butt buttressed, John, if you know what I mean. So Kim Kardashian's not a buttress, but Kim Kardashian's butt has been buttressed. That's to use it in a sentence. Shervin's Clowney is nice, but not crucial, and we are not screwed if he leaves. That's true. We're not necessarily screwed if we leave. There's backup plans if that should occur. If that should doth occur. So I would just like to see it because I think he's our best option. You know, you talk about Everson Griffin, 32, 33 years old. You talk about Yannick Ngakoue. Yeah, there's some issues there with him stopping the run. Clowney stops the run better than anybody else in that respect. So there are other alternative options. There's other places they can go. And we maybe not even considered what they may be looking at as their options, C, D, E, et cetera. But I think from just a standpoint of what you can get him at as far as a value at this point, on the 1-year deal, on the low-end deal that you're able to pull him in for, it would just make so much sense to be able to go out there and grab him at that point, especially knowing that you're bringing in a guy who knows your defense, knows his role within it. It would allow all the rest of the rotational depth to slide into its appropriate place. You know, rather than Irvin now being your essential de facto starting Leo end, he gets to slide back over onto the strong side of the formation, the offensive strong side of the formation, and rush from that end. Then you can have Clowney back over at the Leo. You can mix in Rasheem Green a little bit as you need. You can see between Alton and Darrell Taylor who's the best one you got. Does LJ got some pass rush in him? You can kind of factor all that. It all kind of fits a little bit better in with Clowney there. It's like a puzzle piece that all kind of comes together just a little bit better. Little bit better. God. Shervin says, how did you speak to Clowney? Laughing my ass off. Well, Shervin's, that's for me to know and you to find out later. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Roxanne, that does not sound good. Stay out of the light. All right. So we have officially caught up here at the 3-hour mark. If I've missed any sort of questions, please do put it into the area here. Shervins, I do a lot of things, but I do not troll ever, not at all. There's 2 things I will not do on this channel. Number 1, Shervins, I will never in this channel create clickbait. I will never waste your guys' time on a video. If I make a video, it's because it's something I really want to say and I think it's got actual value to being watched. Number 2, I'll never troll. I consider trolling to be the lowest form of humor. By far the lowest form of humor. It's only funny to the person executing it, not to anybody else. So I don't like it. So no, I would never troll you. I try to tell the truth always. I will give you guys nuggets whenever I've got nuggets to give, and this is a nugget I have to give to all of you. So hopefully even amidst this dark off season, we can have a little bit of light and the hopefulness. It doesn't mean it's a certainty that he's coming here. It's just that if I was to say, You talked to me a couple weeks ago and say, well, where do you think is Clowney going to be here? Is he going to come? I'd say, it's not looking as likely. I thought Tennessee was in the lead, but after having talked to certain parties and peoples, I now fall into that 70% realm. So again, Shervins, make of that what you will. If we tested for a good right tackle and decent left tackle, then we're all good. Well, we just need Dwayne Brown teams 12s to stay healthy. That's going to be on that offensive line. That's the biggest key this year is if Dwayne Brown goes down, that offensive line is going to fall apart. I know there's 5 positions there, but that left tackle position is so important on the offensive line, and his play specifically is so important on our offensive line. We need him to be there and to be doing his work and not fall to injury like he did a little bit this last year. There is luckily some good history with left tackles playing into being 30, 33, 34, 35. Hell, Andrew Whitworth's going to be 38 years old this year. So there's a chance he can maybe pull it off. There's a chance he should be able to healthy. I'm not as much on Brandon Shell though. I'm a little bit pessimistic when it comes to our current right tackle starter who's projected there. We'll see, but I think he's going to be a little bit of at best case, a mild upgrade over what we had in Jermaine Ifedi, who was maybe a league worst right tackle for us for a couple of years there. You finally up. She's lazy today. She's not having it. Don't pick the wrong team. Huskies or Cougars or CFB. Well, Dustin, I grew up on the west side of the state, man. You know what I mean? I grew up also, I was right there in the 90s for the Huskies run. So I lean towards being more of a Washington Husky than I do a Cougar, but that's because I grew up on the west side. If I grew up on the east side, I probably would have been a Cougar. If we had not traded, sorry. Oh, okay. Teams 12s. If we had not traded for a good right tackle and a decent left tackle, then we're all good. Yeah. Well, we did sign him though, Team 12s. That was a signing for Brandon Shell. He was a free agent that we brought in. Don't pick the wrong team. No way Pete and John think Rasheem Green can be our number 1 pass rusher. I agree with you, Shervins. I think that even if Clowney weren't to come on board, if Everson Griffin weren't to come on board, there is going to be another option that they bring into play. I wouldn't think that they would sit with essentially your top 2 pass rushers are going to be Green and Irvin, and then Benson Mayo is going to come off as a rotational guy, and you got LJ Collier, and that's going to be your Super Bowl pass rushing. I don't think that they would roll to that way. So you're going to get something else other than if not these other 2 guys, they'll be, I'd all but guarantee you'll get something else coming onto the team to help them out in that rotation. And they have the flexibility there with the salary to bring somebody in. They've got some draft picks for next year. They can move if they want. So they can bounce around a little bit there. You know what I mean? Big Mac asks, what do you think about Antonio Brown maybe or maybe not signing with the Seahawks? I think I get why Russell Wilson wanted him, Big Mac. Russell sees it as there's not a lot of available talent out there to upgrade this team. There's not some offensive lineman that you can go pluck. There's not some grade A tight end that you can grab. He sees it. Look, Antonio Brown's sitting there on the market. You have potentially one of the best wide receivers, at least from a talent standpoint, just sitting there on the market. So I think Russell looks at that and he does have a relationship with the guy and says, yeah, I'd like this guy. Why don't we bring this guy on the team? But I just think that with the fact that you have Josh Gordon kind of sitting there as an alternative and knowing that Gordon does come with his questions, but not the same kind of questions that Brown comes with. And I'm still not even certain that the commissioner is going to let Brown off of his exemption list this year. I mean, he had so many kind of offenses and issues that were brought up that caused his situation to play out like it did. It's hard necessarily to just go and guarantee and know for sure that Brown's going to be playing come game 1 of this season or even game 9 of this season. We'll see on that. But I just think that at the end of the day, Gordon's a better fit from that standpoint of things. I think he'll probably be the guy they eventually do, they do decide to sign and go with. And I'm okay with that. Dustin, the cat's always mocking me behind my back. She's always got a little bit of attitude to her. Look how feisty she is. Look at how feisty she is. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. She's good. She wants to hit me. She wants to, what did you just, ah!
God.
She's a feisty one. She is a feisty one. Huskies were right, Dustin? Was that the right answer? Okay. Oh, Shervins is a Ducks man. Look out. We got an Oregon Duck in the chat. Shervins, I agree with you, man. I would have liked to have seen this offseason more of let's make Russell happy. You know, let's make some moves just to make our quarterback happy. Look at the Chiefs. Chiefs consulted with Patrick Mahomes on the Hilaire pick, their running back that they took in the first round. They checked with Mahomes before making the pick. You know, and I mean, who knows if they were giving him any weight to really like let Mahomes have any real say on it, but it made him feel a part of the process. And there's times where I would like, maybe there's more than we're knowing in the background where they're checking with Russell and talking with him and seeing what he thinks. I mean, certainly before the Gordon signing last year, that was the case where they checked with Russell and said, do you want to bring this guy in? Or maybe Russell was saying, bring this guy in. So maybe he does have a little bit of a voice there, but I'd like to see more of him having more of a voice than he's had. It's been a little bit where it just seems like they're making moves to continually reinforce and rebuild the defense from the Legion of Boom days. And the offense just sort of gets side-child a little bit, you know, where they just kind of don't really invest in the way that you'd like to see them invest in the offensive side of the ball. So I agree with you, Shervins, in that respect, man. I really do. He's carried this team for a lot of years. He's taken a lot of hits. He's had to overcome a lot of deficiencies because they've not drafted as well, and some of the signings haven't worked out as well. So yeah, why not? Why not, you know, listen to your QB? Huskies are probably the best jerseys I know, 100 times better than the Seahawks, who have the best NFL jerseys. I do like the Huskies jerseys. That purple looks sweet. I like their helmets too. 8037, what's the Hawks' excuse on O-line? Drafting signings when Philadelphia, Pitt, KC, and New Orleans seem to find talent in that unit. Yeah, I think AD, they get cute in the draft at times, right? Some of the problems with trading back out of the first round or the second round, going to the back of the stuff, especially when it comes to offensive line, because offensive line is almost not overvalued, but it's valued so highly by NFL teams because there's such a dearth of offensive line talent entering the league now. And so you get those teams that understand that, and they say, okay, we've got to make this a priority in one way or another. And each of those teams differently has done that throughout the years. You look at even a team like Philadelphia, for instance, last year. This wasn't a move that worked out for them, but they drafted the left tackle out of Washington State last year, and I'm sorry, his name's escaping me at the moment. But they signed him, and they had a starting left tackle. They had a starting left tackle in Peters. They had a starting right tackle in Lane Johnson. It was really a pick for the future. Same thing's true here with the Saints, right? Where the Saints go out in this draft and they have already a couple of great bookend tackles, good guard play. Certainly the center position's taken a step back since Max Unger retired a couple of years ago, or a year ago, I think it was. But they go out and they get Cesar Ruiz, who was one of the safest players, one of the safest picks in this entire NFL draft. You know this guy's going to be a solid NFL starter at the center position day one. And that's what you have to do is you have to target guys and not just go, okay, we'll trade back. And then now we'll finally grab a guy. We'll try to do a reclamation project. Or no, put the value into it. Target a guy, slot him, go for him. And they don't do as much of that. And again, I did mention to AD, one of the big problems with them on offensive line is moving guys around. They draft a guy at one position and then they move him to different positions. That's why I'm really glad this year with Damian Lewis, who they got out of LSU. He was a right guard at LSU. He'll be a right guard with the Seattle Seahawks. Keep him at the position that he's best at. Don't move him all around and stunt his growth. So I think that's part of what's also contributed to it. James Carpenter was a left tackle. You moved him to left guard. Jermaine Ifedi was a right tackle initially. You moved him to right guard. Ethan Posick was a center in college, a great center in college. You've kept him at guard as a pro. Doesn't often make a lot of sense to me, AD, you know, where I don't understand why they're doing that as much. I know they like flexibility and having guys they can move all around and overcome injuries, but I don't know. It doesn't exactly worked recently for them. Team 12s, you would go Ducks guy? Okay, Team 12s. We'll look for a few Ducks. D-Mac, what's up, D? Let's see our family. We got the Hawks Nest family in the chat. Dustin's. We're having a Duck Husky off here in the chat. Oh, man. Enough with the Ducks. She's a great cat. She's feisty as hell. She always wants to fight. She's a good kitty, though. She's a good girl. Shervin says, I can't believe this dude Percy Harvin was high every game of his career. I think you'd probably be surprised, Shervin, of how many players in the NFL are high every single game of their career as well. I don't think that he's an outlier. I think from a cultural standpoint, it's pretty, I don't think that they're probably like taking bong rips in the locker room before the game, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them are somehow, some way, in some form or another doing it. You know what I mean? I think it's something that happens. Mo AI says the Clowney roller coaster is tiresome, but I'm excited for him to win a Super Bowl MVP, strip sacking Mahomes on the 1 yard line. Hey, it'll be all worth it at Mo AI. If we come out of this, we get Clowney on the 1 year deal. It's a discounted deal. You're getting him for far lesser rate than what you thought you'd have to get him for. I mean, it works out great in Seattle's favor at that point. If it takes a little bit of extra time for it to come to culmination, then so be it. For what you get back in return, the resources back for what you pay out at that point, that's fine. That's fine. The franchise tag with Clowney this year would have been $19 million per year this year. You might be getting him at like 12 and a half, 12. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, they did. Yeah, that Huskies 1990 team that won the national title. That's one of my favorite teams to go and watch throughout my fandom. Just as that team with Steve Entman and that defense and Don James, that was an amazing team. Amazing team. It would have been great that year if they would have actually been able to play the Hurricanes, because they both shared the national title that year, and it was before the playoff system. But that would have been an awesome game to watch. Huskies go up against the Hurricanes for that national title. Why did the 49ers have to become so good last year? I don't know, man. We can't seem to catch a break. Our division's just always strong, which sucks because there seems to be some empirical data out there that would point to the fact that a successful season and the ability to have the maximum success has a certain quotient of it built upon having a weak-ass division that you can go feast on. I don't have any super data to pull and drive upon right off the top of my head, but I feel like it's that way. Shervin's, I have had to deal with so many 49ers in the comment sections on my videos. I can't take it either, man. They wear my ass out. Like they were just, it was, and they got so mad at me. I did the Santa Clara Clowney Day Massacre for my video title. They got so pissed off at me for that. Man, they filled my chat up. You should go check out that video's chat. Like they just, why are you calling it a massacre? It was a close game. How do you call that? It's not a massacre. It's what? They had butt hurt all over the place. Dustin says Peyton Manning was high. Did you see all the audibles? He's like 59-68. No way. 49 Razor. Omaha. Wait. Omaha. 49 Razor. It is simpler than they just suck. They're insufferable. Shervins is the word that I go to. 49er fans are. I don't have any issues with Ram fans. Which I mean, who's a Ram fan? Are you St. Louis? Are you LA? Which of the two? Who knows? Cardinal fans are fine, but the 49er fans are just a special breed. 2001 Miami team was the best college football team. But TJ, you're too young to have seen the 1990 Washington Huskies team, man. That team was out of control good, including the number 1 overall pick in the draft, Steve Entman. Oh, James Glenn, go to the description section of this video, James, and I've got it posted in the description section on the video. But if you can't find it, then somebody please post Jaharus's YouTube channel there so that James can sub to it. I told you, Harris, we're going to get him some subs today. He didn't believe me. He's like, no. I was like, no, you don't understand. I said, my peeps will deliver. Not LA, but at St. Louis, so pretty. Yeah. Agreed. All right, so we've reached that point here where we are at the end of the chat. I have answered all questions. So if you guys have any kind of last questions here, let's get them in. Let's get into any kind of last discussions here. Your link isn't complete. All right, let me get you. I got you here, man. I got you. My bad, James. Here you go. I posted in the chat, James. Just type that in a Google search there, and that'll take you to his channel. I don't have to go yet. I'm still hanging here for a second, Dustin. I'm all caught up, and I don't have a ton to necessarily talk about. We've kind of covered most of the topics that I was going to dive into a little bit. We already got into a little bit of CenturyLink Field condition stuff, LJ Collier's presser, Timmy Jernigan, all that stuff. But if you guys got some questions, let's pop it in. I'll hit you. Do you think we're going to see more single high given that we have Diggs now? Yeah, I do think we're going to see more of Diggs in the single high. They had gone a little bit more to the cover two. Even last year, they played a lot of cover two over the cover one, cover three stuff that we usually went with, which was interesting. And I think especially early on in the season, spoke to the limitations of Tedrick Thompson playing that single high role. But Diggs was able to play it. He slid right in and he understood it right off the bat. It's not a real complicated role to play. It doesn't take a long time to learn, but it's either have the skill set and the ability to do it, or you kind of don't. And that's one of the things where Tedrick Thompson just didn't have the ball tracking ability, the feel for zone coverage as well. Diggs has that. And I think he's going to be able to be a real impact player, as we move forward. I mean, he had 4 interceptions. He played like four games for us during the regular season. And I think he was still kind of beat up in that playoffs. I don't think that high ankle sprain he suffered was still 100%. Seattle versus Pack. Who's Pack? Oh, for the Packers. Yeah, Raj, I think you're right. I mean, that's become the Seattle versus Packers has become like a quiet rivalry over the last 10 years that has just really, really developed. I mean, you could almost even go with the Packers in Seattle over the last, if you wanted to, go over the last 15 years. If you look at the last 15 years, I think we played the Packers in the playoffs like 5 or 6 times. Quite a bit. And in the regular season, for a while there, it seemed like every season we were playing the Packers during the regular season too. But they've definitely become kind of a quiet rival of our Seahawks. They really have, especially for not being in our division. They're a little like the Panthers, where it's like we just play them so often. Shervin asks, thoughts on Marquise Blair's potential? I put his potential as a Pro Bowl player at safety, as a strong safety, free safety. But the biggest part that I'm intrigued with Marquise Blair is his potential as being able to play both free safety or strong safety, and playing them both at a very high level, because that opens the door to eventually bringing in a similar player who you can play between both different ranges. And then that makes your defense that much harder to prepare for, and it makes you harder pre-snap, which is one of the places our defense is very deficient right now. One of the weaknesses of our defense is that pre-snap, when the quarterback walks up to the line of scrimmage, he's going to have a pretty damn good idea of where players are going to be post-snap. That's sort of giving away some of the game to offenses out the gate. You know what I mean? It's giving them an advantage over you that you don't have to give them. Having safeties that can be multidimensional and both do the similar roles of the other, whereas predominantly you're going to have the free safety playing that center field role, taking away the deep ball, and then alternatively you're going to have the strong safety playing up there in that default 8th man the box role like Cam Chancellor used to play. Now you can maybe move those around a little bit. But with Blair, what I saw him, especially in that Ravens game when he was matched up on their very talented tight end, he did very good in that role. He was our dime cornerback last year. So Seattle thought highly enough of him to have him out as our dime cornerback when they went to 4 wide receivers, the opposition's offenses. So from that standpoint, I love his ability to be a cover guy as well as being a guy that can be a hitter, a sure tackler, a guy that can be an intimidator out there in the secondary on those crossing routes. So I really do like him a lot. I wish we would have saw him more on the field last year. I don't know why it took so long for him to get on the field. I think somebody mentioned maybe there was some kind of injury stuff that was lingering throughout the year a little bit with him, but he should absolutely be out on the football field in some way, shape, or form this year. Unfortunately, it's maybe going to be a little restricted because he is going to be behind Bradley McDougald. We may have to wait one more year to really get the most out of the Marquise Blair experience. User Hitstick asks, any Antonio Brown updates? Not as of yet. In fact, it's gone pretty quiet. You know, we saw him working out with Geno Smith. We know that Russell Wilson wants him to come aboard, and then he's pushing for Seattle to sign him. But nothing yet. It's a lot like the Josh Gordon situation. It's sort of like the first part of this has to come into play. It's got to be the commissioner's office coming down and making a determination on the player. All last year with Antonio Brown, essentially teams were aware that if Antonio Brown were to be signed, the second that you sign him, he's then going to go onto the commissioner's exemption list. And this is post him leaving the Patriots. It's why the Patriots released him. So those decisions have to come down. We've got to know if he's active or if he's going to be sitting out before they can make the signing on either of the two players. I think that Gordon's decision is going to come sooner than Brown, and I think Brown's situation can continue to kind of metastasize there. He could be potentially still suspended out through this whole next season, maybe. Maybe not likely to happen, but it's still a possibility. This leads me back to thinking that Seattle's probably going to go for Josh Gordon. It's the one that seems to make the most sense, user Hitstick. I looked him up and he plays Fortnite. He does play Fortnite. He absolutely does. Raj, yes. Is it Ride Raj? I think I'm pronounced that right because I think the H is silent. Raj, yes. How do you think Jaron Reed and Poona Ford are going to do in the interior? I'm actually really high on them. Raj, and I like it, especially if what I anticipate happening, which is that we're hearing some rumblings that Seattle is going to sign Snacks Harrison, who's a specialized one tech, one of the better one techs in the league at stopping the run. He'd give you some great depth there. Really allow Jaron Reed to then fully slide into the three tech. You know, it'd be then just Poona Ford and Snacks Harrison playing the one tech for you. You keep Jaron over on that three tech, let him just really rush the passer a lot, shoot the gaps, that kind of thing. So I'm actually fairly high on those two guys. I think Poona Ford, people sometimes need to pop their brakes on him. He's never going to be a Pro Bowl player. He's never going to be like a guy like some people would like a Grady Jarrett type, another undersized defensive tackle who plays for the Falcons, who does draw some comparisons to Poona. I don't think Poona's quite that good of a player, but as a run-stopping guy who's every once in a while will give you a little bit of pass rush, Poona's got it. He's going to give you that kind of quality production there. So I'm not on Pro Bowl. I don't think either guy's going to get you to the Pro Bowl or is going to get to the Pro Bowl. But like I said, I think Reed will get you into that 4 to 5 sacks range from the interior, which is going to be very valuable. And Poona's going to give you good run stuffing, which is necessary on this team. We can't allow running backs to run at a 4.9 yard per average carry clip this next year. It just can't happen. We got lucky to kind of get away with it last year. The foundation of your defense is to stop the run. Therefore, you cannot give up the run because you're having your foundations then torn down. It's just, it's the basic logic of it to me. Dustin L. Ron says, imagine Shaun Alexander, the GOAT, doing the Beastquake run against the Saints. He would have fallen down at first contact in that pile. You're right, Dustin. Because the thing with Shaun Alexander is that he did a lot of math after he took the ball in the handoff. And if in his math, he determined that there was a big play there to be had, he's going to go for it. But if he determines in his math that there is not a big play there to be had, he's going to fall for, like you said, fall at first contact. And that's the thing that bothered, I think, Seahawks fans with him, is that it wasn't a matter that Shaun was just soft. It's that Shaun chose when to be soft and when to run hard. He had the capability in him to run hard. He had it in him to be a guy tough to bring down. He was a big back. He wasn't a small guy, but he just didn't always run with that ferocity you wanted to see. And I think for a lot of people, and myself included, it sometimes holds you back from being able to put him up on the pedestal that some other folks would necessarily put him up on. The Hawks have winning records against all NFC West teams. Which team is the closest? I don't know. That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say the closest team. How about the Cardinals? I think the Cardinals will be the closest. Yeah, Roxanne, I agree with you. Poona Ford's a solid player. He's the type of player that you need to have on your foot. You need a lot of these type of players on your football teams. Not everybody can be a superstar or a star or a Pro Bowler. He's got a role. He does it well. We need to get some more depth in behind him, but I'm perfectly happy with Poona, and he was a great find, by the way, as an undrafted free agent by John Schneider. I don't think Schneider gets a lot of credit for Poona, but he absolutely should. He's a guy that went undrafted. We snagged him up. We thought he could be a really good starter in this league, and that's what he's proven out to be. So good on Schneider. That was as part of a very good undrafted free agent class that he brought in that year. I was right, the Cards? That was a guess, Dustin. That was a guess. See? That was off the top of my head. I think it's a matter of two. It's the reason the Cardinals are close is because you didn't play the Cardinals a lot when you were in the AFC. And since you've been over in the NFC, the Cardinals have been relatively good throughout the time of us being in the NFC West. Whereas the Rams have gone up and down, and then the Niners were down for a long time and now have suddenly come up, for a period there. So it makes sense why it would be that way. It does make it the census. Okay. So I think we will look at starting to wrap this up. Any of your last minute questions, go ahead and pop them on into the chat. I am working on, again, just doing the next great Seahawk moment video. I hope I'm going to have that out to you guys this week. So hopefully if I can get my, I've got all the audio done, got the cuts. A lot of it's done. It's like 90% of the way there. I just got to push through the last bit. So be on the lookout for that. We'll get a Largent one out to you guys on that. Working on some Hawk Nest episode, a lot of background stuff, kind of the background there. Again, if you haven't already subbed, please do sub to Jaharus Clowney's YouTube channel there. It's down there in the description section. I'll make sure it's posted here after I end stream. Make sure that's in there very clear. Thank you for doing that to all of you guys who did sub to his channel. I know he's very appreciative. He's a young man on the come and on the rise, and who knows, he may even be a great football player when it's all said and done too. So other than that, any other last bit of questions here we'll go through? Raj asked, do you think the Tampa Bay game will be, since Arians always plays the Hawks well, do you think the Tampa Bay game will? I think do we play Tampa Bay next year, Raj? I don't think we play Tampa Bay next year, do we? But Bruce Arians always played Seattle tough because Bruce Arians is an offensive-minded coach. And you saw this, Raj, in the game against Tampa Bay last year where he understood how to attack our secondary and the way we play our zones, specifically those post routes to Mike Evans, where it was just like stealing candy from a baby, where they knew the second that he had Jameis looking and reading his pre-snap, which was that the Seahawks cornerback was going to drop into their bail, you would see the receiver, Mike Evans, go into that post route, which gets in front of the bail technique and allows for easy completions. Arians played us for years. He's played this defense for years. He's very well equipped to understand how to go after that and attack this particular defense. Frankly, there's a lot of offensive coordinators that are in this day and age. Our defense has been around now for 10 years. It's not a very complicated defense. It's very simplistic in its nature. So on its already out the gate, it's not that tough to understand what you're trying to do defensively. Then you give people 10 years of data to operate off of. It just makes it that much easier to kind of attack and go after at times. Yeah, we don't play them this year. I didn't think we played them this year. No Tampa unless the playoffs, but I do think Tampa is going to make the playoffs, Raj. I do think that they are a playoff. That's real. Why do we always play the Vikings? We played them last year and the year before, and then that, and then this year. Yeah, it's Vikings, Packers, and Panthers are the three NFC teams that it's like one of those three teams we're always going to play every single year, like every time. And usually a couple of them. Yeah, it is just funny how it works, TJ. Jamie, what's up? Who should the Hawks put at nickel corner this year? Well, it would seem like Jamie that at least what according to Schneider said, is Schneider said that he thinks Dunbar can kick into slot corner on passing downs when you got 4 wide receivers. So what that would mean would be then that you'd have Trey Flowers come out and play Dunbar's role. Then on the right outside cornerback, Dunbar comes in and plays the slot. If it's not him, then it's going to be Ugo Amadi. But it's hard to know what we're going to have in Dunbar because in the tape that I watched of him in the Redskins last year, I didn't see a lot of Dunbar playing the slot. They say he can do it, but I don't know that he can. We're going to have to see how that plays out. It does look like, unfortunately, Jamie, that they are going to stay a lot into that base attack again. You're going to see the 3 linebackers out on the field a large amount of the time like they did last year. We put out our base package more than any other NFL team in the entire league. Even when teams' oppositions went to 3 wide receiver sets, we still kept those 3 linebackers out there, and they seemed fairly committed to it. Carroll thought that it was somewhat successful when he was asked about it this offseason. So I think that you're not going to see a lot of slot corner to answer your role, Jamie. You're not going to see him out there as much as maybe you'd like or I'd like to see. It'll probably be more linebacker often than not, but I think Dunbar gets the first swing at it, and then they'll go back to Ugo as a backup plan if Dunbar is not able or is capable to play that slot as they're trying to sell us on him being able to sell. Big Mac, thank you for subbing to Jaharus' channel. I know he appreciates all of you guys doing that. You guys are going to blow him away getting all these subs. So I do thank you guys all for doing that. Well, I'll go live for 4 hours, TJ. I just don't have a ton to talk about because we're in the dead zone right now. I was trying to see if there's topics I really wanted to cover, but I didn't have a whole lot to really go over right now. We got no new signings, no games coming up, no training camps or off seasons. It's just not as much information right now. Remember when the Seahawks went 19-0 in the 2020-2021 season? I would love to see that. And that'd be amazing if they pulled that one off. Record prediction. My record prediction right now is going to be 12-4. Meow to you. Yeah, TJ, sorry, buddy. Just not as much going on right now. So we'll edit a little bit early on this. Once we get closer into the season, I'm sure these will be going far past the 4-hour mark. But just right now, we got there ain't a lot of meat on the bone. You know, there's not as much to cover right now. But Dustin, I would love to see an undefeated season. That would be awesome. Is there a favorite off-season signing that you have? Honestly, Debo, I kind of let me think on that for a sec, Debo. Let me consider it. I'm gonna get back to that, Debo. I'm thinking at it. Dustin, yeah, I think that it's 12-4 at this point. I think there'll be a couple losses in the division, like you pointed to. I agree with that. I don't think we're losing the Rams twice, but I think what I would say is probably you lose the Rams once, you lose the Niners once, you lose probably in Buffalo. And then I've got to look at the schedule, what my other loss would be. I think that Buffalo game's a loss. 10 a.m. on the East Coast, early in the season. It's got that feel to it, doesn't it? Got kind of like, yeah, that's a tough one. It seems like they always play West Coast teams really tough. Azoz, welcome, man. Thank you for hopping in the chat. Yeah, you like the new backdrop? I'm adding to it little by little, man. I'm buffering this up bit by bit. Give you guys some cool things to look at here a little bit. I remember that DJ Wilborn says, I remember when the Seahawks had the greatest 19-0 defense in the 2021-2020 season. If we got the greatest defense in the league, we will be going 19-0. I don't need to know what we have on offense. You tell me that I've got the number 1 defense in the league this season. That's an undefeated team. Because I know the offense is as good as they are. They're going to put points on the board. You know, this ain't the 2012, 2013 offense we're going to be trotting out there. It's a team that should be putting up 25, 26, 27 points a game on average easily next year. Sean came back. Yeah, Raj, I got that Buffalo game. I think there's 2 losses in the division. There's the Buffalo game, and then I've got one other random, I think Dustin has the Redskins. It'd be like a Redskins-like team that we're just not considering or thinking. Yeah, TJ, I had him at 11-5 as well, up until recently. But I think with my estimation, I think Clowney's going to be worth 1 win, and I think he's coming back. So I had him at 11-5 before I knew Clowney was coming back. I think Clowney's worth at least 1 win. So I put him I'm going to go 12-4. Dustin Elrod, Cowboys. Cowboys, the blasphemy. Azo says, do you think Wilson is a Hall of Famer or too early to tell? Russell Wilson, if he retired right now, Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. He's, as I was saying earlier about, somebody was asking Azo's earlier about Cam Chancellor. And one of the things we pointed with Cam Chancellor is that the Hall of Fame tends to be about having 10 years of dominant play. That tends to be what is the metric by which you can get in. 10 years of dominance. Well, Russell Wilson's had 10, he's played, I think, 11 years in this league, 10 years in this league. He's given you 10 years of dominance. And you look at his quarterback rating, which I think sits second all time to just Aaron Rodgers. His touchdown interception we're saying is the yards rushing he has. He's going to be a top 3 all-time quarterback as far as rushing yards go. The amount that he's won, his comebacks. When he retires, this guy's going to be probably the all-time comeback king when it's all said and done. I think it all, if he retired right now, it would be a Hall of Fame, no doubt. Jamie Hotnick says, who should Seattle cut in the tight end room, assuming they keep 5 tight ends? Jamie, the guy that I would be cutting is Jacob Hollister. There's a new thing within the CBA in that veterans, they used to come in at about $1.5 million. So it was always in the team's best interest to go for the rookie or the younger player who would be at a couple $100,000, $400,000, $500,000. It was a difference in price. And what this led to is a lot of veterans getting pushed out of the league a little bit prematurely. And so what the new CBA has done is it's allowed for teams to sign these veterans, sign them to the 1-year, $1 million deal. And my connection's having a little issue. If it is weird, sorry, it's giving me a weird message. So that allows you to go out now and get these veteran players at the $1 million deal, which is a little bit less than what you had to pay for before. So that what I'm going around on and trying to say on this is, Luke, right now, Hollister is going to cost you $3.2 million if you play him out this year on his restricted tag. Whereas with Luke Wilson, it's a 1-year, $1 million deal. So you keep, to me, Holson, you keep Parkinson, you keep obviously Disley, and then you hold on to Luke Wilson, let's say. Would be probably what they would do is keep 4 tight ends, and that's where I would go with it. You save the $3 million and apply that, let's say, to a Snacks Harrison. That's how I would see it. That's how I would see it playing out. We'll see if it goes that direction. Dustin, I'm going to be really worried on that Bills game. You look at the Bills, and when you look at them even in recent years when they've been bad, and they've played the teams from the West Coast who have to go out to the East Coast at that 10 a.m. games in Buffalo, it's not a great record for teams coming in there. Whether you're a good team, whether you're a bad team, it doesn't seem to matter. It just is a really tough environment to go into at 10 a.m. for those West Coast teams. I'm really worried about that game. Azoz, when will we be using Ugo Amadi more this season? Well, I think Dunbar gets the first crack at the slot corner role. Or not Ugo, I think Dunbar, but then Ugo's behind him. But I just don't think, based off of what we've heard with Seattle this offseason, they just haven't necessarily been as high as on Ugo as maybe we would have thought they would have been. He's just not been handed the slot corner role, for instance. Carroll hasn't necessarily been effusive in his praise. Snyder has talked about wanting to upgrade that position and being unhappy with the play there. It just doesn't seem like the team is as high on him necessarily as we would be. So I think it's going to be harder for him to slide in there and get playing time. We'll see if Dunbar can really play the slot. That's the question on that one. Can he truly play that slot role? Raj says, Redskins aren't a loss to me because by the time we play them, they will have nobody. It's possible. I mean, the Redskins don't have a lot offensively speaking, especially giving up Trent Williams. That offensive line is a little bit weak. The receiving core is not the greatest. They've got some holes on that team, but they've certainly done a good job of kind of being like a San Francisco 49ers light, right? Where they continually invest in that defensive line and continually bring in pass rushers, which they are going to be good up front. There's no doubt about it. So we'll see how much that's going to drive the success of that team by being as solid as they are up front, like they are. My cats are attacking each other, but I agree. I don't quite see it myself, Raj, as a loss either. I think what Dustin's doing is he's factoring in there's always a surprise loss on the schedule, which I think he's right. He's on the button on thinking that. There always does seem to be a surprise loss in there somewhere, somehow. But I would think that we could be able to handle them. We'll see. Maxwell Stern, I would love to see Russell Wilson win the MVP. I just don't think that the East Coast bias is going to allow for it. Being a run-first offense is going to allow for it. When you look at him historically and you see that he's not even gotten one MVP vote throughout his whole entire career, whereas Bobby Wagner's got an MVP vote. Shoot, Derek Carr's got 6 MVP votes. Russell doesn't have 1. I come back and point to that being that the East Coast bias exists, that it's just that he's just not going to really get that credit like that to ever get that MVP and be in that position, which does suck. Dustin Elrod, Seahawks Berm. Hey, Clowney ain't worth a full game. Only really great defensive linemen by themselves count for a full game. All right, so again, Dustin, let's just go back to the Cincinnati game. Let's go back to that first game of the season, okay? We won that game by 1 point. Are you really going to sell me on, Dustin, if Jadeveon Clowney doesn't play in that game, that we win that game? If he doesn't play in that game, do you really believe we win that game? I don't buy it. The 49er game. If Clowney doesn't have the game that he has last year in that 49er game, do we win that game? You're being silly if you tell me that we don't win. We don't win either of those two games if he's not in there. That's 2 games right there. That's 2 games right there. So I'm going to disagree with you on that one, man. Russ has only played 8 years. Are you sure about that? I don't know about that. I think he's played more than that. Where's my phone? I'm almost positive Russ has played 10 years. No, you're right. Maybe it is only 8 years. I still put him in the Hall of Fame, TJ. Even 8 years in, it's been a remarkable 8-year run. I'd put him in there still, even if you only got 8 years. That's damn near a decade. Before I knew Clowney was coming back. Well, it's not assured yet. It's just leaning in that direction. Zoz asks, will fans be able to go to the stadiums this year? Zoz, I probably don't think so. Maybe a limited capacity. But it seems like the indicators right now are pointing in the direction of that being a no. That would seem to be what we're seeing here on that. Robert Pennington. What is up, Rob? Trade Hollister and a first for Kittle. Yeah. If only you could. The Niners do have an interesting situation there, Rob, where they are in the contract negotiations, and supposedly they are not close with Kittle. And that is a team that's going to have some situations with their contract, with their cap situation coming up, because they're going to start paying guys where it could get a little bit weird for them. They're going to have to put Trent Williams on a new contract here soon. Could be some interesting developments then when getting pushed up on the cap with that. We'll see how it goes, but I don't think they're going to trade him though, Rob. Any news on Clowney? Yes, Rob. I'm having everybody sub to the channel that I put in the description section. So Rob, subscribe to the Q4 that I've got in the description section. That's Jaharus Clowney, a relative of one Jadeveon Clowney. So do your Seahawks part today and sub to his channel. What? What? Are you crying? Dustin Elron says, last time we stomped the Bills to death. Did we stomp them to death? It was a relatively close game, wasn't it, Dustin? I remember in that game, I want to say Jimmy Graham had 2 one-handed catches in that game, I think. He was pretty money on that one. Those were good games. It was a Monday nighter too, I think. TJ Wilborn says, let's get snacks, Clowney, AB, and we're all set. That'd be a squad, TJ. It's funny, the thing goes dodgy on me here. It's getting dodgy. Snacks and AB. That'd be an interesting collection of guys if they could get all 3, man. You want to talk about a talent upgrade, TJ, of just 3 guys and an injection to the roster. You would certainly do it. Part of me with AB is just like, man, that guy would be a nightmare to deal with. I don't know if he can keep his stuff together, but what a talent he is. There's no denying he is, if you'd have got with the Patriots in that one game, went off, probably would be definitely even an upgrade over a guy like Gordon. How do you feel about Drew Brees and what's going on with him? I kind of stay out of it, Debo. Everything in life, my feeling with it right now, Debo, is everything in life has become political. Everything, everywhere. And the thing that I love about football and the thing I love about sports, it's the one refuge place that I can go to that doesn't have to be political. I don't have to go take a stance. I don't have to do anything else. I can just enjoy it for the sport it is and the purity of what it is. And that's where I tend to fall with it. I get exhausted by society's incessant on everything needing to be political, on everything needing to be just absolutely the most passionate thing that we all have to be about. I just get tired of it. I just want to watch football sometimes. You know? Azos asks, in the next couple of years, will we be using the franchise tag ever? And if so, who? Azos, there could be a possibility that you eventually do use the franchise tag on Shaquem Griffin. I mean, if Shaquem gets to a place where he wants to be paid top of the market, break the market on the cornerback role because it's his turn, he's the next man up, and Seattle says, hey, you don't take the ball away enough for us to go do that, and they can't come to a kind of common understanding there, then he would be probably the guy that I would look to see them target to do that with. But Seattle historically with Schneider and Carroll, they've really been hesitant to use that franchise tag. They just don't want to do it. You know, I mean, the year that they could have done it with Frank Clark, and he would have been probably willing to come in and play on that franchise tag, they traded him to get out of having to do that. It just doesn't seem to be something that they want to use. They'd rather get the guys on multi-year deals. They just don't seem to be a big believer in that franchise tag and utilizing it like other teams do. I get you, Debo, man. I understand. It's just I just try to avoid it for that reason. I get where I'd normally maybe like to talk about it, but it seems that I've been exhausted by our political system the last couple of years. It's wore me out. I think it's smart of you to factor in a surprise loss, Dustin. Surprise losses, there's at least one every year that people don't think is going to happen. You know, look at the Cardinal game at the end of the year this year. When Seattle had everything to play for, the Cardinals had nothing to play for. Kyler Murray's knocked out, I think, after like halfway into the second quarter, and you can't win the game. I mean, no one would have saw that one coming. Yeah, that's the tough thing with the Debo is the second I talk about politics too, it doesn't matter which side I talk about, the other side's going to get pissed, and it's the quickest way to lose subs, I think, when you're a football channel is to start talking about politics because you're going to piss somebody off. That's the problem. Is people are always going to get angry no matter what you do. Okay, so Dustin, you said he's not worth the full game, but you didn't address the 2 points that I made. Is that you feel then, Dustin, last year we would have won the Cincinnati game and we would have won the first 49er game if Clowney had not been playing in those games? If we have a league average player in Clowney's place playing in that position in those games, do you think we win those games? That's just 2 games from last season. And you're not even going to give me one game? You're not going to say that Clowney's even worth one game of a difference if he's on a roster versus somebody else that's on a roster in his place, a league average person in his place? I don't know. Like I said, I think I disagree. Debo says, do the Browns have the best wide receiver core outside the Seahawks? I think they would, Debo, if you factor in, well, I think Tampa Bay's got a strong claim as well, Debo. But when you factor in the fact that they have 2 tight ends like they do that are very solid, David Njoku, and they went and got Austin Hooper from the Falcons to combine with what they had at the wide receiver position, then yeah, I think they'll certainly have a good, strong claim to lay to it. Maybe I would give just the Buccaneers a little bit of an edge. I think very highly of Mike Evans, pretty darn highly of Godwin. I think O.J. Howard's still tapping into his potential of what he could be. And then you've got Gronkowski coming in there as well. That's tough for me to pick anybody else above them and what they have going on. Russ was drafted. Yeah, I was off on that, Roxanne. I'm sorry. So he's only been 8 years in the year, and I thought I was having 10 years. Dustin says Kittle wants to be paid not like a tight end. It's gonna make it hard for them to find his value because there's a wide difference between the top of the wide receiver market and the top of the tight end market. And the tight end market is a lot like the safety market, where just they don't get paid as much. Their value is just a little depressed. So you could see a little bit of a weird back and forth between those two parties as far as figuring out where his value is. I would still tend to think that they probably eventually do sign him because he is so important to that team and what they do. And he is a pretty young player still too. I've been gone for 30 minutes because I went through a value in Eastern Washington. You lost cellular signal? Yeah, there's still some dead spots in Eastern Washington, unfortunately. Some mountainous ranges. Raj asks, who do you think the front runners are for the first round bye in the AFC and the NFC? Well, the AFC, I think you've got to give the nod to the Chiefs. The Bills are going to be good. Obviously, with the Patriots going backwards a little bit, the Dolphins still rebuilding, the Jets still kind of finding themselves. You feel like the Bills could maybe feast a little bit on that weak division and get themselves out, but I don't think the Bills are good enough to push past that 11, 12 win mark. And certainly you got the Texans are there. They're fairly okay, but just kind of weak overall, I think. I come back to the Chiefs. I like what they've done this offseason. They haven't lost any talent. Hell, they were even still able to hold on to Sammy Watkins, who everyone thought they were for sure going to lose this offseason. But they were able to keep on to him, hold him in on a renegotiated deal. That Clyde Collier that they got out of LSU for running back, he's going to upgrade the running back position in a big-time way, a very complete running back. I like a lot of what he can do. So I still think the Chiefs have it in the AFC. I don't think that there's even anybody really – I know people love the Ravens, but I don't think that even the Ravens are going to be able to compete for them because the Ravens are playing in such a tough division. I think the Bengals will be improved. The Browns are going to be better. The Steelers are going to be better with having Roethlisberger back. Roethlisberger, I can't say his name. With having Big Ben back throughout the year. So I think that they're going to just have a couple extra losses next year because of that. That'll put the Chiefs in the place. Now in the NFC, I'm going to go ahead and at this point give it to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that the Saints are going to come back down to earth a little bit. They'll still be a tough team, but I think the Panthers are rebuilding. I think the Falcons are not going to be a team that's really going to press them or give them much of a tough difficulties. I think the NFC West has the most talented, best teams, but I think that we're just all going to beat up on ourselves. And to get that number one bye, you've got to have some weak suckers that you're able to feast on. Tampa Bay gets to play on that lesser schedule from having a losing record the prior year. Their division's a little weaker. I think that they're going to get that first round bye because of it. I'm buying in on the Buccaneer hype at this point. So Buccaneers and the Chiefs are going to be my pick. Did you see the greatest drafts of all time? Seahawks 2012 was rated 4th best ever, and the Seahawks 2010 was rated 5th best ever. So as those, I guess, they probably put one of the Cowboys early 1990s drafts ahead of Seattle. I wonder what the other two teams would have been. What the other two if you can, as those, put the other drafts that were ahead of Seattle, the number 3s that were up. I'd be interested to see what they were. I bet you one of them is the Cowboys from the early 90s. The Herschel Walker one where they got all those picks for Herschel Walker. I bet that's one of them. But I wonder who else would be the other who'd be the other draft. What do you think of next season? I see 12-4, asked William. That's actually Willama. Sorry, Willama. Mispronounced that. That's where I'm at, Willama. I've got us at 12-4 as well. That's I'm going to put us at 12-4. The schedule is going to be a little bit easier than last year. You had the number one most difficult schedule in the entire NFL last year. 5 10 a.m. games. And you combine that with the fact you were the most injured team in the NFL last season. Your starters missed more games due to injury than anybody else. I don't think that those two factors are going to replicate themselves. And having a little bit of an easier schedule, I think you can get up into that 12-win mark. DK Metcalf prediction for next year and years on. I have DK next year as going for, let's put him at 70 catches, 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns. I'm going to have about a 60% catch rate, if not even up into the 65% range. And then moving forward, I think even the year after that, he takes another step. So I think by year 3, 4, 5, you're going to see him pushing up into the range of 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns a year for a few year period there, especially while Russell Wilson is still at the end of his prime. I think you're really going to see him be able to take advantage of that and his numbers really go through the roof there. So I see next year, 1,200 yards, 70 catches, 10 touchdowns, and then just further production even going forward from that, Maxwell. Dustin Elron, I said last time, meaning in Buffalo. Oh, well, if you want to split hairs, it was technically in Toronto. So if you want to get really splitting hairs, last time we played in Buffalo, I think Marshawn Lynch ran wild all over us. So, do you think the Bills are in the race? Maybe. Yeah, so Raj, I think they're in the race. I do, but I'm not sold on Josh Allen as a quarterback to be able to really take him to that next level. They did lose a guy or two from that defense this offseason. Jordan Phillips, for instance, went to the Cardinals. They can push. They can certainly push. They are going to be playing, I think, with not a first place schedule, but at least a winning schedule. So they aren't going to have necessarily easy opponents. They're not having like a last place schedule they operate from. They're in contention, Raj. I don't know if I'd give them the nod, though, as the favorites. Certainly the Ravens and the Chiefs would be ahead of them, but they would be the third team, I think, as far as the likelihood to grab that first round bye in the AFC. Man, we got back up on this, didn't I? I got you, Debo. Here's the link to Clowney's YouTube page. Posted in there. Yes, I stand by it. Clowney is not worth a full game. Okay, so Dustin, you're saying we would have won the Bengals game last year without Clowney, league average player. We win it. You say we win the 49er game as well without Clowney. I think you're out on an island on your own on that one, man. I think if you were to take 10 Seahawks fans and take the pulse of them and ask them that same question, all of them that watch the Bengals game, they'd probably say that Clowney was the difference in both of those two games. But again, it's all right. We could just disagree. Clowney actually came through with 2 clutch touchdowns, but we really just need a pass rusher and someone that can open up an interception situation. Yeah, we need more consistent pass rush. That was my number one thing that we needed to address this offseason, Willamana. So I agree with you there. I think Clowney is definitely the best right now for what we have as options available. I do. Bengals, I don't remember Clowney. Well, Dustin, if you get a chance to go back and watch that first game of the year again, go back and watch it. He was a game wrecker in that game. Absolute game wrecker. In fact, Quinton Jefferson got a couple sacks in that game based off the Clowney's initial pressure. Essentially, Clowney forcing the quarterback into Jefferson and for the sack. So again, go back and watch that game start to finish. And again, some of this is about watching it with your eyes and not look at stats and numbers and all. Look at it, watch it with your eyes. His impact on that game, his impact in the 49er game was the difference in those two games. You don't have him in those two games are losses. And I would say that there were other games in last year's, I would point and say that there's other games last year that Clowney played in that if we didn't have him playing in, we'd probably lose. Like, let's say the Falcon game. But I would even take these two games alone. Throughout those other games, just these two games, the Bengals game, the Niner game, he was the difference defensively. He was the difference in that game of us winning that game or not winning that game. You put a league average player out there in his position instead of him. You put Jacob Martin out there instead of Clowney in those two games. We don't win those two games. And this is, I'm not even making this isn't a great reach, frankly, Dustin. I would laugh the Patriots win 11 games and make the Super Bowl. I'd laugh too, TJ. If Belichick can pull that off this year, then he has absolutely earned the title of genius 100%. Because that is not an 11-win team right now as they're stacked up from a talent standpoint. But if they pull it off, that would certainly be his greatest job. Willie Mana says DJ Dallas is being a little underrated, has a similar frame to Marshawn Lynch. Yeah, he does. I think Marshawn Lynch is a little more explosive. Marshawn Lynch was a first-round pick coming out in his draft. He had a lot of physical traits that separated him from other running backs. DJ Dallas, as far as his physical traits go, it's not there. He ran like a 4.6 40. He jumped like 32 inches as far as his 40 goes. He had like a 115-inch broad jump. I think all these are really, really low numbers, and you want explosive traits in your running back position. Usually, that's what Seattle tends to gravitate towards in the running back position is those explosive traits. It's why I'm a little bit pessimistic when it comes to DJ Dallas and his potential. Tampa Bay, number 1 seed, wild card. I just see Tampa Bay as a number one seed. And it's not just because of Tom Brady. Certainly Tom Brady and Gronkowski's addition to that offense is going to help them when they already last year, Jameis Winston, with him throwing 30 freaking interceptions, he still led the league in touchdown throws. He had those kind of playmakers to throw to. And when you look at the Patriots, for me, what seals the number 1 seed for me as far as putting them as the favorite, it's that front 7 that nobody gives them enough credit for, in my opinion. They've got a front 4, number 1, that has no weak links. All of those guys can get after the quarterback, and they can stop the run. You are not going to run on that Tampa Bay Buccaneers team. And then you look at them from the linebacker position, they're very solid there as well. Now, the secondary is a crapshoot, no doubt about that. But they're going to get up on teams, and they're going to be able to get after the quarterback. And that tends to help you win a lot of football games. Well, Imana, I wouldn't be surprised if Lynch were to re-sign with the Seahawks again either, though I will say that I think the Carlos Hyde signing, as someone else said, is probably an indicator that he's not going to probably return. Or unless there's a huge injury situation like last year, let's say. But I don't think that you could probably rely upon that occurring. Debo asks, how many games do the Pats win this year? I think that they're slightly tanking this year. I will say that Belichick, because he's so prepared and he's so detail-based, he's going to be worth a few wins as a coach, I think, to a degree. But I would say that they're probably a 5-win team right now this next year. If not even less, because Miami could come around. That division could actually turn out to kind of start to come around a little bit. The Dolphins with their head coach and some of the moves they've made. The Jets last year, once they got their quarterback back from mono, they were a lot different team than what they were prior to him being gone with the mono. So, and that's a top 10 quarterback pick that they've got there. So I don't know. They could be a tough division as well. Remember, there's only one bye this season, so the Bucs must be the number 1 seed. Yeah, I'm factoring that in, Dustin. I just look at it as, again, I think that there's better teams in the NFC, let's say, the NFC West, or at least there's a better team with the Niners. I think the Niners are a better team than the Buccaneers, but I think the NFC West is going to beat up on itself. And when I look at the NFC North, I don't think that any of those teams are really going to separate themselves. I don't. I think the Packers have, especially with their draft and the oddity of their draft, I don't think that they're going to duplicate what they did last year. I think they had a weaker schedule last year. It's not going to be as weak this year for them. And when I look at the NFC East, I don't think the Cowboys and Eagles separate themselves all that much. I think the Giants are going to be a little bit improved and the Redskins are going to be a little bit improved. So it's coming back to why I picked the Bucs. I think they can beat up on 2 of the teams in their division, being the Panthers and the Falcons. They can split the game with the Saints. And then I think they can feast outside their division, which I think does get them the number 1 seed at that point. Yeah, Roxanne, you hit the nail on the head. The NFC West is going to kill each other. They're just going to beat up on each other, especially when we got Niners and the Niners. When you have the Niners and the Hawks playing each other, 2 teams that just want to run the ball and beat up, just come downhill on you, play after play after play, smash and smash and smash. It's just very physical. It's going to wear them out. You know, it makes it harder. It does. Debo 5. Yep. So we're in agreement, Debo. I got 5 on the Patriots too. Who's your must-watch games this year? Doesn't have to be Seahawks. You know, Seahawks 0. I'll have to take a look at the schedule, man. I'd have to have it in front of me and be looking at it. For me, it's a lot of times I like watching the other interdivision games because it's where you get the familiarity. It's players that don't like each other. I tend to gravitate towards really liking to watch those games and trying to put those on, but nothing off the top of my head right now I could point to as a game. I'm sorry. I'd have to look at the schedule and see who's on there that really jumps out to me. Raj asks, how do you think the Falcons with Julio and Gurley, albeit a worse Gurley, but still him? Well, Raj, I think the Falcons seem to have a yearly situation that plays out every single year. And that is that they seem to come in with a lot of talent that slowly starts to just get more injured as the year goes on, bit by bit by bit by bit, and then they're just decimated by the end of the year. It seems like for the Falcons, the key for them is going to be, can they keep the health of their team up? They've got talent on that team. They do, even beyond Gurley and Julio Jones. I don't think Gurley's got a lot left. I think there's a reason that the Rams were running him less and that he was less effective over the last couple of years since he signed that contract. That's fit with what we've seen with running backs in recent history. But the other thing that I think holds back the Falcons is sometimes what holds back our Seahawks. I think that the Seahawks defensive model, the scheme we run, the 4-3 under with the cover 3, with the cover 1, not blitzing a high propensity amount of the time. I think teams have kind of started to solve that a little bit. They've gotten comfortable with how to beat that scheme. And I don't think the Falcons, along with the Seahawks, have been terribly innovative in overcoming that adjustment that oppositions have made. Because when Seattle first came in 10 years ago and they ran that 4-3, there wasn't a lot of teams out there running that same kind of defense. 3-4 defenses was what was predominantly being run by a lot of teams in the NFL at that time. Like, just you probably take a measure, it's probably about 70% of the teams were probably running 3-4 when Carroll walked in the door. And teams that were running the 4-3 were running a lot of different variations of the 4-3 than Seattle's 4-3 under, which runs a lot of 3-4 principles with the 4-3 scheme. It's very unique in that respect. So now what you've had, though, 10 years later is you've got 4, 5, 6 teams in the NFL that also run the same scheme. So we're competing for the same kind of defensive players in the draft and in free agency. And it's given that much more film over 10 years for oppositions to look at and understand how to attack this particular defense. So Falcons they've got to go up against that, Raj. I think that's their biggest problem that they have to solve, just like I think it's our defense's biggest problem that we have to solve. I think we've done a better job of solving it because we seem to understand that we need to assemble more pass rushers, and I don't think the Falcons have done as good a job of assembling enough pass rushers to make the defensive scheme work, which is what you need with all the familiarity that exists out there amongst the rest of the teams in the league. Oh, it's William? Okay. That makes it easier for me, William. I was trying to pronounce Williamana. I'm like, I can't pronounce it. I can only see them 5. I'm happy it's about time for them to come back down. Yeah, I'm ready for the Patriots to come back down to earth. They had a good 20-year run. Now it's time for someone else. Raj, do you think DK Metcalf is ever going to be anywhere near Megatron level of dominance ever? No, I don't think you're ever going to see him get quite to Megatron. That's a once-off, I think, in my opinion. Very close to Megatron's level of production, yes. I think he can get pretty close. I think you're going to see DK at a topped-out spot, into that range of when he gets into the 1,500 yards and 12, 13 touchdowns a year. I think that's his ceiling. Hell of a ceiling to have. That's a Hall of Fame ceiling if he can kick out that kind of production over a 4, 5, 6-year time span. But Megatron's on kind of his own level as far as what he was able to do during his time. But DK could certainly be very, very close to where he was, Raj. And that would be fine for us. You get close to what Megatron was, we can be very dominant offensively, able to work off of that as our foundation then, and what we can assemble around him. Technically, yes, Dustin, you didn't make a mistake on that. That is correct. 74 Steelers were the best. Okay, I can't argue with that, Azos. That makes sense. Yeah, that 83's Bears draft was pretty good too, man. That was a good one as well. I don't know. I think the Hawks might have the Bears one beat. I give the Steelers and the Cowboys ones credit because those drafts led to multiple Super Bowl wins. But the 83 Bears draft, I think one of our 2 drafts got that one beat. And they only went to 1 Super Bowl, Granted, they were very dominant in that 85 season, but Debo asks, who is your surprise team this year? I'm going to probably go to AFC, Debo. D-boy, sorry. I'm going to probably go to the AFC. I don't think the NFC is so stacked and so strong. And a big problem here, Debo, with there being a surprise team is the reduction of training camp, the reduction of offseason program, maybe the reduction of even preseason games, where if you're a new coach and you're a team on the rise and you're trying to get that last couple of steps in play to get your team ready to jump up and make that next step, then you're not able to get them through because you don't have that offseason to work off of. But if I'm going to go ahead and pick a surprise team to select, man, what a great question. Let's go with the Raiders. Let's go with the surprise team being the Raiders as that. I might change my opinion. So D-boy, don't hold me to that because I could change my opinion in 10 minutes from now, but I'm going to go with the Raiders right now. I'm not as sold on the Chargers. They'll probably have a bounce back here. I don't know. That might be another team. It's probably Chargers and the Raiders would be neck and neck for my surprise team. A whole game is so valuable. It is really hard for a non-QB player to make up for a whole entire game. They simply don't have enough control over the game to decide an NFL game. I get what you're saying on that, Dustin, and I understand the analytics behind why that is said to be the case. I do. Some of this goes, again, this is me, again, trying to go a little bit beyond statistical analysis on this. This is more of me on eye test, more on me saying of what I see in the game. I will oftentimes fall back on statistical analysis. I am one of the biggest, bearers of pro football, focus and the stuff that they do as far as their analytical approach goes. I'm hugely in favor of it. And you've seen with basketball and baseball how analytics has changed those sports over the last couple of years. But when it comes to this particular point, in this particular situation, for me, it's the eye test. And if you and me, Dustin, were sitting down watching that Bengal game from start to finish, I think you would finish up and look at me at the end of the game and you go, yeah, he was the difference in that game of us winning and not losing. If we had a league average player in place of Jadeveon Clowney in that game, we don't win that game, that we only won by 1 point. I truly do believe that. Boom shakalaka. We have been on for over 4 hours. Boom shakalaka. So, Jaharus, we will be playing Fortnite tonight. Yes, I will be meeting you on. Faux show. Faux show. Hope you're doing good, Boom shakalaka. Good to see you in the chat. Jaharus, Rob's dark horse from the other night that we were playing with, Jaharus. Carson, what's up, man? The future of KJ Wright. Carson, I think the future of KJ Wright's going to be at the will linebacker role this year. I think he's got one more year on the team. I think he'll then retire. I don't think he's getting cut. I don't think he's getting moved over to the Sam linebacker role. I think he's going to stay at the will, and you'll see Bruce Irvin over at the Sam. And then if there's an injury, then you'll see Brooks come off the bench. I'm not even certain, to be honest with you, even if KJ were to get injured, I'm not so certain that you won't see Cody Barton out there ahead of Jordan Brooks if KJ got injured. You could make the argument that Barton would be a better player over at the will than Jordan would be, potentially. So, but I do still see KJ Wright playing over there, Carson, as the starting will. Yes, do please, everyone, hit the like button on this stream. You will go far to help this channel out. Appreciate that, D-Boy. Well, the Bucks, the Saints, Falcons, Panthers will try to go at each other, and it's going to be fun to watch. They will. I think the Panthers are, though, rebuilding. I do like what the Panthers did in the draft. I will say that. I like their draft a lot. They've really, rebuilt that defensive line that was their strength a couple of years ago and is slowly kind of was getting thinned out a bit, and now they're returning it back into a strength again, which I like to see as they're kind of building that team back in place. But I think they're in a rebuild year, and I think the Falcons are just I'm just not sold on them coming back. I think the Bucks and the Saints are really going to be fighting it out there. But I do think the Saints aren't going to be an easy walk. They're still going to be a really tough team. Yeah, Browns Steelers is going to be a fun one to watch. Robert, somebody mentioned on the chat, they said, what would be the game you'd look forward to watching? Hard not to pick that game as one to watch with the helmet last year and Myles Garrett trying to smack Rudolph over the head with the helmet. It's going to be interesting to watch those teams, two teams going back at it again this year with the rivalry and that. They don't like each other. You can tell that. Those two teams definitely have some animosity. D-Boy, yep, Chris Carson will win the starting spot 100%. With him, it's going to be a matter of health, and he cannot have the consistent fumble problems. If he has the fumble problems pop back up again this year, you will, I think, see probably Carlos Hyde get slipped into his spot as the starter. I don't think that they're going to give as much rope to Carson if he has the same kind of fumble problems this year that he did before. I think I just don't. So, Dustin, you got to be nice to Robert, man. That's my real brother. Carson is the best. Carson is beats. So yeah, D-Boy, I do think Carson though wins the spot. I think he runs for over 1,000 yards this year. I don't think Seattle signs him to a contract extension though. They'll probably let him go in free agency, but I look for him to have a big year. He's trying to get paid. He's trying to get that money. Beats. Best. We knew what you meant, Carson. We knew what you meant, man. Is B-Jack still on the team? Yep, passionate. Brandon Jackson's still on the team. I would say this, though. I think that there's a collection of these players that are on the restricted tags. Jacob Hollister, David Moore, Brandon Jackson, Joey Hunt. I think all of those guys should not feel very affirmed about their position on this team. They are all potentials to be cut, especially if Seattle needed to clear out some cap space. But this is also why you should never listen to people who say, oh, Seattle only has right now $6 million in cap space to spend. It's not really the honest truth. They can create a whole bunch more cap space right out the gate if they really wanted to right now, just by cutting some of these restricted players that they don't necessarily 100% need on the team. So Jackson does fall in line on that, though I do think eventually he will probably be cut passionate. Boom Shakalaka. After the Collier press conference, dude has a huge chip on his shoulder. I think he'll have a good year. Seattle is banking on him with the lack of defensive tackle, defensive end moves. Well, it's not been a lack of defensive end moves, Boom Shakalaka. They spent 2 of their first 5 picks in this draft went to the defensive end position. That's on top of signing 2 free agents in Benson Mayo and Bruce Irvin, who are defensive ends. So they obviously don't feel super great about that position or as strongly about LJ Collier because they made those moves because of that. With that said, if he can become what they hoped him to become, if you get a guy who on early downs can stop the run, then you can kick him into defensive tackle and 3-tech and get back into NASCAR packages, which is what we used to do. Because back in 2012 and 2013, what Seattle would do on early downs, they'd run out 2 1-tech defensive tackles. So you'd have Brandon McBain and Tony McDaniel, right? Or you'd have Ataba Rubin and Tony McDaniel, right? And then what they would do is on passing downs, they'd bring out 3-tech defensive tackles. So then you'd get Clint McDonald and Michael Bennett brought out. And those would be your 2 pass rushers because your 3-techs tend to be pass rushing defensive tackles. So you'd be able to replicate that. You would be able to replicate that if you could get LJ Collier to fit into that role. I'm just not as sold. I've yet to see the proof that he can rush from the inside like Seattle has tried to sell us on him being able to do. I know that's ideally what they'd like him to be able to do, but I just haven't seen enough. I've seen no proof that he could be able to do that. Evergreen, I appreciate that, man. I do appreciate that. We're doing this every other Saturday right now, Evergreen. So not next Saturday, but the Saturday after. And eventually I might be doing these once a week if it becomes popular enough and you guys like it enough. We can do these maybe once a week if you guys want to hear me talk that much. Carson, that says Chris Carson leads NFL games with 100+ yards the last 12 games of the regular season. Yeah, he's definitely a fantastic back in that respect. You know, the key with him, Carson, it comes back to for me are the 2 big issues with him for me are, number one, the first 2 out of the 3 years of his career have been ended due to injury. He's not been able to finish the season in 2 of his first 3 years. That's an issue. And he's got the biggest problem fumbling the ball of any running back in the entire NFL, not just running back of any positional player in the entire NFL. That includes quarterbacks. That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem, especially on a team like this where Carroll values so much protecting the ball, right? He has a day of the week. One day of the week of their practice is devoted to being all about the ball and protecting the ball and trying to take the ball away. So Carroll values it that much. So it's got to be something that he's got to get over to a degree, and it cannot continue to be a problem as it was last year. But he has been fantastically productive. He had a lot of touches last year in the time that he was out there. And he's certainly the prototype, Carson, for the type of running back that the Seahawks want and gravitate towards. He's in that Marshawn Lynch mold. D-Boy. Oh, D-Boy. Okay. D-Boy. I got it now. Sorry, man. I get a little slow here after a few hours on the stream. Boom Shakalaka. In fantasy, Metcalf and Lockett are really close in draft position. Who do you pick? I would go for Metcalf. I think for me, with fantasy football, it's all about touchdowns at the end of the day. And I think that Metcalf's going to score more touchdowns than Lockett, and that they'll probably give you very similar production as far as yards and catches go. So I go Metcalf. Dustin Elron, he's got Giants as the surprise team. Daniel Jones goes crazy. Saquon runs wild. They feast on the NFC least. I think the only thing that makes me wonder on that one, Dustin, is they don't have really anything as far as a pass rush goes right now. Their secondary is all right. Their offensive line is a little weak. That's the thing with having them as a surprise team. That'd be my question with the Giants is their lines are a little, to be that team that takes the step forward, you got to have some juice on your lines for me. And that's where they're just a little light for me. Is this Tom Brady's last 2 years in the league? No, I think Tom Brady wants to play another 3 or 4 years, to be honest with you, D-boy. I think the key on it is if you look at it, he had a no trade clause put into his contract too. I think this guy's looking at wanting to play. Or not no trade clause. He had a no franchise tag clause put into the contract, D-boy. So he can't be franchised after the second year of his deal with Tampa Bay. And that, I think, speaks to the fact that he's looking past just 2 years. El Ave. It's Ave, right? El Ave? I think I pronounced that right. Javier. How you doing, man? So good to have you from Cuba. Love it, man. What about any pass rush news? Well, El Ave, what we've got as pass rush move is I do believe that we might be seeing Jadeveon Clowney come back into the fold. So what we've been doing as fans here is we've actually got a family member of Clowney in the house. His name is Jaharus, and I've got him there in the description section. I've got his YouTube channel. So El Ave, if you want to go far today, do your Seahawks duty to helping the team and showing the Clowney family some love, please go subscribe to his channel. Are you in Havana, El Ave? Havana? Yeah, Mason Rudolph is a trash player. He's not very good. Just got a job working for the Danish military, surveying the Danish airspace. I wish you luck, man. So you're the front line. If the Chinese come attack us, then you're going to be the guy come to attack the Danes. Then you're the first on it, Tobias. Yeah, man. Good luck on that, bro. Willem says, I feel like Carson and Hyde will be rotated in situations like Hyde for shotgun. Could be on that. I think you'd see them both run similar. They're going to have them both running the similar plays, right? So they'll both be running the inside zone and the read option out of shotgun because they're both very similar players. They don't each have a different skill set. They both kind of have the same skill set. But I do think you're going to see him rotate in. You didn't pay Carlos Hyde the money you did in order to just have him sitting on the bench as just a spot guy to get a couple carries there, here or there. I think they'd like to get Carson down to probably the 200 touches realm. He was up well over, I think, 300 last year, even getting injured with a couple games to go. So this way, I think they're going to try to maybe parse out some of those carries, and especially knowing that Penny's probably going to start the year on the injured reserve. Hyde comes in and maybe you split the carries up out the gate a little bit. It's certainly part of the reason I think why Carson's been injured at the first 3 seasons of his career is because of some of the battering and the beating he's taken because Seattle's used him so much early on in the early part of the year in those seasons. Dustin, Tobias is over in Europe, man. We got people from Europe. We got people from Cuba. I got some folks from Australia at times. We're worldwide on this channel. Worldwide. Boom shakalaka. I know you're late to this on this one. Yeah, I've been there's been some talks between the Hawks Nest was talking to the Jadeveon people. So yeah, you will be reading in that correctly. A subscription to one Jaharus is a subscription and a step towards Jadeveon Clowney eventually signing with our Seahawks. Right, Jaharus? Jairus is saying I'm going to get if we get Jairus to 100 subs, he's going to get us a Jadeveon Clowney interview for the channel. So what I'm going to try to do is what I'm going to try to get Jadeveon to do is if he signs guys, I'm going to have Jadeveon when he's doing his press conference and the Seattle media is interviewing him and they're like talking to him. I'm going to try to get Jadeveon to say, just to let you guys know, the big decider on getting me to re-sign here with the Seahawks was the Hawks Nest YouTube channel. He just made a great argument to get me back in the fold, and he just sold me on it. So I'm gonna try to get Jadeveon to say that and blow the local Seattle media scene. Wouldn't that blow their minds? Like, what? Huh? What? Huh? Oh, Javi, that's interesting to hear because you do hear about Mexico and some of South America where they actually have a pretty big football following down there. So that's interesting to hear that it's kind of limited in Cuba. That sucks for you, man. You guys are so close. We shouldn't have this kind of coldness between us. Shouldn't have it. But I'm glad we got We got a Cuban contingent in here. I love hearing that, El Avi. Maybe eventually this stuff will open up for you guys. It can't last forever, you know? That's right. Eat your heart out, Adam Schefter. We got the Hawks nest. Beat Schefter all day. D-Boy, I'm okay with the Hyde signing. I think the part that makes it hard for me is a little bit of I want to see Marshawn Lynch brought back. And I think in signing Hyde, it means that Marshawn Lynch is probably not coming back. And I think maybe Hyde's a better player at this point than Marshawn, maybe. But I didn't see that big of a drop-off in Marshawn when he came back to the team last year. Maybe he is done. Maybe it's finished and through. But I would have been intrigued to see him, and especially what he could have brought to the locker room, brought back into the fold. You know what I mean? El Ave says, I think Jadeveon will not return. He still expects a great contract, although it would be good to have a year and an alternate with LJ. Well, El Ave, I can say, and this is based on inside sources, you can put it at about 70% that he comes back to the Seahawks at this point. So it's not 100% a certain deal, but make of that what you will. That's right. Jaharus says if we get to 100, Jaharus says if we get 100, I'm going to get a Jadeveon Clowney interview. So, but it would be good, El Avi. I think getting him back would be an upgrade for our situation. It would raise the potential for our team, even if just marginally. It would do that. Boom shakalaka. Clowney interview is nice. Ask him why in all 50 states he couldn't find a doctor for a physical. Well, Jaharus just hit the nail on the head, boom shakalaka. It's the corona. The corona. We hope so many. I wish to see Russell was lift up another Super Bowl. El Avi, I do too, man. He's such a good guy. He's such a hard worker. He's been such a good soldier for this team. And no matter what, just so positive and such a good leader. I hope he does not end his career out with just having one Super Bowl win. I hope Russell doesn't. He deserves more than that, man. He absolutely does. Thank you for subbing, Rob. I appreciate all you guys for subbing on Jaharus' channel there. Yeah, boom shakalaka. I don't think, and I know that this is sold in the media that this is the big part of the process why Jadeveon hasn't been signed is the physical situation. And I think that that's probably maybe factoring a little bit in, but I don't think that that's the only thing holding it back. I think if you really pointed to more of the factor here, it's the money. And it's the fact that, when we started this offseason in a general thought process, it was, okay, Jadeveon's the next man up. And whether you think he's an elite pass rusher or not, it's a lot like the quarterback position. When you're the next man up, you're the next man to get the big contract. You're up in line. That's how it works. And so he was the next up in line to be in that $23.5 million frame where Frank Clark was last season. And now we're watching that drop precipitously down to about 60%, 50% of what we thought he was going to get. That's a tough pill to swallow from Jadeveon's standpoint. No doubt about it. It would be if I was him. So that's probably been more of the reason, boom shakalaka, you've not seen a sign, is it's just been a huge drop from what his expectations levels was at the start of the end of the offseason. D-Boy says, why don't you think Russell Wilson doesn't get the recognition that he deserves? There's a couple reasons for that, D-Boy. Number one, you play on the West Coast, and there's people on the East Coast sometimes tend to think of us as being Southern Alaska, and they don't pay attention to us as much. When our games come on, especially in the evening times, let's say you get a 5 o'clock game. Well, that's a game starting at 8 o'clock on the East Coast time. And so a lot of these guys just don't watch Russell Wilson games as much as you'd think they would, the guys that vote on the MVP award. That's a big part of it, is the East Coast bias is a real thing. And so that's one thing. The other aspect is the conservative nature of the way our offense runs. We don't let Russ go out there and throw for the big time yardage and the huge amount of touchdowns that he would have if he had that, let's say 100, 150, 200 more throws a year than he has. He plays in a run-first offense. It's very hard for a quarterback in this modern era in a run-first offense to go win an MVP award. But those are the two things that I think factor into it. And I don't know. if he is ever going to really get the recognition that he does deserve in that respect. It's kind of dumb that he's not even gotten one MVP vote at this point. That Bobby Wagner has an MVP vote and that Russell Wilson doesn't is silly. It's silly. But it's going to continue to exist because those things aren't going away. Russell's not moving off the West Coast unless he goes to a new team. And the East Coast isn't going to start watching games when they should. And if you are a voter, you should be watching the games. But I just don't think that they are. Tobias says, is there a world where we keep Schneider as a GM and have another head coach other than Pete? Either he has to go or if he retires. Yeah, Tobias, I think there easily is. Look, Pete is the oldest head coach in the entire NFL. He is. And that means the clock is running. The clock is running on him. And I don't know when he's looking to retire, if he's looking at wanting to go 4, 5, 6, 7 more years, or he's just going to keep going until they force him out. But I would think that sooner rather than later, Pete will probably retire. John will probably still be the general manager at that time and then be able to bring in his own head coach. And so, yes, I do think that there is going to be a time when that occurs that, Russell is then at that point able to, maybe you bring in an offensive-minded coach at that point, hopefully, and Russell's still here, hopefully. Imagine I want to see games by friends from Mexico who transmit them to me on Facebook and my work. They think I'm crazy. Oh, that's how you have to see the games, is you have to see them translated through Facebook. And man, so you guys can't even get games there, El Avi? Like they don't even have them in the bar or in if I go to a Cuban bar, it's not going to be up on why wouldn't they put that on? Man, that's brutal. I would be going crazy. Yeah, and it's Boom Shakalaka says that's true. It would be disappointing to get offered way less than you wanted. I feel that part. It is, and it's from Jadeveon's standpoint. Again, I know he's got questions. For a lot of people have questions in his game and don't think he's as good a pass rusher. Or he's not with the money. Some of people, you got to table some of this to a degree. That's why I said it's the next man up type situation, where when you look at what he's done statistically over the course of his career and the type of productivity that he's brought to bear. That should equal out to a contract that gets him up near the $20 million per year. And it didn't. And the fact COVID does factor into that in a big way. And the way that we're going to look forward to seeing what the salary cap's going to do and the potential the salary cap gets reduced, or at the very least isn't going to increase moving forward. That's going to affect the free agent market this offseason and in the right now, not just next offseason. So I would point to that as the biggest factor in all that. Thinking that Coach Carroll will retire at some point, who you think would be the most suitable for the head coaching position? So if Pete Carroll were to retire, I was always intrigued a little bit, El Avi, with the thought process of going from a players-friendly coach in Pete Carroll, and if he were to retire tomorrow, and then bringing in Harbaugh from Michigan to then take over the team. And you wouldn't be able to last long with Harbaugh. You'd only be able to bring him for 3 or 4 years. But you go from this real loosey-goosey approach to the militaristic approach, and then just see how it kind of fit together. There's a part of me that's sort of intrigued by that possibility. It probably wouldn't work, and he'd probably just wear everybody out. But I know for a fact Harbaugh would love himself some Russell Wilson. You'd see a lot of himself in Russell and the type of player he was. So that'd be who I'd probably go to just for the fun of it. Whether it'd work or not, it'd be damn entertaining. Juno White. Hello. Juno White, I think my biggest hot take today is going to be this. I think prior I'd said I didn't think Jadeveon Clowney was going to be coming back. I now put him as coming back. I think he's going to come back to our team. It's not 100%, and I have some slight inside sources on this one, Juno, but that is my hot take right now, is that I think Jadeveon's coming back. So, woo! Isaac, hey, Hawks Nest, I have a question for you. Why are the Seahawks taking a long time to sign a defensive tackle or defensive end? It's getting closer to the NFL season. Well, there's a couple reasons for this, Isaac. I think that they are waiting for the Jadeveon Clowney domino to fall first before the other things come into bear. So that's the first thing that's held it up. The other part of this is that I don't think that there's anything to gain. There's no impetus. There's no reason for them to rush the process. We know the offseason mini camps are going to probably be taken out. There's not going to be any offseason mini camps. Training camp is probably going to be reduced by a significant amount. What's the hurry? Why do you need to sign him right now? You're not going to get him in practicing anyway. So there's nothing to lose by waiting. There's nothing to lose by holding off for a little bit and seeing how the situation plays out. So I think that that's why you haven't seen it go in this direction, is that Seattle in the front office and guys like Clowney and other defensive ends are aware there's not going to be these training camps or programs. So just there's no reason not to wait and hold out. There's no reason to force it and get it through. From Jadeveon's standpoint, he can hold out and hope that maybe there's a surprise team that comes in at the last minute, blows him away with an offer because maybe they get an injury in training camp or something happens in a situation where a player they think is going to be there is suddenly gone. Maybe that he's hoping that something like that still maybe comes up to a certain small degree. But the likelihood is that that's not going to probably happen. D-Boy says, do you think fans should do the MVP votes instead? I'd kind of like to see D-Boy be a combination of three things. They do this with the Pro Bowl voting. So they factor in fan votes, coaching voting, and player voting. Why can't we have them all have a 33% slice of the pie? All of them get their vote and then spit it into a formula and have it come out with something. And then everybody gets kind of a vote on it, and nobody can weight it down on one end or the other. I'd like to see maybe something like that, which would be an easy solution and something they've implemented for Pro Bowl voting already. So you think it would be something they could do. MVP, some seasons, Russ has not been the best, like 2018 Mahomes, 2009 Lamar, Cam. It's a good point, Dustin. There's been some quarterbacks that have jumped up that have had certainly some different, some years where they've really separated themselves. I would offer, Dustin, that when you look at last year and Lamar's year versus Russell's year, the one thing that stands out to me between the two when I look at it is that Russell had one other Pro Bowler on his team, Bobby Wagner on the defensive side of the ball. Lamar Jackson had like 13 Pro Bowlers on that team. He had a lot more to work with as a foundation of that team than Russell did. And that's some of this that comes into play, is that when I've got all the rest of, I've got a great team around me, and then I'm also great with that team. Yeah, that's awesome. But does that make me the most valuable player at that point? Which is the point of the award, is to actually target who's the most valuable player. And Dustin, you being a guy that loves analytics, Pro Football Focus last year had Russell Wilson as the most valuable player in all of the NFL. All of the NFL. So that does factor into the talent around him. MVP voting is a fraud, says Boom Shakalaka. Well, you're not wrong, man. Maybe. Especially with some of that's gone recently. For nothing here, there's nothing from the NFL to follow. Is something crazy every week for the sell from home, and only my wife, BB, the screens TV. Wow, that sucks, El Avi. I'm sorry, man. You are in prehistory. That it's just, and it doesn't make any sense. I know that there's some iciness between our governments, but it's football, man. Come on, communists can't love football. Tobias Larson, do you still believe that Ethan Posick is going to win the starting job at center? That was the hot take for you. Is that still holding up? I do. I stand by it, Tobias. I do. I think this guy finally gets to naturally slide into the position that he played in college. And now he's not got Britt that's just cemented there because Britt signed this contract with Seattle. Yeah, I think he's going to beat out Hunt. And when I looked at the tape on BJ Finney, I found him to be more of a pass protector than a run blocker. Carroll's going to lean towards the run blocker first when he's looking at a player on that offensive line. This is how I logically conclude that you end up with Posick as the starter. Nathan Parks, do we even have an offer on the table for Clowney? According to Clowney, Nathaniel, yep. Boom Shakalaka, you have done your Seahawks duty today and helped us take a small but important step towards the potential of Clowney signing. And hey, we might even get an interview with Jadeveon here. Nathaniel Parks, it seems like we are moving on without Clowney after drafting multiple defensive ends and bringing back Mayo and Irvin. I think that they have hedged themselves, Nathaniel, against the potential of Clowney going somewhere else. So it's not been like all Clowney or nothing. But I do still think that they are holding out hope for Clowney. I think specifically this is why you haven't seen Everson Griffin signed. This is why you haven't seen Snacks Harrison signed, is because I think that they're still waiting for that Clowney domino to fall into place. Thank you for answering my questions. A big hug from Havana. A big hug from me to you too, El Have. Thank you, man. I appreciate you joining the chat. Maybe one day we can celebrate another ring. Maybe 3 more blessings. Hey, maybe my country can open up us to going back to Cuba, El Have. I'll come down there and I'll come visit you. I'm eventually going to do a worldwide tour of Seahawks fans. I already got my guys in London ready for me. I'm going to get Tobias ready for me over there in Eastern Europe or over in Northern Europe. I'm going to just do this nice little travel vlog. Isaac Zazos asks, are you worried about online chemistry? Dwayne Brown said he's worried about the online chemistry since the O-line can't get together with each other to practice, and there's new guys on the line. Not as worried about it as Isaac, because again, I think with me forecasting Posick as a starter, he's familiar with the scheme. He's been here for 3 years. He's not going to have any issues there. Mike Iupati played all year for you at left guard. He's slotted to be your starting left guard right now. No issues there. Dwayne Brown, he knows Mike Iupati on his side. He'll know what to do. They're both veterans who played nearly 10 years in the league. Not going to be a problem there. Obviously, with Brandon Shell and Damian Lewis, that's a different story. Yeah, there's going to be an adjustment period there. And there's probably going to be some bumps and bruises to get us to the point of getting that figured out. But you got to say to a certain degree as well, DJ Fluker's play had started to go down last year. And Jermaine Ifedi never gave us very good play at the right tackle position. So it's not like we're starting from some high water mark that we're having to reach. The bar is set pretty low here, for those guys coming in the door. Boom Shakalaka, is Snacks Harrison still in the plans? I would lean towards saying yes, Boom Shakalaka. I think once the Clowney domino falls, you would see Snacks Harrison domino fall next. I think that we're the favorite to get him. I think we're trying to get him, but I think they're just kind of waiting on some things. I'm excited for Phil Haynes too. I do think Boom Shakalaka, he's more of a pass protector than he is a run blocker. And with them bringing back Mike Iupati, who's more of a run blocker than a pass protector, and for the same reasons I just spoke about, Carroll is always going to lean towards the run blockers first. So with that being the case, Haynes probably is sitting on the bench to kick things off. But I still like Haynes. I thought he did all right when he came in during the playoffs last year. I liked a lot of his film in college. He's a guy who's got some potential to him. So that makes 53 subs for Jaharus. Yes, please. If you've not already subbed to Jaharus Clowney's channel, please do sub to his channel. It's there in the description section. Let's show the Clowney family some love. El Have, sure. Here, wait for your greetings. Maybe, man. Can't, like I said, El Have, it can't last forever, man. Can't last forever. Juno White, interesting sources you have there. I like to go right to the source. I go to the horse's mouth, Juno. That way I don't need intermediaries. What are your projected starters in the offensive line? Any sneaky player that might rise in the occasion? So, Juno, I guess my sneaky player is going to be Posick. Right now, as it starts, he probably forecasted BJ Finney as the starter at center as we stand right now forecasting. But I think you got Dwayne Brown, Mike Iupati. I think Posick will be your surprise starter there at the center position. Let's not forget this guy was a second-round pick. And then I see Damian Lewis at right guard, and then I do see Brandon Shell competing with Jamarco Jones at right tackle. But I don't think it's a guarantee that Brandon Shell beats out Jamarco Jones with that right tackle role. Jamarco Jones has familiarity with the system. As somebody was just speaking about, there's not as much practice time available for these guys. So Jamarco Jones is going to have a little bit of an advantage over Brandon Shell out the gate. But Posick is my surprise starter, Juno. That's who I would say is the person I'd say he's going to be, I think, the starter there for us. Emmanuel Medane, hello, how you doing? Welcome on the chat. I know this is not about football, but dogs or cats? D-boy, I am a cat guy. I have 2 cats, so I am definitely more of a feline dude. Isaac Azos, which drafted player or undrafted player the Seahawks drafted you think will make an immediate impact for the Seahawks this year? Well, Isaac, I do think Damian Lewis is going to give us an impact right out the gate because I think that he's a better player than DJ Fluker in both facets of DJ Fluker's game. I think he's a better run blocker, and I think he's going to actually be a better pass protector than even DJ Fluker was. So he's the guy who I think is going to have probably the most impact. But let's say from a surprise, that's not really a surprise impact, right? That's kind of, we know he's going to be a starter. We know what he is as he's coming in. If I'm going to pick a surprise guy, let me go to Colby Parkinson, and specifically for his ability as a red zone threat. When I go back and watch this guy's college tape and understanding that he had this guy Costello at Stanford throwing him the ball for the majority of his time there, Parkinson's head, and Costello played the position like a spaz. The kid just was like all over the place at the quarterback position. Now he gets to have a guy like Russell Wilson throwing him the ball. I think it's going to help Colby's game by a wide margin, and I think that he's legitimately 6'7". He's legitimately got arms that he's got like fingers that drag on the ground. His arms are so long, and he's got great ball skills to go get the ball, even as just a red zone threat. If they can get that from Parkinson out the gate, he could really have a really good impact, Isaac. And I like his game a lot in that respect. D-Boy, and where do you watch the games? I'd like to watch the game with you. D-Boy, I'm going to be streaming the games this year all year. So I'll be online live streaming the games, all 16 games, all playoff game, all preseason. So feel free to join me on that, man. I'll be in here. We can chat. We'll talk about the game as it's going on. Rob, he's gone from 42 to 54. All right, we're making progress, folks. So we're making progress. If you haven't subbed to Jaharus Clowney's YouTube channel yet, if you're just jumping into the chat, please do sub to Jaharus Clowney's YouTube channel. I put it there in the description section. Show the Clowney family some love. Michael Carasino. How you doing, Michael? Always good to see you in the chat, man. I'm doing awesome. I just saw you waving your hands in the air for a hug. Great news about Clowney. You know, I'm happy to host if you come down to London. I'm coming to London at some point, Michael. We're going to get a big enough contingent. I already wanted to go see London at some point. So, and I like to do the bachelor travel thing. So, you know how that goes. But yeah, I was giving El Avi a hug, man. Giving my Cuban contingent a hug. Cuba's repping our Hawks Nest. Yeah, Rob's a dog guy. We got dog guys, cats guys. Jason McEward, you just jumped in. What's the news about Clowney? All right, Jason. Well, I've been talking with Clowney just a little bit in the background, and I've been getting to be pretty good friends with someone in his family, one Jaharus Clowney. So, Jason, do me a favor. You'll see down in the description section here on the channel, I got a link to Jaharus's YouTube channel. So even if it's not exactly your cup of tea content-wise, just sub to his channel. It doesn't cost you anything. You'll be going far to showing the Clowney family some love. So Seahawks fans, let's show some Clowney family the love. Say we want to bring them back into the fold over here. But the good news is, Jason, is that I have started to hear some rumblings here that there's a better than 50-50 chance that we're going to get Clowney back in Seattle. He is still interested in coming back to Seattle. That's not just a smokescreen. So at least a little bit of good news here on the live stream for you. Don't be creepy and ask to watch with him. You guys come watch it with me. I'll be live streaming. Everybody come watch the games with me. I get intense though game day. I'm going to warn you guys that I'm definitely an intense. I have to tend to watch games alone because I've been not a pleasant guy to be around when I'm watching Seahawks games. There's a lot of swearing, a lot of negativity at times. I can get very dark during the game. D-Boy, Hawks Nest, you're sleepy. You keep rubbing your eyes. Yeah, I'm probably we're almost 5 hours in, so I'm definitely, it's starting to slow down a little bit for me on this side of things. One doggo, 2 cats, 2 parrots. Wow, Jason, you are one active. I don't know if I could ever do the birds, Jason. They're just always seemingly so loud. Just always. I would eventually just go be free. Are there any undrafted players that you're excited for that can make the roster this year? Is this guy Chris Miller? I was going to mention Chris Miller, Isaac. So here's the thing about Chris Miller I like. The guy's a hitter. I mean, he comes up and he's laying the wood. He is wild. I mean, just absolutely wild as a hitter, though. I mean, it's an all or nothing kind of guy as far as a tackler goes. He doesn't have a wide skill set. He's not a great cover guy. But as far as a guy who can come up and lay some punishment, he's a guy that can do it. When I went through and watched a lot of the undrafted guys this year, there wasn't anybody that was really jumping out to me. I liked Gordon a lot from Washington State as a passer. I think he's got some skills as a thrower of the football. Probably not going to beat out Geno Smith, but I liked him as a player, man. You know, I liked what I saw from him as a player. But Miller would maybe be the guy that I'd pick. If you can get that guy to cover somewhat as a hitter, you know, one of the biggest hitters in this draft, frankly. I mean, I went back and watched the tape on him. I was just kind of blown away by how many guys that he was laying out. But he's wild. He is a wild guy. Juno White says, I'm wondering about our cornerback group, especially for next year. How likely is it that we let both Shaq and Dunbar go in the offseason and end up with Flowers and practice squad dudes? I don't think it's likely that we let Shaq go. Shaq probably eventually does get a contract extension, Gino. Dunbar is probably going to be allowed to be let go after this year. Flowers is a guy that, what do we get in him as, what do we have in him as far as development goes? You know, a lot of it's going to be where they feel he's at, because there's a good chance that maybe he sits this year, but they slot him right back in as the starter role the year after. So just because Flowers goes on the bench this season, because you had an opportunity to get a guy like Dunbar, who is what they would have considered a real big upgrade over Flowers, doesn't necessarily preclude them from holding Flowers out the year after. Maybe Dunbar also has the potential of being signed to an extension, but I tend to think that with this robbery situation and the way that it went down, if you were to take Schneider and put him on a lie detector test, he'd say, we're going to do him on a 1-year deal, and then we're going to let him walk. Because there were already some somewhat character questions out there with Dunbar prior to this whole robbery news thing that broke a couple weeks ago. Do you know, maybe Pete Carroll, John Snyder will finally take a corner higher than third. Also, what are the cornerback prospects for next year? I think it's a pretty underrated group, actually. Do you know, I've not dived in too much on the cornerback group yet. I think you got Stingley. I don't know if he's able to come out quite yet at LSU. I think he's still a year away. I like that kid a lot, though. That Darryl Stingley kid at LSU. He's going to be a great corner in the NFL. Yeah, I think that they eventually could end up taking a cornerback higher. I think the tough part is that it comes down to sort of what ends up happening in the draft with the corners. And corners that get picked high tend to be the man-on-man cornerbacks. Seattle looks for in their cornerbacks more of the zone guys. So there's not as many zone cornerbacks that tend to be in the drafts as often. And those guys that are available and are in the draft that do play the zone roles more often than not don't get picked very high. So when A.J. Terrell this last year got picked out of Clemson in the first round by the Falcons, that was a bit of a head scratcher, honestly, and a little bit of an overdraft from where you would have slotted the guy to usually go. So you just don't need to necessarily have to pick the cornerback higher for this system, because we ask our corners to play zone coverage so often. And that precludes you from needing to have a guy who's as sticky in coverage. And so you don't have to necessarily draft as high. That's just my general feeling on it. All right, I'm going to get a little more coffee here. We're going to come back. We're going to do up on some TJ. They're keeping me live, TJ. They're keeping me live, man. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to come back. I'm going to go through just a couple of our last bit of questions here, though. So bear with me. I'm coming back. One sec. But you know, I don't think if there was the right guy available for them and they were picking, I think that they would pick a cornerback high. I certainly think. I think Juno, for instance, let's say they didn't go out and get Dunbar this last offseason in a trade. I think there would have been a potential if AJ Terrell would have fallen to them at the 27th pick in the first round, that he would have been a potential target for the Seahawks, because he would have been such a perfect scheme fit for them. So that could have happened. That definitely could have happened. I'm going to pray for you, cats rule. I like dogs too. I had a couple of dogs I lost a couple of years ago to a tragic event, and it's just made it hard for me to ever consider getting dogs again, because I had a couple of dogs actually get hit by a train at the same time. If you guys can imagine that. It was a brutal situation. Dustin Elron, Hawksdust, Jaharus is legit, right? I mean, you ain't being trolled, are you? I'll try to get Jadeveon to post out on his Instagram that we are legit, that you guys know on it. So I'm trying to not impose upon Jadeveon too much here, but yes, he is 100% legit. You guys can take my word for it. I'm not being trolled or any of those things. So I wouldn't say it if I wasn't certain. TJ Wilborn says, could Bruce Irvin make the Hall? Are you joking? There's no way, TJ. No. No way. Not even in the, not even in the vicinity of getting close. He'll never even get a Hall of Fame vote. Have you heard of he has 6.5 sacks average in the last 5 seasons? Well, that's not bad, but yeah, ain't gonna quite get him into the Hall, unfortunately. Well, I love spending the time with you, Boom Shakalaka. I really enjoy jumping in here with you guys. It's always fun coming in here, and we're building this thing up slowly but surely. You know, I've not been doing as much content here. I've been just kind of working on my great Seahawks moment videos in the background here, but I still have some really great big plans for this channel and some big ideas. And we're doing great. You guys have been so awesome in your support. I continue to get subs every single day. We continue to garner more and more subs. So I do definitely appreciate that. I do want to say, as we kind of reach here at the end on this, could you send me a link for showing me? Yes. If you guys have not, I'm gonna put it here in the chat. This is check on the chat here. Q4 is Jaharus Clowney. So if you have not subscribed to his channel already, please do go subscribe to his channel, Jason, and show him some love, because again, it doesn't cost us anything, but it does show the Clowney family that us here at Seahawks Land want to come back into the fold, Jadavian. Come back to us. Come on. Come home. Come home. But I got some great big plans here for the channel. We're going to be continuing to push forward. I appreciate all of you joining here today. If you've got any last minute questions, let's post them onto the chat. And if we don't have any last minute questions, I will welcome you on through. I've got, of course, I am on Apple Podcasts now. Please check in the description section if you're not listening to me over there. I'm trying to do that about once a week to get you guys some consistent weekly content coming through there. But we're just going to keep going here. So we won't be back next week. I'll be back the week after that on Saturday. And then again, as someone asked, I will be live streaming. Eventually, we will do like a live event in Spokane or in Seattle or something, if we've got enough people that want to show up for something like that and have some fun and go drink together and commiserate as we watch our Seahawks. So it don't look like we got any last minute questions or anything like that. Thank you, everybody, for joining in. Jaharus, we got you some subs today, my man. Thank you for hopping in the chat as well. I will be seeing you on Fortnite, Jaharus, shortly. Thank you to everybody for all of your questions. And if I didn't happen to get to you, we will get to you here in a couple weeks. But other than that, don't any of you ever forget, because some of you forget. I know Jaharus forgets because he's a dirty Patriot fan. Go Hawks.